Let me introduce you guys to a real academic ace. A dude who saw math as the absolute truth of his life after graduating. This guy Chen Luo had been hard at work teaching kids for years. And after exactly 5 years of dedication, a promotion was right around the corner. And yet, after just nodding off once while proctoring an exam, he got a one-way ticket to another world. Chen Luo's soul transmigrated into the body of a student named Blair. Ironically, the original Blair's math skills were a complete disaster, and he was even known as the class's resident idiot. The moment he woke up in his new body, Chen Luo was called up to the board by his teacher Brittany to solve a problem. And from the crowd's reaction, he realized that this world totally worshipped math, with a fanatical devotion. However, their skill level was pathetically low, because the problem Chen Luo had to solve was just calculating the sum of numbers from 1 to 100, a problem that on Earth even a grade schooler would know the shortcut formula for. Yet in this world, everyone only knew how to painstakingly add each number one by one. This very fact sparked a crazy idea in Chen Luo's mind. With his knowledge, wasn't he basically the unrivaled god of math in this world? At this thought, he suddenly got super excited and quickly accepted the fact that he had transmigrated, starting a new life as Blair. He was about to head back to the classroom to show off his math genius again when he suddenly bumped into a girl. What's worth mentioning is that they both fell in a super awkward position. Chen Luo scrambled back a few steps in a panic, muttering, "Oh my god, what kind of luck is this?" Then he offered a hand to help the girl up. "I'm so sorry. That was my fault. Are you okay?" But unexpectedly, not only did she not appreciate it, but while frantically fixing her dress, she screamed, "It's you again!" Chen Luo asked blankly, "Do I know you?" "Of course I do. At the welcoming ceremony for new students, you were the one who crashed into me. And we fell in the exact same position, totally humiliating me in front of the whole school. I remember your face perfectly. This time you're even bolder, daring to intentionally set me up. You shameless perv!" Hit with a storm of accusations. Chen Luo just froze, unable to process what was happening. It seemed the original Blair had already made an enemy of this girl. And now he and Blair's body had accidentally become the one to take the blame for the mess he'd left behind. "Look, first of all, I had absolutely no intention of setting you up. And second, to be fair, you were the one who bumped into me first, right?" Chen Luo tried to reason with her, but it was clear she wasn't having any of it. She just let out a roar. Then her hands quickly formed signs as she chanted a spell to summon the fire element. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh, thinking this girl had some serious delusions of grandeur. But unexpectedly, just a few seconds later, an actual blazing fireball formed in her palm. To his horror, the flame grew bigger and bigger, aimed straight at Chen Luo, the guy who had just made fun of her, ready to take the full force of the attack. It was in this life-or-death moment that he suddenly remembered something super important. "Damn it, Chen Luo. You idiot, you've been reincarnated. This is an isekai, so of course a world with magic is totally normal." Holy crap, that's right. He had really been reborn into a world of swords and magic. From now on, forget the name Chen Luo. He was Blair now, and the biggest problem was how to avoid being turned into a roasted chicken by that fierce girl's fireball. The fireball was hurtling toward him at lightning speed. But Blair was a complete blank slate, knowing nothing about magic to defend himself. In this situation, with his life hanging by a thread, there was only one way to save himself. The guy used all his brainpower and performed a perfect 90-degree bow, groveling for forgiveness from the lioness before him. Although it was a little humiliating, a smart guy knows when to back down. And saving his own neck was the top priority. And just as he expected, his tactic worked instantly. The girl stopped and pulled back the hovering fireball. Even so, she was still obviously pissed off. "You think a simple apology fixes everything," she grumbled. But Blair had no energy to stand there and listen to her go on. The moment his opponent pulled back the fireball, the guy bolted for his life. As he ran, Blair felt totally bewildered and confused. Why in the world would a weird place like this exist, where both science and magic could coexist? He just kept running with no sense of direction. Suddenly, a splitting headache hit Blair, making him dizzy as the world in front of him went black. He collapsed to the ground, and at that very moment, the memories of the body's original owner came flooding in. It turned out that Blair came from a prestigious noble family, with a father who was a famous general. But ever since the day he died on the battlefield, his family's fortunes took a nosedive, forcing them to struggle just to make ends meet. Blair's mother even had to work extra jobs, putting up with all kinds of gossip from other people. As for Blair himself, he was a very responsible kid. Before long, he got accepted into the Donata Screen Academy, news that filled his mother with so much joy and pride. Blair worked his butt off, burying himself in his books with a single goal in mind: to restore his family's name to its former glory. But ironically, he had absolutely zero talent for magic, and couldn't even cast the most basic fireball. Because of that, Blair became the laughingstock of the entire class. They made fun of him for being a dirt-poor noble, saying he was even worse off than their servants. Some called him a talentless loser who'd get kicked out sooner or later. Others ragged on him for being terrible at math, figuring his family was too broke to afford a tutor. They even said that if it wasn't for the empty noble title his general dad left him, he wouldn't have even been qualified to set foot in Donata Screen Academy. Someone even viciously pointed out that Blair's black hair and brown eyes were the only ones like that in the whole city of Pau, hinting that he was probably just some mixed-blood mutt. Little by little, Blair was drowned by these nasty insults, making him see himself as a total failure, talentless in both magic and math. And then fate stepped in, letting the soul of a math teacher transmigrate into his body, starting a completely new chapter in his life. And so we get this new version of Blair with Chen Luo's soul inside. Just then, Blair was snapped out of it by a classmate's voice, and he recognized her as Jasmine, his classmate and the first person he met right after he got here. Jasmine seemed like a nice girl, and was also the only one in class who never joined in on making fun of him. "Hey, Blair, magic theory is next. Are you okay?" Jasmine looked genuinely worried seeing him passed out on the ground, and reached out a hand to help him up as she asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Blair replied. A warm feeling spread through his chest when he realized someone actually cared about him. After absorbing all of the original owner's memories, his feelings got super complicated. But from that moment on, he decided to live a full life in this new body and carry out all of the last owner's unfinished wishes. And so in the magic theory class that followed, Blair listened to the lecture with a level of focus he'd never had before. In this world, magic is split into 4 main elemental systems, including earth, fire, wind, and water. All types of magic are based on these 4 elements, and it's magical aptitude that separates mages from regular people. Here, both magic and math play super important roles. And Donatus Green Academy is one of the most prestigious magic academies in the kingdom. Mages use spells or hand signs, channeling their mental power to control the magical elements and create all kinds of spells. To successfully cast magic, you need to have talent. Yet in the whole class, it seemed like only Blair was actually paying attention. The reason was the professor was just reading word for word from the textbook. As soon as the bell rang, the students swarmed out like they'd been set free, leaving the teacher behind looking a little disappointed. Just as he was packing up his books to leave, Blair rushed over and said, "Excuse me, Professor. I have a quick question. If you don't have any talent, is it really true you can't create even the tiniest spark of magic?" The professor could only look at Blair with sympathy. "I'm sorry, Blair, but you've asked this question many, many times, and my answer is still the same. Without talent, it's impossible to even sense and control the tiniest bit of magic." And because of this very question, Blair once again became the butt of the joke for his classmates, who were already heading out the door. They turned back, surrounded him, and started making fun of him. "Ha ha, look, our magic genius Blair is daydreaming again. Always acting like the hardest working student in class. But for what, without talent, you're just useless forever. Hey, Blair, if you can't graduate, don't worry. Just come work at my dad's manor. I'll put in a good word for you." One after another, their mocking whispers felt like a nasty wave threatening to drown Blair in humiliation. The situation only calmed down when a big friend named Toby showed up and came to his rescue. From the original owner's memories, Blair vaguely remembered this guy. Toby seemed to be Blair's only friend in this class, and from what he just did, it was clear their friendship was something special. After helping Blair deal with the crowd, Toby took off. Blair then noticed his classmate Jasmine hanging back, looking hesitant like she wanted to say something. It wasn't until Blair asked her directly that Jasmine hesitantly passed on a message from Miss Brittany, saying she wanted to see him in her office after class. After Jasmine left too, Blair was all alone in the huge classroom. He couldn't believe it. How could a body living in this world of magic have not even a single spark of magical power? Blair refused to accept being a failure. So he decided to try using the magic theory he had just learned. He started mumbling the spell for a fireball. But at first there was absolutely no reaction. The silence left Blair super disappointed, even making him mutter something self-deprecating. But then out of nowhere, just about 2 seconds later, a small flame suddenly sparked in his palm, and to his shock it grew bigger and bigger. The fireball was even bigger than the one cast by that arrogant girl from this morning. A sight that left Blair completely stunned. Blair stared hard at the fireball dancing in his hand. This was totally unbelievable. This body was supposed to have zero magical talent whatsoever. Still not believing it, he decided to try it a few more times just to be sure. The result was the same every time. It was a perfect success, and he even felt like it was ridiculously easy. Lost in playing with the fireball, Blair suddenly remembered his appointment with Miss Brittany. He hurried over, but the scene that greeted him the moment he opened the office door left Blair so stunned he almost froze on the spot. He had to admit the teacher's figure was a total masterpiece. "Ah, you're Blair, right? You're finally here. Sorry about this. I have a weird habit of standing up to solve problems." It wasn't until Miss Brittany sat down that Blair managed to catch his breath and calm his pounding heart. "I'm sorry I'm late. Ma'am, was there something you needed me for?" Blair still didn't dare to look up at her. His eyes were glued to the floor. Miss Brittany smiled, pointing to a nearby desk with some paper and a pen, and told Blair to take a seat. The teacher gave Blair a math problem, asking him to add up the numbers from 1 to 79 while she stepped out for a minute. She even told him not to rush and to take his time. But Brittany had barely taken a few steps when Blair confidently announced the answer was 3,160. The teacher was instantly stunned. She rushed over, put her hands on Blair's shoulders, and asked in an astonished voice, "How did you do that? Even I would need a lot of time for that calculation. Have you seen this problem before?" "No way. I just picked the number 79 at random." Faced with a storm of rapid-fire questions from the teacher, Blair was in a really tough spot. Not sure how to explain. Should he confess that he was a transmigrator, and that in his old world, this kind of math was basically elementary school stuff. Seeing Brittany's expectant look, Blair really wanted to satisfy her curiosity. He started to explain, I noticed your method is to just add each number in order. That way isn't just time-consuming. But it's also super easy to make a mistake. The fact that you can get the right answer that way is actually incredible. It's really admirable. Of course, deep down, Blair really just wanted to say one thing. The level of math in this magical world was unbelievably bad. But saying that out loud would make him seem like a total freak. So he just swallowed the words he was about to say. Brittany, still confused, asked, But isn't that the only way to do it? Faced with Brittany's curiosity, Blair smiled. Of course not, miss. And then he started to explain his method. First, you need to find the pattern. Take the first number and add it to the last number. Then take the second number and add it to the second to last number. If you keep pairing them up like this, each pair will add up to 80 with only the number 40 left over in the middle. So the complicated addition problem gets simplified into multiplying 39 pairs of 80 and then just adding 40. Brittany was clearly smart. She understood immediately, and her eyes lit up with excitement. She couldn't believe Blair could come up with such a genius method. But he didn't stop there. Blair even generalized it into the formula for an arithmetic progression. The whole complex logic was packed into one elegant and simple formula, leaving the young teacher frozen, and so stunned she almost fell over. Even Blair himself didn't expect that elementary school math from his old world could cause such a huge culture shock for a scholar in this one. It took a long while for Brittany to compose herself, and she asked with a trembling voice, This method, did you come up with it yourself? Blair just replied humbly, You could say that I did? Blair awkwardly scratched his head, thinking to himself that no one in this world knew who Gauss was anyway. So even if he took credit for the formula, the teacher would never know. Miss Brittany was silent for a few more seconds. Then suddenly she grabbed Blair's hand tightly. Her voice filled with emotion, she said, Blair, you are a true genius. If you agree to go deeper into this research, your future will be absolutely limitless. Brittany's praise was a huge deal, but unfortunately Blair's mind was currently glued to the stunning curves right in front of him. Brittany immediately took the opportunity, inviting him to walk the path of a great mathematician. But luckily he managed to stay clear-headed enough to refuse firmly. He had already dedicated his past life to mathematics. In this life, Blair's dream was to become a great mage. The disappointment was written all over Brittany's face, but she quickly composed herself and kept trying to persuade him. But you realize you have an extraordinary gift for mathematics. This is a blessing from the goddess of wisdom. We can't let it go to waste. Then she delivered the final blow. Besides, from what I know, young Blair, you have absolutely no talent for magic at all. Brittany used every argument she could to sway Blair, but his will was as solid as a rock. His desire to become a mage in this life was unchangeable. To be honest, with the level of math in this world, Blair was confident that by just casually throwing out a few advanced theorems, he could become a world-famous mathematician easy as pie. But in the end, all that knowledge was just something he'd learned in his past life. The intellectual legacy of mathematicians from another world. In contrast, the allure of magic in this world was way more powerful, far surpassing the empty title of a mathematician. Seeing her student so determined, Brittany decided to make a bet because the magic exam was just a few days away. This exam was the make-or-break test for staying at Donatus Green Academy, and anyone who failed would be expelled immediately. For that reason, she proposed a bet. If Blair could pass the magic exam, she would never interfere with his chosen path ever again. On the other hand, if he failed, Brittany would use her position as a teaching assistant to get him a special exception to stay at the academy. In return, Blair would have to completely give up magic and focus only on studying math with her. When she made this offer, Brittany was totally confident she already had it in the bag, since the entire academy knew that Blair had absolutely zero talent for magic. However, she had no idea that the Blair of today wasn't the Blair of the past, and this bet was destined to end in a humiliating defeat for her. With everything settled, Blair left the teacher's office. Honestly, Miss Brittany's persistence was a little annoying to him, but he also understood that for a math geek like her, discovering a genius like Blair would obviously get that kind of reaction. Blair had no intention of losing the bet, so he rushed back to his room to focus on studying magic. But on the way, lost in thought, he accidentally bumped into someone. This familiar scene, this familiar feeling, there was no mistaking it. It was that hot girl again, and she had clearly bumped into Blair first. Yet the second she realized it was him, she immediately raised her hand to throw a punch. But then, maybe deciding a punch was too light of a punishment, she started chanting to summon the fire element. Except this time Blair was way more experienced. He didn't wait for her to finish the chant and had already bolted. This young lady's name was Isabella, and she was also here today to see her teacher Brittany. As soon as she entered the office, Isabella looked super ticked off. It wasn't until the teacher started the conversation that Isabella started complaining about her bad luck of running into some jerk twice in one day, and she even swore that if she ever saw him again, she would definitely use her fireball spell to burn him to a crisp. But that wasn't the main reason Isabella came to the office today. The thing was, yesterday Brittany had also given her the problem of adding up the numbers from 1 to 100, and Isabella had struggled for half the afternoon to find the answer. She was super smug and proud of her own problem-solving speed, believing her ability to solve the series was almost as fast as her teachers. If it had been yesterday, Brittany might have showered Isabella with praise. But unfortunately, after today, Isabella's achievement wasn't a big deal anymore because Blair had solved the same problem in less than 1 minute. How could he possibly solve it so unbelievably fast? Impossible, Isabella muttered, the shock clear on her face after hearing what Brittany said. Who is Blair? Why haven't I never heard that name before? Brittany insisted it was true, and that he had used a method so completely new that even she had never seen it before. With that, Brittany began to explain Billy's solution to Isabella in detail. The more she listened, the more stunned Isabella became. How could a student come up with such a mind-blowingly genius method? As soon as the shock wore off, Isabella was fired up with determination, firmly telling her teacher that she wanted to meet this boy named Blair. Seeing the eager look in her student's eyes, Brittany couldn't bring herself to say no, and told her which class the math prodigy was in. And then Isabella appeared, kicking the classroom door open. She strode confidently to the front of the class and shouted, "Hey class, which one of you is Brian? Tell him to drag himself out here to see me." The moment he saw Isabella, Toby broke out in a cold sweat because who didn't know about this notoriously feisty senior? Not sure why she was looking for Brian, Toby was about to speak up when he felt a sharp pain in his leg. It turned out that Brian, who was hiding under a desk, had just pinched him. Toby immediately got the hint and quickly told Isabella that Brian had just stepped out. Hearing this, Isabella was obviously not happy. "Fine, when he gets back, just tell him I was looking for him." Toby could only nod his head like crazy. Only after the classroom door was slammed shut in anger did Brian dare to crawl out from under the desk. He immediately became the center of attention, of dozens of pitying stares sending a chill down his spine. "Hey Brian, you need to come clean. What on earth happened between you and senior Isabella? Isabella? Was that girl's name Isabella?" Brian asked blankly, his head still in the clouds. Toby's expression got super serious. "Hey Brian, let me ask you for real. Besides reading and working your part-time job, do you pay attention to anything else at all? Do you even know who senior Isabella is?" Just looking at Toby's grim expression, Brian's face paled with fear before he even heard the answer. "Hey man, don't scare me. So who is she anyway?" Brian imagined she was the daughter of some shady family or a similarly terrifying power. But nope, according to Toby, she was simply the goddess of all the guys at school, the campus idol admired by thousands. Toby was afraid that once her massive fan base found out Brian had ticked off their goddess, he would never be left alone. Hearing this, Brian let out a sigh of relief. After all, this was the prestigious Sandonato's Academy. Those obsessed fans couldn't just do whatever they wanted, seeing his friends. Still not getting this situation, Toby's face darkened. "So you at least know you're at Sandonato's Academy, huh?" "Then tell me, where is Sandonato Academy?" "Baker Street," Brian answered cluelessly. "And where's Baker Street, Pow City?" he answered, still totally chill. Toby let out an exhausted sigh. "Before I was only half sure you were playing dumb, but now I'm positive you're actually clueless. Listen up. Senior Isabella's dad is the lord of this city, Pow. Yeah, at this point, only an idiot wouldn't be freaking out. Brian was no idiot. And he knew he'd totally just dug his own grave. He instantly looked like he was about to cry. If I run over there right now, get on my knees and beg her to forgive me, would that even be enough before Toby could even think of a plan?" Their chat had already been overheard by some nosy people. "Daring to mess with Senior Isabella? I guess you don't care about your spot at this academy anymore. Then again, with that trash magic of yours, it's not like you were gonna last long here anyway." Annoyed, Brian turned around. The guy who just dissed him was some blonde dude. Using this body's memories, Brian recognized him as Ban, a bully, who always picked on the weaker kids in class, and his favorite target was the old Brian. But when he thought about it, what Ban said wasn't totally wrong. That's because this academy had other subjects besides magic like math, history, and philosophy. Even if a student couldn't graduate as a mage, they could still become a scholar and get just as much respect in the kingdom. But since this was a top academy and the kingdom, daily magic training was a mandatory requirement for every single student at Sandonato's. Because of this, all students had to pass a magic skills test to become sophomores. Anyone who didn't meet the standard would be expelled on the spot. Normally, this test wasn't supposed to be hard, and pretty much any student could pass it easily, but the old Blair was a rare exception. A guy who didn't have even a single shred of magical talent. So for him, the sophomore magic exam was basically a death sentence for his future at this prestigious school. Luckily, the soul of Chen Luo showed up at just the right time, totally rewriting Blair's destiny with some crazy twists. Lost in thought, Blair accidentally ignored Ban, who was running his mouth next to him, which made him furious. "Hey you, are you deaf or what?" Ban furiously slammed his hand on the table and growled, "What a disrespectful punk!" He then shot a glare sharp enough to kill right at Blair. That last crack about his parents really crossed the line. Before Blair could even react, his boy Toby wasn't just gonna sit there and take it. "Ban, are you looking for a fight?" Toby's tone and stance made it clear he wasn't kidding. But the jerk was dead set on making things worse, determined to humiliate Blair in front of everybody. "Toby, this has nothing to do with you. Does it? Blair's my bro, so his problem is my problem. If you want to go, this giant body of mine is more than ready." When it came to a brawl, Ban was definitely no match for Toby. So as pissed as he was, he had to suck it up, but not before throwing out a threat that he'd get him back with interest next time. Blair couldn't help but feel touched. looking at his big buddy Toby, who usually seemed kinda goofy and flaky, but when it really mattered, he proved he was a super loyal friend. Blair walked over and happily slapped the shoulder of the good bro who just stood up for him. Toby, you really are a good bro. So if Isabella comes looking for trouble later, you'll have my back and protect me. Right, for sure. When that time comes, I promise I'll punch you as lightly as I can. Hearing this, Blair froze for 5 seconds. If he could turn back time, Blair would take back the 2 words. Good bro, he just said. For the next couple of days, he tried his best to dodge Isabella. And then a few days later, the big magic exam finally started. The task this time was super basic. Each student had to skillfully cast a fireball spell. This was considered a beginner spell, so the test was basically just a formality. The specific requirement was for students to stand at a designated line and then use the fireball spell to hit a target on the other side. Ban was the first one to be called up. Gotta admit his fireball spell was executed perfectly. As soon as he finished his part of the test, that jerk didn't forget to shoot Blair a smug and taunting look. Blair, you better enjoy your last moments at this academy. Toby just wanted to run over and smash this loudmouth's face in. But before he could do anything, it was Toby's turn. He managed to cast the fireball spell too, except his was tiny with almost 0 power behind it, making it pretty much on the same level as the old Blair's. Luckily, that weak little fireball still managed to hit the target, so Toby barely passed. The last person on the list was Blair. But the teacher who knew all about this particular student knew he had no talent and didn't want to embarrass him in front of the whole class. So he decided to just announce that all the students in the class passed the test. But before the teacher could finish talking, Ban shot his hand up to object. Excuse me, Professor Anthony, I think you forgot someone. Our dear classmate Blair hasn't had his turn yet. Getting called out so obviously by a student, Professor Anthony couldn't cover for Blair anymore. He stroked his beard and asked awkwardly, So Blair, you want to take your test? Before Blair could even answer, B's lackeys burst out laughing, starting to clown on him as a useless loser who couldn't even cast a dinky fireball spell. It wasn't just the kids in his class. Nosy students from other classes also gathered around, all hyped to watch Blair become a total joke. The sharp-eyed Toby realized the bullies just wanted to get a rise out of Blair and humiliate him in front of everyone, so he told them they should just dip. But they had no idea the Blair of today wasn't the same weak kid he used to be. Besides, he'd secretly mastered the fireball spell a few days ago. It would be stupid to pass up a golden opportunity like this. But the jerks still thought Blair was just fooling himself, hoping for some kind of miracle. Because of this, they laughed even harder, drawing a bigger and bigger crowd of gawkers all ready to watch the drama go down. The commotion even caught the attention of a curious Miss Brittany. Eventually, Mr. Anthony himself had to step in to get the rowdy students under control. Deep down, Mr. Anthony really respected Blair, and started chanting the incantation he'd practiced for days. The thing is, he had already figured out he could cast magic without any hand signs or chants. But to fit in, Blair decided to play along, reciting the incantation super clearly exactly like it was in the textbook. The second he finished the chant, nothing happened. The bullies totally cracked up, sure that Blair had made a fool of himself again. But just a second later, a huge fireball started forming between his palms, and it was way bigger than anyone else's. Then it shot toward the target with insane force, causing a massive explosion. Everyone there was so shocked their jaws hit the floor. When the shockwave died down, the super tough test target was just a pile of ash. Even though he was totally shocked by what he saw, Mr. Anthony kept his cool and announced that Blair had passed the test with flying colors. The bullies were just shocked into silence, staring at the pile of ash where the target used to be and muttering to themselves, "No way, this can't be real." Probably the happiest person right then was Toby. He had to rush over and threw his arm around Blair's neck, celebrating like crazy. "You little punk, you totally surprised me. You were holding out on me." The two friends' happiness didn't last long, though, because Mr. Anthony called Blair into his private office. This was totally understandable for a guy like Blair to suddenly pull off such an amazing performance on test day. Any teacher would be suspicious. Blair didn't know how to give a believable explanation either. So he just made up an excuse that he'd just been practicing really hard from the textbook every day and got lucky enough to suddenly cast a fireball. After hearing this, Meister Anthony thought about it for a few seconds, thinking that this was all just too miraculous. After all, magic is considered a gift from the gods and the ancestors, who established a way to connect with the elements through specific chants and gestures. A person with zero talent is considered to be abandoned by the gods. People like that were already super rare, and Blair used to be one of them. For someone who was abandoned by the gods to suddenly get their blessing and be able to use magic like he did was an even rarer event. Not to mention the fireball Blair cast today was way beyond his classmates in both power and speed. Based on this performance, Mr. Anthony believed he had the potential to become an amazing mage. Hearing this, Blair suddenly got a weird sense of déjà vu, like he'd been through this somewhere before. Wasn't it just a few days ago that Miss Brittany had used the exact same sentence structure to convince him to study math? Mr. Anthony, thanks for the compliment. When I first got to this world, I was really interested in magic. But right now, I'm more focused on getting back to my own world, Blair blurted out. It was only when he saw the totally confused look on his teacher's face that Blair realized he'd said too much, and he quickly tried to change the subject, saying he must have had his head buried in magic books lately, which made his brain a little fuzzy and caused him to say all sorts of crazy stuff. Hearing his student admit he loved to read Anthony wasn't mad at all. In fact, he was actually pretty happy because it showed Blair was trying way harder. That world you mentioned, maybe you read about it in the Legends of the St. Magus, right? Speaking of the title St. Magus, it's really something else, which couldn't help but make Blair super curious, since it seemed to be the highest level of fame a mage could ever reach. Legend says there were once Saint Magi with world-shattering power who could master spatial magic and tear through space-time itself to travel to a totally different world. But those are just fairy tales in the end. Nowadays, people are sure of one thing. The gods created only one world, and no other worlds exist at all. What did you say? Did you just say a Saint Magus can really tear through space to get to another world? Blair quickly asked again, his voice full of hope. The moment Anthony nodded yes, a new ultimate goal lit up in Blair's mind. Sir, I absolutely have to become a Saint Magus. After the intense magic exam was over, Blair finally got a few rare days off. But instead of chilling, he totally used that time to grind through almost every magic book in the Academy's library. Blair's goal was now crystal clear. He needed to become a Saint Magus, rip through space-time, and get back to being his real self, Chen Luo. It was through all this hardcore research that Blair got a way better understanding of the magic world, where mages are split into 7 different ranks starting with beginner, intermediate, and advanced, then moving up to Great Mage Magus and Grand Magus, and finally the absolute top tier, the Saint Magus. Among them, the rank of Saint Magus is still a total legend. Their insane magical power is only known from what's written in ancient records. No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. And a super important detail mentioned over and over in tons of books was that a Saint Magus could use spatial magic to travel between worlds, even though most mages nowadays think other worlds don't exist, and that spatial magic is just a myth for someone like Blair who had actually transmigrated spatial magic was definitely real. It was his only shot at getting back home. But unfortunately, Anthony was one of those people who didn't believe in spatial magic at all, so Blair knew he couldn't get any more info out of his teacher. Just then, a voice called out, "Still got your nose in a book this late. Get back to work. This library isn't a hangout for slackers." Lost in his thoughts, Blair was startled by the familiar voice. It was the librarian giving him a not-so-subtle hint. He then realized he'd been sitting there for way too long. He quickly got up and started shelving books and cleaning up, but the workload was insane, forcing Blair to work his butt off all night just to get it done. He never expected library duty to be this tough. The next morning, Blair had to drag his exhausted butt to class. The second he pushed the door open, the noisy room went dead silent, leaving only quiet whispers about what happened yesterday. The rumor was that Blair had summoned a massive fireball during the exam, one that was even stronger than Anthony's. Tons of people who used to look down on Blair had now done a complete 180. Now they were looking at him with total respect, thinking he'd been hiding his real power all along. Others realized that if you actually looked, Blair was pretty hot. While a few gossips started spinning stories about how Isabella, his upperclassman, had actually been into him for a long time, all the whispering from every direction was giving Blair a headache. He just wanted to get to his seat and crash for a bit before the teacher showed up. But when he got to his desk, Blair was shocked to see Isabella just casually sitting right there. In his head, he could only repeat one spell: "Invisibility, please work." He thought this basic invisibility trick would fool her, but it was totally useless. The second she saw Blair, Isabella immediately jumped to her feet. So he was the Blair that Miss Brittany had told her about. With Isabella coming all the way to his classroom, Blair knew he couldn't dodge her forever. So he planned to use this chance to explain everything and clear up any misunderstandings with the upperclassmen. But out of nowhere, Isabella didn't even give him a chance to talk, without a word. She immediately cast a fireball, determined to teach Blair a lesson he'd never forget. Caught totally off guard by the sudden attack, Blair was completely freaked out and didn't know what spell to use to defend himself. So he could only instinctively throw his hands up to cover his face. He silently prayed that the fireball wouldn't mess up his good looks. And yet, after waiting forever, Blair still didn't feel Isabella's attack hit him. Cautiously peeking through his fingers, Blair realized Miss Brittany had stepped in just in time, stopping her rampage. "Isabella, how dare you use magic inside the classroom?" A frustrated Isabella was about to accuse Blair of bothering her a bunch of times, but Miss Brittany clearly wasn't having any of it. She told Blair to come to her office, and for Isabella to come along too. After the 3 of them left, the classroom was dead silent. Most of the students started whispering again, wondering why Miss Brittany had called Blair away, but only Boz's face got dark, his bad mood totally obvious. Maybe he was still freaked out by the fireball Blair made during the last exam. In the office, Miss Brittany first gave Blair a chance to explain himself, and sincerely apologized to Isabella. With the teacher playing mediator, Isabella reluctantly dropped it, and then they moved on to the real reason they were there. It turns out that a few days ago, Miss Brittany had seen Blair's insane fireball performance during the exam for herself, and she admitted that she had lost their bet, keeping her promise not to make Blair study math with her anymore. But Miss Brittany was super curious about how Blair had pulled off such an incredible feat because it was a first for her. She had never seen someone with zero natural talent go through such a crazy transformation. Blair just replied humbly. I just got lucky. After saying that, he quickly tried to change the subject. Oh, by the way, Miss Brittany, can I ask you a question? All right, if you don't want to share, I won't push it. Go ahead and ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Blair then asked, Ma'am, to connect with the elements, do you absolutely have to use both chants and hand signs? Before Brittany could even answer, Isabella, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing, thinking his question was totally absurd. Because in this world, even a 3-year-old knows that only incantations and gestures are the key to connecting with the elements. Is it like that for all mages? Are there absolutely no exceptions? Blair didn't give up and kept pressing the issue. Seeing his serious expression, Miss Brittany decided to give him a detailed answer. From what she knew, no matter how great a mage was, they still had to rely on incantations and gestures to cast magic. The only difference is that the more talented a person is, the better they understand the elements, and therefore, the time it takes to connect is shortened. Besides, magic is considered a gift from the gods, and it's believed that the gods themselves taught their ancestors how to connect with the elements, through incantations and gestures, allowing magic to be passed down through many generations. As for casting magic without any incantations or gestures, that's an ability that perhaps only the gods themselves possess. Seeing Miss Brittany answer so seriously, Isabella burst out laughing again. Oh, Miss Brittany, you don't have to be so serious about such a naive question. Hearing her answer, Blair was totally bewildered because he could cast magic perfectly fine without any complex incantations or hand signs. His performance at the competition was just an act to seem normal. Could it be that because I'm a transmigrator, the gods of this world don't know what to do with me? This is the most basic magic knowledge. If you truly want to walk the path of a mage, it's best to thoroughly study and memorize the magical theories in the books, Brittany sincerely advised Blair. But that wasn't all. She had called him over today for something much more important. And with that, Brittany handed Blair a parchment scroll. While he was still confused, Isabella, standing nearby, immediately recognized it as the academic journal. It featured all the most prestigious and influential academic papers in the entire kingdom. However, the moment Blair unrolled the journal, Isabella glanced over and was nearly scared out of her wits by its contents. Because on the paper right next to Brittany's name was the name Blair. It turned out that it all stemmed from the formula he had blurted out last time. Brittany had worked day and night, researching and reasoning to complete it into a full thesis. And since Blair was the one who sparked the idea, Brittany decided to credit him as a co-author. Yet Blair wasn't particularly happy about it. A name on a piece of paper wasn't going to feed him. He would much rather have some cold, hard cash. The few silver coins Blair earned slaving away at the library each day weren't even enough to get by. As Blair was lost in thought, Brittany seemed to remember something. She went to her desk drawer, pulled out a pouch of money, and said that inside were 50 silver coins, the author's fee for the paper. Although these 50 silver coins were nothing compared to the academic glory she believed he deserved it. Hearing this, Blair's eyes lit up like headlights. To him, 50 silver coins was a massive fortune because Blair worked like a horse at the library and only managed to earn a mere 2 silver coins. He immediately pretended to politely refuse, but his hand was already holding the pouch open, waiting for Brittany to put the money in. Ma'am, at least half of the effort in this was yours. The problem was, Brittany was such a pure and innocent soul. She had no idea he was just trying to be polite. Hearing Blair say that, she honestly took out half, leaving only 25 silver coins for him. By now, it was too late for Blair to regret it. Just one slip of the tongue and 25 silver coins vanished into thin air. He really wanted to slap himself, but then he suddenly realized a new path to riches and quickly asked, By the way, Miss Brittany, does every paper published in the academic journal get a 50 silver coin author's fee? I've never really paid attention to that. But it is a work published in the academic journal after all, so a fee of 50 silver coins is pretty normal. Immediately, Blair saw a path paved with gold opening up before him, so he once again used his advanced mathematical knowledge from another era to show off a little. If last time Blair had suggested the formula for the sum of an arithmetic progression to Brittany, this time he boldly mentioned a geometric progression. Are you talking about Loss's puzzle? Loss's puzzle, who's that? Blair scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that some great sage in this world had already invented geometric progressions? Loss's puzzle is a problem posed by the mathematical sage Los. The story goes that Los had 7 wives, and each wife had 7 bags. Each bag contained 7 cats, and each cat gave birth to 7 kittens. Hearing Brittany's explanation, Blair's head started to spin. It seems early mathematicians, no matter the world, all love to create the same kind of mind-bending problems. However, in Loss's puzzle, the number of terms wasn't too large, so you could get the result just by adding them all up. But it would be a problem if the number of terms was much greater. A general formula is needed to solve the problem. Hearing Blair's explanation, Miss Brittany couldn't hide her excitement. So you can come up with a formula to crack Loss's puzzle? That's just my initial idea, Blair replied humbly. He had originally planned to give Brittany the complete answer a few days later to avoid standing out too much, but this teacher and was such a math nerd that she wanted to dive into the research with him right then and there. So Blair had no choice but to stay in the teacher's office. The two of them were hard at work on calculations, filling page after page with notes. And a few hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Even Isabella, who was dead to the world, was woken up by Miss Brittany's excited voice. This is unbelievable. Lau's difficult puzzle can be solved with just one formula. Blair, your talent for math is seriously on another level. Are you sure you don't want to pursue math research with me? Brittany's expression was even more hyped than when Blair had solved the problem of adding up numbers from 1 to 100. And even Isabella looked at him with total admiration. And just like that, Teacher Chen Luo's geometric progression formula channeled through Blair blew everyone's minds again, and his plan was slowly falling into place. The next day, Isabella was totally lost in thought. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that the stuff Blair talked about sounded like he was just quoting someone else. But in this world, no one had ever come up with formulas like that before. Lost in her thoughts, Isabella suddenly spotted Blair's back, a sophomore heading towards the juniors' building. She immediately figured Blair was up to his old tricks, probably planning to hit on some other girls. So this time, Isabella was determined to follow him and catch him in the act. But just a moment later, Blair completely vanished, while his real goal was, of course, not to bother anyone. He was just looking for the stone wall at the end of the juniors' building, the one Toby had told him about. This wall wasn't too high, and there were no guards, making it the perfect spot to sneak out of the academy. The reason Blair wanted to get out was because of Teacher Anani's advice that if he wanted to learn more about magic, he should check out the Magic Association in Pow City, a place that brought together mages way more skilled than his teacher. This was also the first time since he got isekai'd that Blair had seen the world outside the Donati's Green Academy with his own eyes, and the bustling scene in front of him got him super excited. For real, Pow City was way more popping than Blair had ever imagined. He went straight to the Magic Association, then carefully pulled a half mask out of his pocket. Even though Blair's current identity was a nobody, it was better to be safe than sorry and not blow his cover. As soon as he walked into the association's hall, Blair immediately realized how smart his decision to wear a mask was, because the person at the front desk was none other than his classmate Jasmine. She was probably working a part-time job here. But anyway, Blair told Jasmine he wanted to hire a magic consultant. She showed him the price list. 10 gold coins a month for an advanced mage, 5 gold coins for an intermediate mage, and a beginner mage cost 2 gold coins. Hearing Jasmine list the prices, Blair's head started spinning. Turns out the biggest problem in the world was being broke. 1 gold coin she mentioned was equal to 100 silver coins, while Blair's entire net worth at the moment was a measly 30 silver coins. Totally bummed out, he turned to leave. However, the sharp-eyed Jasmine noticed the guy was a little short on cash, so she suggested another option instead of hiring a magic advisor. That was to get a library card for the city's Magic Association, a total treasure trove of knowledge holding tens of thousands of valuable books on magic. You could find almost any magical knowledge here, even though it couldn't compare to having a private advisor guiding you. But its biggest perk was that it was totally free. Of course, Blair wasn't about to pass up this golden opportunity. So he nodded, but then Jasmine's next words almost made the poor guy spit take. So, sir, could you please show me your mage certificate? For someone like Blair, who had only made his first fireball a few days ago, where was he even going to get a paper like that? Seeing his disappointed face, Jasmine couldn't help but be surprised, because from the get-go, Blair had seemed interested in hiring a magic advisor. This made her mistakenly think he was already an official mage. She explained that to get a library card, you needed at least an apprentice-level mage certificate. To be eligible, Jasmine reassured him. Actually, getting an apprentice mage certificate is pretty simple, sir. For example, if you want to get a fire apprentice certificate, you just need to perform in front of the examiner and successfully cast the fireball spell 1 time to pass. Hearing Jasmine's suggestion, Blair's sinking heart once again soared with hope. However, Jasmine quickly warned him not to take the certification test today. The reason was that the examiner on duty, Mr. Andre, was crazy strict. The pass rate with him never went above 10%. And the number of mages Andre had failed was already over 300 people. Despite the warning, Blair was determined to take the test right away, since the opportunity for him to sneak out didn't come around often. Seeing this, Jasmine reluctantly led him to meet Andre. Inside the study were 2 people. One was a bald mage who looked super serious, and the other was an old mage with white hair and a beard. Blair's eyes scanned both of their outfits. The bald guy wore a dark red mage robe with 2 silver stripes. There was no doubt about it. This was a mid-level fire mage. Andre sat down leisurely, his voice calm as he asked, "What is your name and why are you wearing a mask?" while elegantly sipping his tea. Brian replied, "My name is Chen Luo. As for the mask, I was practicing my fireball spell a few days ago and carelessly burned my own face." "Oh, you managed to burn your own face. Your fireball spell must be something special." The old mage beside him commented, then muttered, "Chen Luo, what a weird name. Taking the certification test at your age, you'll probably be stuck as a beginner mage for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Brian finally understood why Jasmine had warned him not to come here today. This Andre guy was only a mid-level mage, but he acted so high and mighty, looking down on people. It was infuriating. According to standard procedure, a certification test has to be done in a dedicated lab. However, Andre looked down on Brian's abilities so much that he decided to hold the test right here in the study with just 1 fireball spell. Brian was a little hesitant about Andre's request. After all, he didn't want to wreck anything in this fancy room. But the other old mage spoke up, telling him to stop wasting time, because how could his pathetic little fireball possibly hurt Andre? Hearing that, Brian could only ask for permission to show off his humble skills. With that, he began to mumble an incantation. Andre looked at his form with disgust and yelled, "Stop, your hand signs are sloppy, and your chanting is too slow. You're not doing anything right." However, Brian completely ignored his insults, because to him, incantations and hand signs were just a cumbersome and unnecessary formality. A flame began to flicker in Brian's palm. Then it quickly grew, flaring up intensely before it transformed into a giant fireball, roaring as it shot straight at Andre. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, engulfing the entire room in a thick cloud of ash and dust. Jasmine stood frozen in terror. Through the cloud of dust, a few coughs could be heard, one of which was her own. The other cough belonged to the veteran silver-haired mage, who had just jumped in to block Brian's devastating attack. Meanwhile, the arrogant Andre was sprawled on the floor, his eyes wide with nothing but pure horror and fear. A few seconds later, Brian scratched his head and said, "My apologies. I thought everyone was ready, so I accidentally used a little too much power." After putting Andre in his place and teaching him not to judge a book by its cover, Brian easily received his Magic Apprentice certification. Along with a library card, Jasmine, unable to hide her excitement, quickly told him that it was the first time in her life she had ever seen a fireball spell with such terrifying destructive power. She insisted that pretty soon Brian would definitely become a great and famous mage. "Thank you. See you later, Jasmine," Brian replied sincerely. However, only after he was gone did Jasmine suddenly realize something weird. She had never told him her name, yet Brian knew it. Ironically, Brian himself had no idea that he had just let it slip. By now, Brian was in the library. The place wasn't just filled with books, but it was also packed with people. It seemed a lot of them also couldn't afford to hire a private tutor, just like him. Brian then picked out a few magic books to study. Jasmine definitely wasn't exaggerating. The collection of magic books here was way bigger than at the academy, and the content was much more advanced, especially the specialized books on mental power. The level of someone's mental power is the most important factor for determining a mage's rank. The stronger the mental power, the tighter the connection to the magical elements, and the power of the spells they cast skyrockets. And it doesn't stop there. Higher-level mages with superior mental power can even straight-up steal control of elements from lower-level mages. This is what creates an almost impossible gap between the different ranks of mages in a real fight. However, Brian felt that the theory of the 4 great magical elements written in the books didn't quite add up. After all, the level of science and understanding in this world was still pretty basic. All the mages believed that the 4 great elements weren't just the foundation of all magic, but also the source that created everything in the universe. They believed all other elements were made from combining the 4 great elements in specific ratios. Of course, from a modern science perspective, this viewpoint was totally ridiculous. On Earth, even a middle schooler knew that matter is made of tons of basic elements, and the so-called principle of the 4 great elements had absolutely no place on the periodic table. However, since magic elements actually existed in this world, Brian temporarily couldn't find a good scientific explanation for it yet. As the thought flashed through his mind, Brian suddenly shot up, startling the other readers around him. If it's possible to combine magical elements in this world, then could I create totally new magical elements? This wild idea made it impossible for Brian to sit still for another second, and he immediately bolted out of the library. He was eager to get back and immediately test the idea that had just popped into his head. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Andre and the veteran mage were sitting together. After getting totally wrecked by Blair, Andre, of course, couldn't just let it go. The problem was that Blair's spiritual power was obviously weak, but the power of the fireball spell he cast was insanely strong. What was even weirder was that even the experienced mage couldn't do anything to control the fire element Blair summoned. Both of them had a weird feeling that Blair was hiding something that was way over their heads. But of course, they never would have guessed that Blair was actually a guy from another world. As for Blair, he had quickly hopped over the low wall and got back on academy grounds. Luckily, the area was totally empty. This made Blair want to do his experiment right away. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and sure enough, he could feel it was there along with the flow of oxygen around him. When Blair raised his hand, he could even clearly see a faint stream of gas moving and gathering in his palm. It was the oxygen element that Blair had just gathered with his power. That invisible stream of gas slowly gathered in Blair's hand, forming a tiny sphere that you could actually see. Because he could see it, he wasn't sure if it was what he needed. Suddenly, Blair got a crazy idea. He then used his other hand to make a fireball spell and touched it to the gas sphere. On the first try, absolutely nothing happened. The tiny sphere of gas just vanished, and the fireball spell fizzled out instantly. But Bray wasn't discouraged. He decided to give it one more shot. And this time, the fireball and the oxygen sphere actually connected. Instantly, a totally insane explosion went off, and calling it horrifying doesn't even begin to cover its destructive power. All the windows of the nearby building shattered, and even the glass on Miss Brittany's desk broke into pieces. She quickly looked out the window, and with her own eyes, she could see a whole section of the nearby forest was totally on fire. The guy who caused the explosion couldn't believe the power he'd just unleashed. Just a moment ago, if he had been even 1 second slower, he would have been toast. Now a giant crater was blasted into the ground. It was the aftermath of the explosion. Seeing this, Bray knew for sure. This was the phenomenon of complete combustion, a chemical process that happens with a ton of oxygen causing all the flammable stuff to get torched and mix with oxygen to make carbon dioxide water and sulfur dioxide. The complete combustion process unleashes all the heat energy from the fuel, which was the reason for that insane explosion. It seems the purity of the oxygen sphere Bray had just made was way higher than he ever imagined. Just as he was freaking out, trying to figure out how to clean up this mess, a loud voice shouted, "Hey, you, what happened over there?" Bray turned around and saw another student sprinting toward him. It seemed the noise he'd made was super loud. If that was the case, then other people had definitely noticed too. Without a second thought, Bray immediately turned and booked it, diving straight into the nearby forest. Even though he was a little scared of getting caught, Bray was totally stoked. What he did was reckless, but it looked like he had created something seriously awesome. The next morning, Bray showed up to class looking totally wiped. The second he saw him, Toby rushed over to get the tea. "Bray, did you hear something huge went down at our academy last night?" "You know about it." Bray knew darn well that like 90% of what Toby was about to say was his fault, so he quickly denied everything, claiming he slept like a rock last night and had no energy for gossip. And sure enough, Toby started going on and on about the insane explosion at the edge of the forest right next to the third-year students' building. Its destructive power was so huge that all the windows in the area shattered, and now the entire academy is freaking out, investigating the theory that a high-level mage cast a spell on school grounds. Toby shook his head. "Man, it's such a bummer you didn't get to see that crazy scene with your own eyes. It had to be a high-level mage or someone even stronger to pull that off." Toby kept rambling, then wondered out loud, "But think about it. Why would a high-level mage do something like that right here at the academy?" Bray shrugged and casually replied, "How would I know? I've never even met a high-level mage." Hearing Bray's casual response, Toby gave his friend a look of total disbelief. "What you're telling me you've never met a high-level mage before isn't Miss Brittany like totally a high-level mage?" This bombshell left Bray totally stunned, and he immediately decided he had to find Miss Brittany. As it turned out, the teacher was also looking for him to share some good news that the thesis on decoding Loss's riddle had been officially published by the Mathematics Society in this issue of the scientific journal. Because the idea for solving the riddle was Bray's, Miss Brittany was cool enough to list him as the first author. However, this honor was nothing compared to the real reason Bray was looking for his teacher today. He asked her seriously, "Miss Brittany, please take me on as your student and teach me math." Miss Brittany couldn't help but be shocked, because not long ago, Bray himself had said for sure that his only path was to become a mage. And yet now he was saying he actually wanted to go down the math path. "But I've also realized I'm really passionate about math. And I don't want to have any regrets later, ma'am. I even have this feeling that maybe in a past life I was just like you and got to be a math teacher." Bray was acting so determined. Like his life was on the line, but it was obvious his real goal was to get close to Miss Brittany, because she was a high-level mage. But the teacher wasn't suspicious at all. Brittany was just incredibly happy that her student had a change of heart. In fact, she was so overjoyed that she hugged him without a second thought. Even though Bray was in a kid's body right now, his soul was that of Chen Luo, a grown man. This sudden hug was so intense, it almost made the guy totally lose his cool and get a nosebleed. "All right, Bray. From now on, just come to my place every evening after class for math tutoring. With your natural talent, if you just really apply yourself, I'm sure you'll become a great mathematician." Bray quickly pulled away before he actually got a nosebleed. He quickly changed the subject. "Oh, by the way, Miss Brittany, besides the math stuff, if I have any questions about magic, would it be okay to ask you about those too?" "Of course, that's no problem at all." Having achieved his goal, Bray breathed a quiet sigh of relief and excused himself. Brittany didn't forget to remind him to come for his first lesson the next evening. But just as Bray's hand touched the doorknob, she suddenly called out to him, "Wait a second." Brittany's expression suddenly got serious. She was quiet for a few seconds, and that short pause was long enough to send a chill down Bray's spine. "Bray," she began, "I'm wondering, are you just using learning math as an excuse because you really just want to ask me about magic?" It seems this teacher wasn't so simple after all. Figuring out Bray's true intentions so quickly, Brittany's eyes were now filled with suspicion. Caught by her look of mixed hope and slight disappointment, Bray was in a tough spot with no idea how to answer. After racking his brain for an explanation, he replied, "Miss Brittany, what are you talking about? I just thought that from now on I'd have more time with you every day, so if I have any questions about magic, I could ask you directly, which would be way more convenient than having to run and find Mr. Anthony." Before he could finish, Brittany quickly stepped forward and put her hands on his shoulders, her sparkling eyes like 1,000 stars looking like they were about to melt. She knew it. How could Bray be the type of person to use math as just a tool for his own gain? Bray could only sigh to himself as a wave of guilt washed over him. This teacher was just too naive, completely devoted to pure math, and had her guard totally down against a schemer like him. After their talk, Brittany let him go back to his room to rest. The next evening after class ended, Bray went to Brittany's office just like he promised. But she wasn't alone in there. Isabella was there too. The moment she saw Bray, her gaze instantly turned sharp as a dagger. "What are you doing here?" Isabella's voice was filled with obvious annoyance. Brittany spoke up for him. "Isabella, I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you earlier, starting today, Bray will be studying math with us. Isabella, you're his upperclassman, so please help Bray out from now on." Even though Brittany tried to get them to be friendly, Isabella clearly had no intention of getting close to Bray. As Bray sat down, he definitely heard a cold huff from her. As for Brittany, she had prepared a few questions yesterday to test them both. The first question was this: a stone is thrown down a deep well. After a certain amount of time, another stone with twice the mass of the first one is thrown down. The question is, when will the second stone catch up to the first one? Isabella, wanting to show off her status as the upperclassman, immediately spoke up as soon as the question was finished. "This is basically a motion problem. We just need to figure out the time interval." But before she could even finish her sentence, Bray bluntly cut her off. "It will never catch up. To be precise, under ideal conditions where you ignore air resistance, the heavier stone will never catch up to the lighter one." Isabella let out another huff, not even trying to hide her contempt. "Bray, even if you don't know the basics, you should at least have some common sense." Although Brittany's attitude wasn't as harsh as her students', her face couldn't hide her disappointment. "Bray, while I'm not sure what this air resistance you mentioned is, the ancient sages have taught that the falling speed of an object is directly proportional to its mass. The heavier the object, the faster it falls. This is an unshakable truth from the ancient sages. That's basic knowledge that even a little kid knows," Isabella immediately added. Bray started to get annoyed. The ignorance of the people in this world combined with Isabella's smug attitude was really starting to get on his nerves. So he didn't hesitate to shoot back. "Are the words of the ancient sages absolute truth? Have you ever tested it yourself, Bray? You dare to doubt the ancient sages?" As their gazes clashed like sparks, Brittany felt the atmosphere in the office get as tense as a drawn bowstring. As for Bray, he stood his ground. "Science demands absolute rigor, and our attitude towards it has to be the same. A so-called truth that has never been tested can't be accepted as truth." Seeing how determined Bray was, Isabella agreed to test his theory, but she wanted to add a condition. "A bet, no way," Brian answered firmly. "I've never been into gambling. All right, that's enough, you two." Seeing how tense things were getting, Brittany quickly tried to step in before they really started fighting. But Isabella wasn't having it. She had set the bet at 10 gold coins, and that was final. Faced with such a sweet deal, how could Brian, who was dirt poor and known for being greedy, possibly say no? He instantly changed his mind and took the bet. "Miss Brittany, would you please be the referee for our bet?" And so the three of them headed over to a towering spire just as they'd planned. Brittany had prepared 2 stones as her students requested, with one weighing about twice as much as the other. Before starting the experiment, the teacher gently reminded Brian to really think this through. After all, for a noble lady like Isabella, 10 gold coins was nothing. But for Brian, it was an entire fortune. But Brian, who had knowledge from a way more advanced science, wasn't worried about this bet at all. He confidently said that he'd already thought it through carefully. Seeing this, Brittany could only sigh. Confidence was a good thing, but she worried Brian was getting a little too cocky. The second she finished speaking, Brittany immediately used her magic and soared into the sky. Turns out her element was wind, letting her gracefully fly to the very top of the tower. In her hands were the 2 stones of different weights. Down below, Isabella had a triumphant smirk on her face, totally convinced she had already won. From the top of the tower, Brittany held out the 2 stones and let them go at the exact same time. And then something unbelievable happened. Even though they were different sizes and weights, both stones hit the ground at the exact same time right in front of Isabella's feet. While everyone else was shocked, only Brian stayed perfectly calm, like he knew this would happen all along. Both girls were completely dumbfounded. Isabella's face went pale, and all she could do was stammer, How is that possible?" Even though she didn't want to believe it. She had seen it with her own 2 eyes, the 2 stones landing at the same time. Completely shocked, Brittany immediately turned to Brian and asked, "How did you figure out that the ancient sage's law of freefall was wrong?" "Well, I just read about it in a textbook, and out of curiosity I grabbed a couple of stones to test it. And then I found out that the way things fall in the real world doesn't really match what the books say." Brian lied without even blinking. How could he possibly explain that this was basic knowledge from a modern scientific age? As for Brittany, she also seemed totally stunned by the shock. A truth that the entire world had believed for thousands of years was just proven wrong by 2 small stones. It was unbelievable that in all those thousands of years, not a single person had ever thought to actually test it. Countless ancient sages and brilliant scholars had all missed this mistake in such a basic piece of knowledge. Yet a sophomore like Brian was the one who figured it out. And Brittany knew this definitely wasn't just a matter of luck. "Brian, you probably don't realize how incredibly important these 2 stones are. I have a feeling that soon your name will be written in the history books, right next to the law of freefall inside those very science textbooks," Brittany said, her voice filled with excitement and pride. "But miss, this law still needs a lot of work. Besides, I didn't do this alone. It's because of all 3 of us," Brian replied humbly, sticking to his guns. That kind of empty fame in this world meant nothing to him. It was way smarter to use this chance to get on Brittany's good side so he could ask her for help with magic later. But Brittany was a total pro. She wasn't about to take credit for something she didn't do. Brittany insisted this was all Brian's discovery, and that she only acted as the assistant who dropped the 2 stones. However, if you agree, you and Isabella can continue to research and perfect this law. With that, Brittany turned and gently patted the shoulder of Isabella, who was standing awkwardly nearby. It was a subtle way to help her student save face. Brian immediately got what his teacher was doing and quickly played along. I think I could really use Senior Isabella's help. I wonder if you'd be willing to lend me a hand. Hearing Brian's words, Isabella imagined an awesome scene in the near future where some shocking news would be announced. That 2 amazing prodigies would suddenly appear at the Donato Continental Academy, who had worked together on research, developed a groundbreaking theory, and challenged everything the sages before them thought they knew. And then the title of genius would be attached to her name. That law of free fall would carry her name, and just thinking about it was enough to make Isabella's heart race. Even though her heart was pounding with excitement, Isabella managed to keep her icy expression and replied, "Fine, if you insist, I guess I can help you out." "Awesome, then thank you in advance, Senior." From that moment on, the hatred Isabella felt for the underclassman named Brian suddenly disappeared. Before, she just saw him as some annoying guy who was known for messing with the female students. Now she realized Blair wasn't just sharp and handsome, but he also knew how to share the glory. Even so, Isabella didn't want to look too eager. But after hesitating for a second, she decided to speak up. "Hey, Blair, from now on, we're partners. So if anyone at the academy dares to give you trouble in the future, just tell me, and I'll take care of it." Just not being hassled by this girl is already a blessing, Brian thought to himself. But of course, he wasn't dumb enough to say it out loud. He just politely thanked her and held out his hand. In reality, a friendly handshake was totally normal in this situation. Yet Isabella couldn't help but blush like crazy. She even mistakenly thought that Brian wanted to hold her hand. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Where are my 10 gold coins?" Blair replied innocently. "Our protagonist certainly didn't let us down. Women are like passing clouds. Only money is true love." Isabella had almost completely forgotten about this 10 gold coin bet. Now Blair's eyes were shining so bright they were about to turn into 2 sparkling gold coins. Isabella was pretty crushed by this. He was only focused on getting his money while she was fooling herself into thinking he wanted to hold her hand. Her mind was really messing with her. In the end, Isabella, being a person of her word, just gave Blair the 10 gold coins. After all, she was the daughter of the Lord of Paul City, so this small amount of money was nothing to her. But for Blair, it was a different story. This was a massive fortune. He struck it rich with just 1 bet, and for the rest of the day he was on cloud 9. Isabella watched his money-grubbing behavior for a long time. Although she knew she was being a bit nosy, her curiosity finally won, forcing her to ask Blair, "You don't seem very interested in fame and glory, even though you seem to value money a lot. But I get the feeling your goal isn't just about money. So what is it that you're truly after?" Brian stays silent, not saying a word. In the quiet space, you could only hear the wind whistling past his ears. How could he tell her that he always longed for his past life? How could he confess that he just wanted to go back to being Chen Luo, a simple math teacher living his own life with his close friends instead of having to live this life as the student Brian? For that reason, he ultimately gave a vague reply. "Senior, what are you talking about? I just want to earn a lot of money to make life a little more comfortable. It's getting late, so I'm gonna head out. Senior Isabella, I'll get going first. See you tomorrow." With that, Blair turned and left, leaving Isabella standing there watching him walk away with a super complicated feeling. The next morning, Blair went to class as usual. He had to admit one thing. Dozing off in class was way more comfortable than huddling in that tiny cubicle in the library. Speaking of which, Blair remembered the 10 gold coins he had earned yesterday. With a decent chunk of change in hand, he started thinking about finding a better place to live. While lost in thought about finding a decent place to live, Blair's desk was suddenly slammed with a deafening bang. He jumped in surprise, and what he saw was shocking. It was Ba's murderous face. "You good-for-nothing senior fish is looking for you. Why don't you get your sorry self up and go, who's fish?" Blair asked innocently, as he truly had no memory of that name. But in Ba's eyes, this was just a lame attempt at playing dumb. He then got even more pissed off, shouting, "I'm warning you, know your place. Do you really think that just because you can shoot a fireball you can be so arrogant?" He even lunged forward, aggressively grabbing Blair's collar with one hand. Ba let go. In this situation, the person who should have shown up and said that was Toby. But this time, the one who told Ba to let go was the young man he had just called Senior Fish. This was the first time Blair had ever seen this person. And he just looked like a skinny, bookish blonde guy as fragile as paper. But he was rolling with 2 huge, burly guys who looked like serious thugs. Even though it was their first meeting, Blair could sense this guy was not someone to be messed with. Your Blair Fish took a few steps forward and asked in an interrogating tone. Before Blair could even confirm, the other guy let out a loud, cold snort, and Blair wondered if he had misheard. But Blair could feel that the snort was filled with contempt. After Ba reluctantly let him go, Blair calmly straightened his clothes, then stood tall to face Fish and replied, "I'm Blair. May I ask why a senior is looking for me?" Fish didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. He was here to warn Blair to know his place and stay away from Isabella. Because according to him, Isabella was not the kind of person someone like Blair could just casually hit up. Fish's attitude was clearly super hostile. And after a few brief words, he immediately turned to leave. His bodyguards wanted to stay and teach Blair a lesson. But Fish didn't seem like the type to solve things with his fists. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into Toby, who was rushing in frantically. Although Fish looked clearly annoyed, luckily no fight broke out. Toby rushed straight to Blair's side and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? What just happened here?" "It's nothing, just some guy named Fish and Ba came by to spout some nonsense," Blair replied in his usual chill tone. But as soon as Toby heard the name Fish, his face immediately went pale. It was just like the last time Isabella came looking for this guy. His friend's reaction made Blair feel a bit uneasy. "Don't tell me this Fish guy is the son of some city lord too." "That's Senior Fish. And is there anyone here at San Donato Academy who isn't afraid of him? Probably only a weirdo like you, who buries your head in books and ignores the world, wouldn't know what fear is." Fish isn't a city lord's son, but he comes from the Hogwarts family, the renowned family in Paul City. He's the son of Viscount Hogwarts. And this Viscount Hogwarts is a member of the numerology sect. There was once a numerology sect on Earth too, the Pythagorean school, whose members believed the entire universe could be explained by rational numbers. And that was the dominant principle until irrational numbers were discovered. Right now, a lot of teachers at San Donato Academy are also members of the numerology sect. And even they have to show him some respect. For that very reason, absolutely no one in this academy dares to mess with Fish. Blair, I know you're so mesmerized by Senior Isabella's beauty that it's hard to break free. But I'm seriously telling you, never underestimate a warning from Fish. Toby earnestly advised his friend. But the ironic truth was, from the very beginning, Blair had never been into Isabella at all. Getting caught up in this mess that just dropped in his lap was just super annoying and giving him a headache. After school, Blair went to Miss Brittany's office like usual, but his mind was no longer on the law of freefall because his thoughts were now completely consumed by magic. He was busy imagining the incredible power of combining the fireball spell with the oxygen sphere he had just created. Although he knew its power was no joke, the clunky process of summoning the fireball first, and then the oxygen sphere took up way too much precious time, especially when casting spells instantly without any wasted motion was Blair's greatest trump card. That's why he was racking his brain trying to figure out how to summon two different elements at the same time. Blair's zoned-out expression annoyed Isabella, who was sitting next to him. "Hey, aren't you going to take Miss Brittany's homework seriously? She's checking it tomorrow." In response, Blair just let out a long yawn and casually handed Isabella a piece of paper that looked like scrap paper, but it contained detailed solutions to all the problems. He had finished it a long time ago while Isabella was still struggling with half of the assignment. Noticing the look of total shock on her face, Blair explained that a lot of the questions couldn't be solved using just the usual methods. You needed to find a smarter way to do it. As Isabella was focused on studying Blair's solutions, he suddenly realized that the girl next to him was also a talented mage. Since Miss Brittany was gone, he figured he might as well ask Isabella to help him figure something out. Just like that, Blair immediately sat up straight. "Oh right, Senior Isabella, can I ask how many fireballs you can summon at once right now, 9? "Why do you ask?" Isabella's casual reply was enough to leave Blair speechless. "9, how can you do that?" And then as soon as he asked that question, that familiar look appeared on Isabella's face. To say she was looking down on him would be a bit harsh, but it was definitely full of sarcasm. "Don't tell me our genius Junior Blair is still summoning fireballs one by one, are you?" Though he was a little embarrassed, Blair had to admit the harsh truth. For the past few days, he had pored over countless magic books, but not a single one explained how to summon multiple elements at once. "Of course," Isabella said. "Standard magic books only cover the basic theories and never get into specific techniques. However, my father hired a special high-level magic advisor, and this technique of summoning multiple elements is something I learned from them." Isabella's face was now filled with confidence and pride. Some people have all the luck, Blair thought to himself. Noticing the jealous look in his eyes, Isabella suddenly had an idea to mess with him a little. "But if someone were to sweetly call me Big Sister, I might consider sharing this secret technique." Obviously, she was sure that someone as arrogant as Blair would never humble himself in front of her like that. To her surprise, the moment she finished speaking, Blair replied without a second's hesitation. "Yes, Big Sister." He was so shameless. The tables had turned, and now it was Isabella who was blushing beet red. However, she was a person of her word, so Isabella didn't go back on her promise and decided to teach Blair. They both left the teacher's office and headed to the school's backyard. There, Isabella showed off her amazing multi-fireball summoning skill for Blair, leaving him standing there with his jaw on the floor. She not only summoned 9 blazing fireballs at once, but all of them also stayed super stable, according to Isabella's explanation. The secret to casting multiple fireballs at once is the ability to split your spiritual power, which is something a lot of mages get wrong. They believe that spiritual power can only be focused on a single point. But the truth is, with enough skill, it can be spread out in many different directions. Then each split stream of spiritual power can summon an independent magical element. And that is how she does it, that is summoning countless fireballs at once. My dearest Senior Isabella, can I ask, can each split stream of spiritual power summon different magical elements? Bray kept going with his question. Student, your question is really sharp. In theory, that's totally possible, but in reality, it's super difficult. I like trying to draw a circle with your left hand and a square with your right at the same time, Isabella explained. Unfortunately, the sight of them happily chatting caught Ba's eye, who was hiding behind a wall. And from where he was standing, it looked like they had some kind of shady relationship. However, Ba wasn't the only one who saw this moment because Fish was also standing right there. And he was so mad he could have punched a hole right through the wall. From that moment on, Fish swore to himself that he would teach that blind kid a lesson he'd never forget for daring to ignore his warning. At the same time, 9 fireballs lined up in a perfect, spectacular row, shocking anyone who saw it. The spiritual power was split perfectly into 9 parts, and the one who pulled this off was none other than Chen Luo, who was focusing intensely on controlling his power. Outside, he was training with Isabella. With her hands on her hips, she told him, "Remember, do it exactly like I just showed you and split your spiritual power one step at a time." After she said that, Isabella closed her eyes and added comfortingly, "But hey, it's totally normal if you can't get it right away. It took me a whole 6 months to be able to split my spiritual power consistently." Just then, a fireball exploded violently from Chen Luo's hand, followed by a deafening boom that made Isabella's eyes fly open in shock. Right in front of her was Chen Luo, calmly holding 9 blazing fireballs. Isabella was so shocked her eyes went wide with disbelief. She was stunned for a long second before stammering, how did you do that?" Chen Luo, while still holding the fireballs, answered casually, "I just did it the way you taught me, senior. I split my spiritual power into 9 parts and then summoned them." Hearing his casual tone and seeing his totally straight face, Isabella got furious. She pointed right in his face and yelled, "No, that's not what I'm asking. I mean, how the heck did you do it instantly?" Chen Luo put on an innocent face and asked like he was confused, "Isn't this something you can do right away once you know the trick? Don't tell me it wasn't like that for you, Senior Isabella." That innocent question was like a critical hit, making her freeze on the spot and start questioning her own existence. Right after that, only one thought ran through Isabella's mind. This monster not only has insane math skills, but his magic talent is this broken too. Isabella stared hard at Chen Luo, her cheeks turning red as she thought to herself, "Is this really someone the gods abandoned? He's obviously a chosen one." Then, as if snapping out of it, she stomped her foot on the ground. Isabella lunged forward and shouted in frustration, making both the 9 fireballs and Chen Luo lean back. "Of course it was the same for me, I even picked it up way faster than you." With that, she quickly turned and ran away, not forgetting to throw a sulky comment back at him. "I'm not teaching you anymore. From now on, if you have any magic questions, figure it out yourself." "Don't you dare show your face to me again!" Chen Luo stood there stunned for a solid minute. The young man scratched his head, wondering to himself, what did I do to make her mad this time? Seriously, figuring out a girl's heart is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Chen Luo casually put his hands in his pockets, but suddenly his hand touched something strange. Instantly, the young man's eyes lit up like he'd just found a treasure. He let out a questioning, "Huh?" In the distance, Isabella had already gotten pretty far, her feet hitting the ground hard with every step, giving off a furious vibe. As she walked, she muttered under her breath, "That total jerk. He's driving me crazy." Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed Isabella's wrist. It was Chen Luo. The sudden action made her freeze in surprise. Isabella angrily spun around and snapped, "You weirdo! What do you think you're doing now?" Isabella glanced down suspiciously, and in Chen Luo's open palm was a super cute cat pendant sparkling in the sunlight. Chen Luo gave a bright smile and said in a gentle voice, "My dear Senior Isabella." With that, he started to explain, "The only reason I was able to get the hang of magic this time is all thanks to your amazing teaching." After speaking, Chen Luo bowed deeply, showing his sincere gratitude. "Please accept this small token of my appreciation." His serious attitude and formal words left Isabella stunned, and her heart suddenly started beating like crazy for some reason. The cat pendant in Chen Luo's hand now looked incredibly beautiful to Isabella, giving off a mesmerizing sparkle. She was captivated by it without even realizing. Her cheeks slowly turned red and her heart just kept pounding nonstop. She glanced at Chen Luo's charming smile and reluctantly commented, "I guess you have some decency after all." Even though she was secretly thinking, "This weirdo is actually not so bad," Isabella still snatched the necklace from his hand and ran away blushing. As she ran, she tried to shout something that was the opposite of how she felt. "And this necklace is totally ugly, but who knew karma would strike so fast after running just a few steps?" Isabella tripped and totally face-planted. She cried out in pain, startling Tranlok, who anxiously called after her, "Senior, watch out." So embarrassed she wanted to die. Isabella quickly scrambled to her feet to dust off her clothes, then let out a loud huff to cover it up. She whirled around, frowning and giving Tranlok a death glare. Startled by the intense stare, the young man flinched, screaming internally, "Oh my God! Why'd she turn back to look at me like that? What should I do now? Run over and help her up, or am I just gonna get my head bitten off again?" Fortunately, Isabella decided to just keep booking it. Before leaving, she didn't forget to throw a nasty comment over her shoulder. "This is all your fault, you jerk." Tranlak could only stand there totally speechless at his moody senior. From the distance, Isabella's shout still echoed, "You just wait! I'm not letting you get away with this." The young man let out a tired sigh. "Did I do something wrong again?" With that, Tranlak lay back on the grass, casually gazing at the blue sky and white clouds lost in thought. Seriously, if she didn't like it, she shouldn't have taken it. I spent a whole 50 silver coins to buy it. The young man lay there staring up at the sky for a long time. Tranlak continued to complain to himself. I actually got this gift to thank Miss Brittany. You know well, this is just perfect. Just then, a few huge shadows crept up, breaking his train of thought. 3 beefy guys were towering over Tranlak, glaring daggers at him. He instantly knew he was in trouble. The blonde dude who looked like the leader spoke up first. Hey kid, if I remember right, Senior Fish already gave you a warning. Didn't he? He growled. Stay away from Senior Isabella. But Tranlak just kept quiet. His face was a total blank, not saying a word. After a second, he slowly got to his feet. He stood there facing the 3 thugs. Boxed in by their huge bodies, Tranlak looked tiny and totally outmatched. He looked like he was about to get wrecked. And of course, in a situation like this, the best plan is to book it. Tranlak took off before they could even blink. The dude had no choice but to run for his life, and the 3 of them immediately growled and took off after him, yelling while they ran. You punk stop if you got any guts. Tranlak thought to himself, these guys are such a pain. I gotta lose them. But the 3 dudes couldn't keep up. So they hit below the belt yelling out, hey, don't tell me you're a chicken just like your old man who only knew how to run from a fight and die a coward's death. Huh. The trash talk clearly worked, because Tranlak's brow twitched, and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, the thugs pressed their advantage. What's the matter, done running? Keep going, Ba taunted all cocky. Did I strike a nerve? The second he said that, he charged forward, throwing a punch at Tranlak while yelling, you asked for this, you moron. Before Ba's fist could even connect, it slammed into an invisible magic shield. The recoil sent him flying backward, landing flat on his butt, his hands sizzling from the insane heat. They had officially messed with the wrong guy, and Tranlak had no reason to hold back anymore. It was time to teach these clowns a lesson they'd never forget. He channeled his magic and turned to face them, his eyes blazing. Ba was still grabbing his burnt hand, whining, it hurts so much. Tranlak shot back in a dark voice. He might not have been my real father, but he was a brave soldier who gave his life for his country on the battlefield. The murderous vibe coming off him made Ba's face go pale with fear, and Tranlak kept going. He was a great father. Tranlak's eyes were burning with rage. You people have no right to talk trash about him. You get it. Ba's 2 buddies stared in horror at Tranlak's magic, and one of them stammered. 9, there are 9 of them. The whole crew freaked out and yelled together. That's 9 fireballs. How is that even possible? The second they said that, the 2 chicken-hearted lackeys immediately turned tail and ran for their lives, leaving their boss to face the music alone. This made him roar in anger. Hey, you 2 jerks! Tranlak frowned and coldly walked toward the only one left on the ground. The 9 fireballs floating in the air had seriously scared Boss so bad he was about to scream. He stammered out a plea. You don't come any closer. Tranlak's anger hadn't cooled down at all, as he kept walking forward, making Boss scream in a panic. The academy rules totally forbid students from fighting. He smirked and said, oh, so you do know that rule exists. Backed into a corner, Ba was shaking and said, You wouldn't dare do anything crazy. Tranlak completely ignored him and unleashed a massive magic attack aimed right at the fool in front of him. He even added a threat, should have said that a little sooner. The 9 fireballs shot toward Ba. All Ba could do was cringe and cover his head in fear. But then Tranlak suddenly sensed someone coming up from behind him while Ba, still totally clueless, could only scream, help me, realizing he was still okay. Ba peeked through his tear-filled eyes, only to see Tranlak suddenly collapse right in front of him, leaving him completely floored. Everything just seemed to freeze for a second. Then Ba finally worked up the nerve, carefully walked over and poked Tranlak with his finger. The ringleader thought to himself, what the heck is up with this psycho? Oh well, time to bounce. Without a second thought, he immediately turned to get out of there, muttering to himself, whatever, I'm out of here. Behind him, 3 figures had already surrounded Chen Luo. As he was trying to make a run for it, Ba was suddenly stopped in his tracks, which scared the daylights out of him. Ba, stop! He threw his hands up in fear, stammering, I didn't do anything. Just as Ba was frantically trying to explain himself, Chen Luo's eyes snapped open. Please believe me, he just fell on his own. As he sat up, he saw Miss Brittany and 2 other people standing there, and she immediately started questioning him. He ended up like this and you did nothing. Don't think for a second I don't know that you guys are always picking on other students. Ba desperately kept trying to explain, it's not like that. He had no choice but to reveal part of the truth. Okay, it's true I was going to do something at first, but what just went down isn't what you think. Miss Brittany, please let me explain. But Vice Principal Canvin cut him off. Shut up, that's enough. He turned to scold Ba. Blair collapsed right in front of you. Do you think we're all blind? How dare you still try to pull such a shameless stunt at a time like this? You've completely disgraced this academy. After saying that, Vice Principal Canvin turned away in frustration. Get to my office immediately. You'll wait there until I'm done. And then I'll come back to deal with you. The color drained from Ba's face, and he could only mumble in agreement as he was shoved away. Then the vice principal turned to the guest beside him and said apologetically, My apologies, Vice President Cavan. Our academy's discipline has been a bit lax, and I'm sorry you had to witness such an unpleasant scene. Vice President Cavan seemed to understand. Replying to Vice Principal Canvin, scuffles between young men in a school setting like this are pretty common. With that, he and the vice principal started to walk away. He didn't forget to add, however, it still needs to be handled strictly. Meanwhile, Blair was already lying comfortably in Miss Brittany's arms. The voices of the two officials echoed from a distance. But what worried Brittany now was Blair's condition, as she realized her student had woken up. "Blair," she exclaimed happily. As soon as Blair opened his eyes, his face flushed red, he got a nosebleed, and his soul felt like it was soaring to the heavens. "Oh my God, I've seen heaven and there's even an angel waving at me." Seeing her student's strange reaction, Brittany worriedly shook him. "Blair, are you okay?" The shaking made Blair dizzy, and he struggled to reply, "I was fine, but I'm about to be smothered to death." Hearing this, Brittany was overjoyed and hugged him tightly. "I'm so glad you're okay. Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Blair replied apologetically. "Miss Brittany, I'm really sorry." Vice Principal Canvin cleared his throat, breaking the touching moment. He stepped closer and said, "Blair, regarding this incident, the Academy guarantees it will be handled strictly to make sure you get justice. However, we came here today for another more important matter we wanted to discuss with you." Miss Brittany then snapped back to reality. "Oh, that's right, I almost forgot to make introductions." She gestured towards the two men. "This is Vice Principal Canvin, who you probably already know, and this is Vice President Cavan from the Mathematics Association." Blair nodded to show he understood, then bowed politely. "Hello, Vice Principal Canvin. Hello, Vice President Cavan." The Vice President puffed out his chest and spoke in an authoritative tone. "To be able to help Miss Brittany here complete the solution to Loss's problem, you really live up to your reputation as an outstanding prodigy in the world of mathematics." Hearing this, Brittany immediately spoke up. "Vice President Cavan, I'm afraid you're mistaken." With the utmost integrity, Brittany corrected the record for Blair's sake. "Loss's problem was solved entirely by Blair all on his own. I only helped him compile it into a thesis." After hearing this, Vice Principal Canvin's expression turned serious, and he subtly reminded her, "Solving Loss's problem would be a huge advantage for you in the running for the Edwin Award this year. Plus, it's also a great honor for our Baocheng campus." He made an offer. "If you agree, the campus will give its full support to help you win the prestigious Edwin Award." Vice President Cavan also added, "Miss Brittany, I think you should consider this carefully. The Edwin Award is the highest honor in the field of mathematics." Their words echoed, emphasizing that whether it was for her personally or for the Academy, this was an opportunity of huge significance. Completely contrary to the two officials' expectations, Brittany stood firm in her position. She shot back bluntly, "And why can't it be Blair?" Hearing this, Vice Principal Canvin could only sigh. He explained patiently, "In terms of mathematics, the boy is still too young. He doesn't have any significant achievements to his name like you do. Even if you vouch for him and say he solved Loss's problem, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the experts." Those words did indeed make Brittany waver slightly. But before she could make a decision, Blair spoke up. "Miss Brittany." Her student's sudden action startled Brittany, and as she turned, she saw Blair approach, gently take her hand and shake his head slightly. Brittany immediately understood what he meant, that she should stop resisting and accept the credit for solving the problem. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, the Vice Principal and Vice President Cavan made an excuse to leave so the two could have some privacy. "Let's just leave it at that. You and Blair can talk it over. Let me know what you guys decide. Whatever happens, the association will totally respect your choice." With that, they took off in a hurry without a second thought. Brittany could only give a reluctant nod. As dusk fell, painting the Academy in shades of twilight, Brittany and Blair walked back to the dorms in silence. A quiet vibe settled between them both, lost in their own complicated thoughts. In the end, she was the one who broke the silence. About the standard solution to the loss problem, while it's not some huge breakthrough, it did solve a major historical puzzle, which is a massive deal in the history of math. Being the straight-up person she was, Brittany still couldn't get behind the idea of taking credit for someone else's work. She kept trying to convince him, "This achievement is all yours. I can't let someone else take the credit." Hearing this, Blair could only stay quiet. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "Miss Brittany, maybe you don't know. Actually, this credit shouldn't be mine either." He totally trusted this teacher because to him, Miss Brittany wasn't just some random person. Those unexpected words made Brittany's heart skip a beat. In the quiet space, her fluttering heartbeat seemed to get even louder. Her confusion quickly turned into embarrassment mixed with a little annoyance, and she stammered, What are you even talking about?" Blair got flustered too and tried to explain, but before he could say a word, she quickly waved him off. "It's getting late. You should go. I still have work to do. I'm heading back." This 180-degree change in attitude totally stunned Blair, and he couldn't help but think, did I say something wrong again? The next morning, the Academy's bulletin board was the center of attention, with a huge crowd of students around it. All eyes were on the announcement and whispers started spreading. "What's the hot gossip now? Who the heck is Blair? That worthless loser dares to write a thesis." Some catty girls whispered to each other, "I can't believe it. That Blair guy gets to co-author a paper with our precious Miss Brittany. I heard it's about some crazy hard riddle." Amidst all the chatter, no one realized the main character of the story was standing right there in the crowd. Even the top scholars were stumped by that loss problem. Blair tried to shrink himself, making himself as invisible as possible, silently blending into the noisy crowd, but the nasty comments just kept coming. Is that Blair guy really smarter than all those top scholars? He's definitely just riding Miss Brittany's coattails. Another person chimed in with disgust. That damn Blair. What kind of spell did he put on Miss Brittany? Blair finally got it, thinking to himself, speechless. I can't believe Miss Brittany still decided to publish the paper under both our names. He finally managed to squeeze out of the crowd and found a hidden corner to duck into. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a vicious curse suddenly cut through the air. You bastard! The sound startled Blair, and he quickly looked toward where it came from, recognizing the familiar back of Vice Dean Calvin, who was standing with a few other guys in a secluded corner. The angry yelling continued to echo. Did you get into another fight at school? Moving closer to check it out, he saw him getting chewed out by a middle-aged man who looked like his father. The man wasn't holding anything back, yelling loudly, Our family worked so hard to send you to study at St. Donato's, just so you could go around fighting like this. The more he talked, the more worked up he got, showing a thin, worn-out face full of anger. He was absolutely furious. You just love causing trouble, don't you? Without even caring that the teacher was standing right there, and with no pity for his own son, Ban's father raised his cane and aimed it right at him, growling, Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Ban could only brace himself in silence, because he knew his father wasn't bluffing, and even Vice Principal Canvin had no intention of stepping in. The dry thud of the cane hitting flesh echoed. This father showed no mercy, even though hitting his son hurt him like his own heart was being ripped out. Taking the full stinging blow, Ban trembled as he struggled to get up while his father had already turned to plead with Vice Principal Canvin. Honorable Vice Principal, from now on, I swear I'll discipline this good-for-nothing son of mine. I'm just asking you to be generous and not expel him. In response to that desperate plea, the Vice Principal replied coldly, I'm sorry, but Student Ban's behavior is unacceptable. He has seriously broken the Academy's rules. We're forced to... Before the Vice Principal could finish, the father suddenly dropped to his knees. This unexpected move stunned both Vice Principal Canvin and Ban. The father bowed low and begged, I'm begging you. This put the Vice Principal in an awkward spot. Ban cried out in alarm, Dad, what are you doing? But his father just clasped his hands, humbling himself completely. I'm begging you, please have mercy. Just as he was about to kowtow to Vice Principal Canvan, Ban couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward to stop him. Dad, don't do that. Just then Blair called out, Vice Principal Canvan. He turned and replied, Good morning, Student Blair. Blair also greeted him politely. Good morning to you, sir? Blair looked curiously at the scene in front of him and asked the Vice Principal, What's going on with Ban? The second he saw him, Ban gritted his teeth, feeling totally humiliated. The Vice Principal calmly explained, Ban seriously broke the rules, so the Academy is getting ready to expel him, he added reassuringly. Don't worry, Brian. We're going to be strict about this. Just then, Ban's dad realized the guy in front of him was his son's victim. Like it was his last hope, he quickly grabbed Brian's sleeve. With no other choice, he swallowed his pride and started begging him too. You have to be Brian, right? I'm begging you, son. The man's tired, worn-out face looked completely desperate. Please forgive Ban. I'll make sure to discipline him at home. Our family worked so hard to get him into this top academy. If he gets expelled now, his whole life will be ruined. Those words really got to Brian. After hesitating for a second, he let out a small sigh and decided to speak up for the father and son. Brian turned to Vice Principal Canvan and said with a smile, Vice Principal Canvan, even though Ban and I had a few small issues to Ban's complete shock, Brian was actually defending him but I don't think it's bad enough for the Academy to punish him this harshly. It's not that serious. The room suddenly went quiet, as the other three lowered their heads in a heavy silence. Everyone was waiting for the final decision. Vice Principal Canvan gave Ban a stern look, and his words were a serious warning. If Brian is going to speak up for Ban like this, then the Academy can temporarily take back the decision to expel him. Hearing this, Ban and his dad held their breath, anxiously waiting for what the Vice Principal would say next. But he wasn't done yet, and he laid out some conditions as a final warning. But listen up, Ban. If you mess up again, the Academy won't give you a second chance. Without the Vice Principal. Needing to say another word, Ban's dad immediately pushed his son's head down into a bow. To show they were sorry and grateful and doing his duty as a father, he yelled in a stern voice, Hurry up and thank Brian and Vice Principal Canvan. He had no choice but to swallow his pride, lowering his head to the Vice Principal and Brian, and painfully forced out the words, Thank you, Vice Principal. Every word seemed to chip away at the last of his pride. And, thank you, Brian. Right after he said it, the bell for the next class rang, and the curious crowd in the hallway quickly scattered as everyone headed to class. Vice Principal Canvan cleared his throat, breaking the super awkward silence, and waved his hand. All right, you two hurry back to class now. A moment later, Brian and Ban were standing in front of their classroom. Looking totally defeated, Ban suddenly spoke up, his voice full of doubt. Brian, why did you... Brian didn't answer right away. His hand rested on the doorknob as he got lost in thought for a second, maybe feeling one last bit of pity for the guy in front of him. Then he said firmly, Don't disappoint your father anymore. His words hit Ban like a splash of cold water, making him question himself and feel super ashamed. After struggling with himself for a moment, He finally worked up the courage to say something sincere. Thank you, Brian. Receiving Ban's genuine thanks. Brian just quietly opened the door and went into the classroom. But right then, Ban, who was behind him, seemed to remember something and quickly called out, "Oh, right." Brian stopped and listened quietly to his serious warning. "Watch out for Fix. That guy isn't gonna let you off the hook that easy." Ban spilled everything he knew about Fix's background, especially that the dude has an uncle who is a vice headmaster at this very academy. After they finished talking, Brian rushed to the library for his part-time shift, muttering the whole time about how it was just one bad thing after another. And now he had to go work his butt off. When he got there, he saw the librarian was already waiting at the door with a serious look on his face. Brian was a little confused and greeted him. "Hello, sir." The man didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. "Brian, did you tick off someone important recently?" Brian stayed surprisingly calm and asked back, "Did something happen, sir?" Seeing Brian's clueless look, the librarian just sighed in frustration and slowly explained what was going on. "Starting tomorrow, you don't work at the library anymore. You also have to clear out your sleeping spot behind the partition. This is a direct order from a vice headmaster." The bad news hit him like a ton of bricks, leaving him with no choice but to quickly pack up his few things and head to his math teacher's office, Miss Brittany. When she saw Brian show up, she got right to the point too. "I was just about to take you and Isabella to the math club's academic exchange party tonight." Noticing he looked worried, she asked, "Brian, is something wrong? Can it wait until tomorrow?" Brian felt kinda awkward with his teacher being so concerned. He scratched his head and forced a smile as he explained what was up. "I'm so sorry, Miss Brittany. I just got fired from my job at the library. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I have a spare room at my place that's hardly ever used. You can crash there for now." The sudden offer totally shocked Brian, and a picture of his teacher's daily life just popped into his head, making his face turn bright red. He stammered, "Wait, us living in the same house, would that even be okay?" Even though he was secretly thrilled, he played it cool and politely turned her down. "I think that might be a little awkward." But unlike Brian, who was super embarrassed, Miss Brittany was totally clueless and just wanted to help. "How would it be awkward if we lived together? We can talk about math anytime. And if you have any magic questions, it'd be way more convenient to ask me, right?" Her logic was flawless, so Brian could only scratch his head and mumble, "Yeah, you've got a point." Seeing her student was still on the fence, Miss Brittany sealed the deal. "Great, then it's settled. After the party's over, hurry and move your stuff to my place." Brian could only manage a weak smile, accepting as this weirdly sweet feeling bubbled up inside him. Just then, the office door flew open, and Isabella burst in, looking super excited. "Miss Brittany, I'm here." But then she suddenly froze when she saw Brian. "Why is Brian here?" Brittany calmly explained. "Brian is also coming to this academic exchange party. On top of that, he just quit his job at the library and is moving in with me starting today." Hearing this bombshell, Isabella's face instantly fell. Furious, she growled, "What? How could Miss Brittany let a creep like him live with you?" Brittany quickly tried to calm her down. "Isabella, I've told you a million times. Brian isn't the kind of guy you think he is." Scolded by her teacher, Isabella pouted. "I'm just worried about you. That guy is a total wolf in sheep's clothing, and he's definitely up to no good." Hearing her judgment about him, Brian could only stay quiet and take it. "When the heck did I become a perv?" To break the tension, Brittany just laughed awkwardly and tried to calm Isabella down. "All right, just trust me on this. Go get changed. We need to hurry to the academic mixer, or else we'll be late." Then she turned to Brian and asked, "Do you have something more formal to wear? After all, this is our first time going to a mixer like this, so it's better to dress up a little." Brian hesitated for a sec before asking, "A formal outfit, does a magic robe count, miss?" Brittany smiled kindly and waved her hand. "If you have one, that would be perfect." That night at a huge fancy manor, tons of scholars from all over had gathered, and of course Brian, Isabella, and their math teacher Brittany were there too. All three of them were dressed to the nines, ready for the party. Blown away by the amazing scene, Isabella couldn't help but ask her teacher, "Is this the place, miss?" Brittany cheerfully explained to her two favorite students, "This is the Hogwarts family manor, and it's also where Pow City usually holds its math mixers." She explained that the School of Numbers was one of the top academic institutions, ranking number 1 or 2 in the whole Lauren Kingdom. Because of that, the Hogwarts family's status within the Pow City Mathematics Association is a really big deal. Every single math mixer in Pow City is held at the Hogwarts Manor. Brian quietly checked out the whole estate. Based on what Miss Brittany just said, a thought suddenly hit him. Hogwarts Manor. Could this be Fish's house? Meanwhile, the scholars were already getting into some intense discussions. "What do you think about that calculation method, sir?" Brittany walked over to greet Vice President Calvin. The Vice President recognized her right away and gave them a cheerful welcome. "Brittany, Brian, you're here." Brian gave a polite bow. Standing next to him, Isabella gave him a suspicious look. This guy even knows the Vice President of the Math Association. "Since when?" the Vice President continued cheerfully. "Brittany, some old friends and I were just talking about you. If you don't mind, I'd love to introduce you." Realizing this was grown-up talk, Brittany turned to her two students. "Brian, Isabella, you two go on inside first. I'll catch up with you later." They both nodded and went into the banquet hall. The second he stepped inside, Brian's eyes went wide at the insane feast, thinking to himself, Whoa, look at all this fancy food. Rich people really live on a whole different level. Chowing down on a chicken leg with a glass of wine in his hand, he was in heaven. This is the life. It's the first time I've eaten this good since I got here. Suddenly, Isabella yelled, "Brian, are you a pig or something?" With that, she grabbed his arm and dragged him away, nagging the whole time. "Miss Brittany didn't bring us here so you could act like you've never seen food in your life. You're totally embarrassing us." Just then, something on the wall caught Brian's eye. This is... He stopped dead in front of a painting, making Isabella stop short too. She squinted at the painting and said, "This is the portrait of the family's 7 beauties from the royal capital, the Hogwarts family. What a famous family." Blair blurted out, confused, "The 7 bridges of the capital city." Unfortunately, Fitz overheard him and shot back sarcastically, "You've never even heard of the 7 bridges of the capital city, and you've still got the nerve to show up at this academic gathering? Oh, it's Blair. You probably just came here to mooch off the food, didn't you? Looks like I'll have to retrain the guards at the gate later. How could they let a lowlife like you set foot in here so irresponsible?" Isabella couldn't just stand there and take it, so she jumped to his defense. "Fitz Blair is our guest. You're taking this way too far." Fitz shot back smugly. "Am I wrong? Someone who doesn't even know what the 7 bridges of the capital city is dares to eat here." She didn't waste her breath arguing, just grabbed Blair's hand and pulled him away. "Blair, just ignore this psycho. Let's go somewhere else." Fitz's eyes burned with jealousy as he watched them walk away. What really got him was seeing Isabella's hand holding Blair's so tightly. Fitz swallowed his jealousy and threw out a taunt. "What's wrong, Blair? All you know how to do is hide behind a woman. But Blair wasn't a pushover and shot right back the 7 bridges of the capital city? Sounds pretty interesting. Senior Fitz, I'm ready for you to enlighten me." Isabella thought he was being reckless and quickly tried to stop him. "Blair, don't." Blair gave her a determined look and said, "Senior Isabella, I really want to learn about the 7 bridges of the capital city. Who knows, I might even come up with a new idea." Fitz scoffed. "A new idea, hey Blair? The only reason you got a co-author credit is because Miss Brittany felt sorry for you. Don't tell me you're actually delusional enough to think you're some kind of math whiz." Isabella had enough and stepped in to defend him again. "Fitz, what the hell do you know? The thesis was Blair's idea in the first place. Of course. His name had to be on it." Fitz smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, if he's so talented, let's see what brilliant new ideas he's got." After that, Fitz deliberately raised his voice to get everyone's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? This is Mr. Blair, who just announced he can solve the problem of the 7 bridges of the capital city." Seeing Fitz twisting his words, Isabella's face turned red with anger. Whispers and murmurs started spreading through the room. "Oh, isn't that Blair, the new kid who solved Lois's riddle with Miss Brittany a while ago? He still looks like a total rookie. I don't get what kind of trick he pulled to make someone like Miss Brittany add his name as an author. And now he's arrogant enough to claim he can solve the 7 bridges of the capital city." Hearing the nasty gossip about Blair, both Brittany and the dean immediately looked over at him. Seeing his plan worked perfectly, Fitz said smugly, "Well now, math whiz, don't disappoint all the distinguished guests here." Blair scratched his head confused. "I never said I could solve it." Suddenly a woman's hand grabbed his wrist. Miss Brittany called out his name seriously. "Blair." He looked at her surprised. "Miss Brittany, what are you doing here?" Brittany leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Why were you so stupid as to pick a fight with Fitz? Do you have any idea how scary powerful the Hogwarts family is?" she said with a serious look. "If you piss them off, it's not just our mathematics association. Even our academy will be in deep trouble," Brittany explained. "Besides, the 7 bridges of the capital city is a super hard problem that has stumped tons of scholars for hundreds of years. Fitz is using it to put you on the spot. He clearly wants to embarrass you in front of everyone." Just then, Fitz, holding a glass of red wine, casually walked over to them and said mockingly, "Hello, Miss Brittany. Your student sure knows how to put on a show. Didn't you once call Blair a math whiz?" Why the lack of faith now? Brittany was about to tear into Fitz, but before she could finish, Blair stopped her. "It's okay." He looked at her with a determined expression. "Just let me give it a shot. Just consider this my way of thanking Senior Fitz for helping me switch jobs at the library." Hearing that, both Isabella and Brittany instantly understood why he was reacting so strongly. She asked worriedly, "Blair, are you sure about this?" Blair ignored her, turning to face Senior Fitz and confronting him directly. "If you insist." "Senior, I accept the challenge to solve the 7 bridges of the capital city problem." Fitz replied with a casual, challenging tone. "I really didn't expect you to be so arrogant." "Fine. Let's see what brilliant ideas you've got." With that, he started telling the legend of the 7 bridges of the capital city, a puzzle created by the founder of the Hogwarts family himself. It's been several hundred years since he created the problem, and besides the founder himself, no one has ever been able to solve it. This story began several hundred years ago when the founder of our Hogwarts family held an important position in the capital city. He noticed the unique layout of the land here and drew it out as a diagram. Back then, the inner part of the capital wasn't as bustling as it is now. It was split in two by the Lauren River, and 2 islands rose up in the middle of it. To make travel and trade easier, people built 7 bridges to connect the 2 riverbanks and the 2 islands. The residents of the capital city depended on these 7 bridges to get across and interact with each other. Then one day, while looking at the 7 bridges, the patriarch suddenly got an idea. He sketched out their layout and asked himself a question. Is it possible to start from any point, cross each bridge exactly once, and then end up back where you started? When the patriarch announced this idea, it immediately grabbed the attention of the academic world, all across the kingdom. Countless famous scholars of that era flocked to the capital city hoping to find the solution. But even after tons of attempts over a long time, no one could figure out a route that didn't cross the same bridge twice. Until one day, the founding patriarch himself finally found the solution. He announced the great news to the mathematical community across the kingdom and decided to announce it to the public the next morning. The next day, almost every scholar in the kingdom had gathered in front of the 7 bridges. But they waited from dawn until sunset, and the patriarch never showed up. It wasn't until several days later that his body was found. Unfortunately, it seems that on the night before the announcement, he was so excited that he carelessly slipped and fell into the river. The patriarch's death was a huge loss for the kingdom's entire mathematical world, and the solution to the 7 bridges problem was lost forever. Even we, the descendants of the Hogwarts family, don't know what the solution was. Several hundred years have passed since then, and countless scholars have tried to solve it, but no one has ever succeeded. Fish added with a smug look. Even though the solution was lost to commemorate the founding patriarch, who came up with the 7 bridges problem, and was the only one to find the answer, our Hogwarts family had this problem carved in the Great Hall. He stood before the carving, holding his head high, and said, "This is the pride of a family with a mathematical tradition like ours." Chen Luo, after listening to the whole story, was lost in thought, silently making calculations. Just as I figured, this so-called 7 bridges of the royal capital is really just a variation of the legendary 7 bridges problem. It's this world's version of Euler's problem. But that guy Fish, after his subtle flex about his family, didn't forget to throw out a taunt. "So, oh great genius, have you figured out the solution to those 7 famous riddles yet?" Chen Luo just stroked his chin, his tone strangely calm. "No, I can't solve it. And what's more, it can never be solved." Hearing this, Fish smirked triumphantly, then couldn't help but burst into arrogant laughter. "So is that your final answer, huh? Weren't you acting so smug just a minute ago? Oh, great genius." Immediately, the contemptuous whispers started up again. "I told you so, didn't I, Alice?" Countless scornful looks and jeers were aimed at Chen Luo. As expected, this guy was just all talk and didn't know his own limits. "Is that so?" The girl beside him replied nonchalantly, but her eyes were fixed on Chen Luo, who stayed completely calm amidst the whispers, not wavering one bit. Alice frankly stated her opinion. "I have a feeling he's not as ordinary as he looks." And then Chen Luo suddenly spoke up as if answering everyone. "The reason I couldn't find a solution," he declared clearly, emphasizing every word, "is because the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem itself has no solution." The second he finished, the whole room just exploded into chaos. Brittany and Isabella stared at each other like totally stunned and not believing what they just heard. "What no solution, Fish?" Who was still acting all cocky, yelled, "Yo, you so-called genius! What kind of garbage are you even talking about? Just 'cause you can't figure it out, you're gonna say it's impossible. Do you have any clue that the OG patriarch of our Hogwarts family already solved this?" Chen Lu shot back instantly. "Then let me ask you this. Can you show me any proof that your ancestor actually found a solution? Is there like any real evidence that a solution even exists?" At that point, Fish couldn't even hide how ticked off he was and growled, "What are you trying to say? How dare you diss a legend? Do you have any idea what a big deal our first patriarch was in this kingdom?" A heavy thud echoed, and then a super commanding voice cut in, "That's enough." It was Viscount Hogwarts. "Fish, how many times do I have to tell you that our family's honor isn't some jacket you can just wear to show off?" The Viscount stepping in made Fish, who was seriously fuming, totally shut up and back down, saying in this tiny, shaky voice, "I'm sorry, father." The Viscount then turned his piercing gaze on Chen Lu, sizing him up for a second before asking, "You must be Blair. Calvin told me about you." He immediately bowed his head respectfully. "It's an honor to meet you, Viscount Hogwarts." The Viscount spoke in a harsh, superior tone. "Blair, I saw that whole debate between you two just now. How he acted was definitely out of line, and I apologize for him." As he finished, his whole vibe changed completely, getting dead serious with a hint of a threat. "However, you claiming the 7 bridges of the royal capital is unsolvable is basically like dragging my ancestor's name through the mud. I hope you'll think about that and take it back." Facing all that pressure, Chen Luo just answered calmly, "Sir, I'm not trying to cause any trouble, but you can't change the truth. The 7 bridges of the royal capital really has no solution." Isabella kept watching Chen Luo, a little bit of worry creeping into her eyes as she thought, "Wow, I don't think I've ever seen him this intense before." Viscount Hogwarts' brows furrowed, not even trying to hide his anger anymore. "Blair, are you sure you've thought about the consequences here?" But he stood his ground completely. Reaching into his pocket, Chen Luo calmly said, "In that case, just let me show everyone why the 7 bridges of the royal capital has no solution." He pulled a pen out of his pocket and started to lay out the proof for his insane claim, ready to break down a super hard problem. "A lot of people before me tried to find a solution by just experimenting, which is a respectable method. But when it comes to being efficient," he kept talking while sketching on a piece of paper, I'm afraid that's just a one-way road to a dead end. Because the number of the possible paths is way, way bigger than what any human could possibly calculate. After saying that, Blair held up the paper he'd just finished. Please take a look at this. He pointed to the diagram he'd just made, his voice totally steady as he started to reveal his answer. Basically, the first move is to turn this super complicated real-world problem into a way simpler math question. On this paper, let's just think of each piece of land as a dot, and each bridge connecting two pieces of land as a line. And when you do that, you get a diagram like this one. Blair's eyes and his whole expression were just radiating confidence. So the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem can be asked a new way. Is it possible to draw this whole thing with one single line starting from any dot, and trace over all the lines without repeating a single one? If you can do that, it proves there's a route that starts on one piece of land, crosses every single bridge exactly one time, and gets you back to where you started. All the guests at the party were totally blown away by his logic. No one had ever thought about it like that. It was brilliant. The girl next to Alice couldn't hide how impressed she was, gushing about Blair. To think he came up with this, turning a real-life problem into a few simple lines, is a legit game-changing way of thinking. Then she glanced over at Alice, her eyes basically saying, "You have good taste in people." You were right. This Mr. Blair is seriously something else. Alice stayed quiet. She just crossed her arms, totally focused on his presentation. Meanwhile, Blair kept explaining everything perfectly, except for the start and end points. Whenever someone crosses a bridge to get to a landmass, they have to use another bridge to leave it. He drew a little diagram with arrows showing people coming and going. Now let's think about this. The number of lines are connected to each dot. If the number of lines is odd, we'll call it an odd point. If it's even, we'll call it an even point. Brittany suddenly looked like she had a major revelation. Starting to totally get Blair's solution, her eyes lit up. She understood. If you want to make a complete loop getting back to your exact starting spot, then the number of times you go into a point has to equal the number of times you leave it, which means all the points in the diagram have to be even points. That's the only way the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem can have a solution. He looked at her and smiled, totally approving. Exactly, Lady Brittany. That's the heart of the whole thing. All of a sudden, a voice came out of the crowd. It was the young guy with the glasses, who'd been watching this whole thing go down. Hold up, if that's the logic, then aren't all 4 points of the royal capital's 7 bridges? He didn't even get to finish, when Blair totally read his mind and jumped in. Exactly. By now, I'm sure everyone gets it. All 4 points on the map of the royal capital's 7 bridges have an odd number of connections. So there's literally no path that lets you start at one spot, cross all 7 bridges, without hitting the same one twice and end up back where you started. His voice got super firm and he said it again. Long story short, the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem has no solution. The entire room was dead silent, totally impressed. The guy with glasses was just like, "Whoa, a perfect proof. So the 7 bridges problem really is impossible." Fitz, after hearing Blair's whole takedown, couldn't hold it in anymore and just roared, "What kind of garbage are you spewing?" Meanwhile, Viscount Hogwarts never in a million years thought the truth about the crazy 7 bridges problem would get exposed by some random outsider. He couldn't help but think, so that's the real story. Has the great Hogwarts family been running a scam all these years? No way. Viscount Hogwarts had to face the messed up reality that his family's famous puzzle never even had a solution. The truth was, the whole 7-generation solution thing was a complete lie from the start. Fitch, still refusing to accept that Chen Luo owned him, screamed, "Everybody don't listen to this guy's lies." But it was pretty obvious no one in the room was listening to his pathetic excuses anymore. Alice gave Fitch a look of total disgust and said, "Lies. The only one spewing lies here is probably the first head of your house who tricked smart people all over the kingdom for so many years." Fitch, feeling like he'd been totally crushed, desperately turned to Viscount Hogwarts, pleading, "Father, you have to say something." Seeing the Viscount just standing there like a statue, he whimpered, "Father, come on." But the only answer Fitch got was a solid punch from his own dad, sending him crashing to the floor. Viscount Hogwarts, absolutely fuming, screamed at Fitch, "Shut your stupid mouth." He just kept tearing into his son. "If it wasn't for you, you total disgrace to this family." After his rant, Viscount Hogwarts shot a nasty look at Chen Luo and growled, "You were slick this time, but just you wait." The Viscount snorted, trying to bottle up his rage, and turned to leave his face a mask of pure anger. "Hey, hold on a second." Chen Luo's voice cut through the tension. He called out to him. Hearing that, Viscount Hogwarts froze, just barely turning his head to look back. Chen Luo said loud and clear, "According to the kingdom's mathematical society rules, since I solved Fitch's little problem, he's got to answer one of my questions. I'm not wrong about that, am I, Viscount Hogwarts?" Hearing that challenge, the Viscount's hand gripped his cane tighter, while his other hand just dangled there. It was like Viscount Hogwarts' throat was clogged up or something, and he made this dry, raspy sound. He slowly answered, "You don't need to remind me. We know how to play by the rules. If you've got a question, then just ask it." Chen Luo had this super calm vibe of someone who knew he'd already won, but he wasn't being a jerk about it. He coolly laid out his problem. My question is actually super simple. For a square with sides that are 1 unit long, what's the length of its diagonal?" Hearing a question that sounded so basic, Viscount Hogwarts was stunned for a second, and Brittany was totally shocked, looking at Chen Luo like he was crazy. Then she leaned in close to his ear and whispered so only they could hear. Hello, don't you know their family is the one who came up with the Hogwarts theorem? In reply, he just stayed quiet, not bothering to explain himself yet. On the other hand, Viscount Hogwarts looked like he'd gotten his confidence back, and he answered, according to the Hogwarts theorem for a square with a side length of 1, the square of the diagonal's length is 2. That's the most basic knowledge there is. Hearing that, a sly smile crept onto Chen Luo's face. He narrowed his eyes a little and shot back. Viscount, you still haven't answered my question. I didn't ask for the square of the diagonal, I asked for the length of the diagonal itself. As he finished, the corners of his mouth turned up even more. At that point, the anger inside Viscount Hogwarts just exploded. He was about to go totally ballistic from being backed into a corner and played by a kid like Chen Luo. From a corner of the room, people started whispering again. A guy's voice thoughtfully said, you know, he's right. I've never really thought about what the actual length of the diagonal is. Another person chimed in. It should be a simple number, right? Seeing the Viscount looking a little panicked, Chen Luo felt even more sure about his theory. Just like I thought. Everything is going exactly as planned. Turns out this guy knew that number existed the whole time. Chen Luo stroked his chin, his mind racing through all the angles. He remembered his old world where scientists were respected, sure, but most people didn't know who they were. Compared to the massive discoveries that changed everything for humanity, the public was way more interested in other things. In all that pointless drama and celebrity gossip. Chen Luo's mind flashed back to the real world he was from. But this world, it was a total 180. Even though their tech was still just starting out, scholars were put on this insane pedestal. Chen Luo kept piecing it together. He realized the people here were all about knowledge, even ranking it higher than actual powerful magic. Any scholar who made a huge scientific breakthrough, no matter where they were from, got mad respect from everyone. Even the royals and the nobles had to bow down to them. Because of that, all the brainiacs with the same vibe got together and started their own schools, controlling tons of cash and political power, and becoming a force you really couldn't mess with. In a flash, Chen Luo felt like he finally got the basic rundown of the world he'd just landed in. The School of Numbers was one of those major powers. As a super famous family of math whizzes, House Hogwarts was basically the heart and soul of this school. That top spot gave them a crazy amount of influence in the kingdom's whole math scene. It was so intense that even Isabella's dad, the respected Lord of Paul City, had to show some serious deference to House Hogwarts. Long story short, the School of Numbers was this wild mix of a political party, a super nerd club, and like a cult that was totally obsessed with numbers. They believed that everything in the universe, no matter what it was, could be perfectly explained and measured using numbers. Chen Luo kept going down this rabbit hole. It suddenly hit him that the School of Numbers beliefs were freakishly similar to the Pythagorean school from his old world. That group popped up in ancient Greece, started by the genius scholar Pythagoras. They had their moment and were a huge deal. But their whole belief system had one major fatal flaw. And it was that one little crack that made their entire academic empire crumble. The main reason was that the numbers they worshipped didn't include all real numbers, but were stuck on just rational numbers. He got totally sucked into this piece of history. The Pythagorean school had once gone around claiming that whole numbers and fractions could explain everything in the universe. But the first person to blow that theory out of the water was none other than Hippasus, one of Pythagoras' own students. This guy proved that in a square with a side length of 1, the length of its diagonal couldn't be written as a whole number, and you couldn't write it as a fraction either. To Chen Luo, this discovery was a total bombshell, completely wrecking the Pythagorean school's everything is number mantra and shaking them to their core. The school's followers totally freaked out. When they realized they couldn't solve the problem, they chose a way more messed up way to solve the person who brought it up. In the end, Hippasus was tied to a rock by his own people and thrown into the deep Aegean Sea. But you can't just drown the truth forever. What Hippasus discovered eventually got out to more and more people, and it was the final nail in the coffin for the entire Pythagorean school. Later on, people started calling these numbers the ones that aren't whole and can't be written as a fraction irrational numbers. From that point on, our understanding of the world of numbers blew up to include the whole huge territory of real numbers. After thinking over his theory for a second, Brian's face suddenly got serious. The Viscount's expression from before. It looked like he'd known about irrational numbers for a really long time. If that was true, you had to wonder just how messed up the end was for this world's version of Hippasus. Whispers started spreading through the party. Some people were literally pulling out books to look up Brian's question. How weird. Why can't we find that number anywhere? A young guy in glasses was frantically flipping through a book, sweating like crazy, but he was coming up with nothing. This is impossible. How can there be a length that can't be described by any number? Where in the heck did this bizarre question even come from? Brittany was just as stumped. After getting nowhere, she turned to him totally confused. Brian, what's the deal with this number? It's like none of the numbers we know can describe it. Brian turned and explained to her softly. Brittany, this is a totally new kind of number, and there are a ton more just like it. I'm afraid that in this world, someone actually discovered it a super long time ago. But this amazing discovery was intentionally buried by some powerful group. As for me, I just wanted to use this chance to thank Fish for his help and drop this truth bomb on everyone here. Hearing that, Viscount Hogwarts gripped his cane so hard you could see the veins popping out on his hand. A look of pure bitterness and defeat was plastered all over Fish's face. He just snapped and couldn't stop himself from yelling, "Dang it, this is all that little punk's fault." As he said it, Fish roared and raised his fist at Brian, his voice just dripping with hate. "Brian, you are so dead!" In the middle of the fancy hall, Fish totally lost it screaming as he charged right for Brian. The surprise attack caught him completely off guard. You could see the panic in his eyes as he threw his hands up to block. In that split second, another hand shot out, grabbing Fish's wrist right in midair. Both guys were totally stunned to see a girl with a ton of curly hair, but her face had this surprisingly intense look. Her hand, even though it looked delicate, grabbed his wrist with like superhuman strength. Once he was stopped, Fish dropped the nice guy act and started screaming, "Who the heck are you? Get out of my face!" But even with him acting totally psycho, Alice was totally chill, just saying politely, excuse me, but I can't just stand here and watch you be a complete jerk." Her voice was soft, but her grip was crazy strong. Fish couldn't get loose no matter how hard he tried. He could only grit his teeth, totally furious. Where did this girl even get that insane strength at that exact moment? A super commanding voice called out Fish's name, making him freeze on the spot. Viscount Hogwarts growled, "What do you think you're doing?" His voice was a low hiss, barely holding back a total explosion of anger. "Haven't you caused enough of a scene for one night?" Fish spun around, totally scared to face his dad. He mumbled, "Father, But Viscount Hogwarts gave him zero time to explain, shutting him down and raising his voice for all the guests to hear. He announced super seriously, "My deepest apologies for causing everyone so much drama tonight. It's totally my fault for not raising my son better. I promise I'll be way stricter with him from now on." He was putting on a whole responsible dad show. "As for that number Sir Brian brought up, don't you worry. Our School of Arithmetics will throw everything we've got at finding a solution within the next few days." Right in front of all the fancy guests, he didn't even hesitate to turn to Brian and give a formal bow. "Sir Brian, thank you for, schooling us tonight. I have some urgent business to take care of, so I've got to bounce," Viscount Hogwarts said, his voice dropping low, like he was trying not to completely lose his cool. "I hope the rest of your night here is memorable." Chen Luo just smirked like it was no big deal, answering in a chill tone. "Oh, it will be Viscount Hogwarts. You have a great night, too." The young man thought to himself, is pi seriously the key to this number? Nah, I bet it's not that simple. Acting like he didn't hear a thing, Viscount Hogwarts ignored all the whispers and gossip and just dragged Fish out of the banquet hall. Nobody could have guessed that the guy named Blair could push the Hogwarts family into such a lame situation. When all the drama finally died down, Chen Luo walked over to the girl who had his back earlier, smiling as he said, "Hey, seriously, thanks a lot." Hearing him be so formal, Alice looked surprised, then let out a playful giggle. "Freshman Blair, did you forget your upperclassmen already so heartless?" As soon as she finished talking, Isabella popped up out of nowhere and smacked Chen Luo right on the head. She yelled, totally furious, "You freaking perv! How dare you flirt with other girls when I'm right here?" Chen Luo grabbed the new bump on his head, his face all twisted up as he cried out, "You've got it all twisted, I wasn't doing anything. And wait a sec, what do you mean when you're right here? There's literally nothing going on between us to even talk about." Watching this whole jealous meltdown from the sidelines, Alice couldn't help but crack up at how confused Chen Luo was and how worked up Isabella got. She thought the whole scene was hilarious. "OMG, my bad. I just couldn't hold it in. Did I interrupt your little moment or something?" Alice said softly. "I was just messing with him a second ago. But you guys are seriously so cute together, it makes everyone jealous." Isabella's face turned bright red and she started waving her hands around to explain who would be making eyes at him. "It's not like that between us, okay?" To hide how embarrassed she was, Isabella quickly tried to change the subject. "Anyway, what are you even doing here?" Alice gave a mysterious smile and asked back, "Hasn't Miss Brittany filled you in yet?" Then she looked over at Isabella with a soft expression. "Me, I'm always at these things. But you, this is like the first time I've ever seen you at this party, right?" Just then, Miss Brittany appeared and explained with a smile. "Alice's family is super famous for being math geniuses in Paul City. She's been repping her family at these brainy parties for a few years now." Alice gracefully held out her hand, a move that was both friendly and cool, her voice super confident and charming as she introduced herself again. "My name is Alice," she continued. "I'm a junior at St. Donato Academy, and I'm also in the same class as Isabella." Alice then turned to Chen Luo, giving him a little smile to make things less awkward. "So this is our first real meeting, Freshman Blair. I hope me teasing you earlier didn't make things weird." As it all clicked, Chen Luo happily shook her hand. "It's awesome to meet you, Senior Alice." Right after their handshake, she suddenly flashed a wicked little smile and used her hand to gently tug down the collar of her dress. And just like that, Chen Luo got a full-on view of her amazing curves, which made his nose start to gush while he was totally freaking out on the inside. Seeing Alice's bold move, Isabella couldn't help but feel kind of bummed. She automatically glanced down at her own, not-so-blessed chest, sighing to herself, "Seriously, some people get everything and some get nothing." Alice leaned in super close to him, whispering in a voice that was like pure sugar, "Freshman Blair, I've got to be honest, you were absolutely epic today. This is the first time in my whole life I've seen those stuck-up Hogwarts get so completely and totally owned." She then kept going, asking, "So, does this mean I can hit you up for math help later?" Unexpectedly, Chen Luo just shot her down. Sorry, he said, totally catching Alice off guard. His whole vibe shifted, getting super serious. I really can't. Then he put his hands on his hips, striking a pose like he was some kind of hero. Then he was like, I honestly think you'd be way better off asking Miss Brittany. The whole idea was basically hers anyway. Hearing Chen Luo say that, Alice just crossed her arms, tapped her chin, and shook her head kinda impressed. This new kid was a total enigma. Anyway, with the whole fancy party buzzing around them, Alice gave him a graceful little turn and a wave, saying something super loaded, but still polite. See you later, Junior Chen Luo. We'll talk more next time, when we've got more privacy. Chen Luo watched her elegant silhouette fade into the crowd, giving a polite little wave back. Later, Senior Alice. Seeing this whole obvious but not so obvious flirting thing go down, Isabella, who was standing right there, couldn't help but pout. She mumbled under her breath, all annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? Wait until no one is around. Meanwhile, Brittany just let out this totally exhausted sigh and called out, Bye, Alice! After that, Isabella crossed her arms, spun around to glare at Chen Luo and went off on him. And you were practically staring a hole through her. Your eyes were about to pop out of your head. You looked like you were going to sprint after her right that second. Hearing this completely random accusation, Chen Luo glanced at Isabella, looking totally confused. Why would I need to do that? But seeing him dare to talk back just cranked up Isabella's jealousy. She pointed a finger right in his face and yelled, You're just like every other guy getting all googly-eyed over a pretty face. A total player. Faced with her chewing him out, Chen Luo could only scratch his nose, completely baffled, and gave Isabella a quizzical look. But is she as pretty as you? That compliment totally threw her off. Her cheeks went pink and she stammered, So, you're saying I'm prettier than her? Chen Luo kept a dead straight face and replied with one word. Nope. His firm answer made Isabella all flustered, and she mumbled back, Oh, for real. The second that massive lie left his lips, he had to look away, crying on the inside and screaming in his head, Wow, she's actually buying this. But hey, good thing she only asked about her face and not her figure. So it's not a total asterisk lie, right? Just then a deep, steady voice cut through their little drama. Good evening, everyone. The guy who walked up was none other than Vice President Cavan. As soon as Brittany recognized him, her whole face lit up. Vice President Cavan, hey, what are you doing over here? Vice President Cavan stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, giving off major boss vibes. He looked over Chen Luo's crew and said in this big, booming voice, You three are the talk of the party tonight. It only felt right to come say hello in person. Hearing this huge compliment, Chen Luo immediately tried to play it cool. You're giving us way too much credit, Vice President Cavan. We just got lucky with that one problem and kind of stumbled into a little question. Cavan gave him this impressed look and said, That problem you solved and that question you asked are anything but little. As he spoke, an image of a crazy, complicated problem with a bunch of tangled lines just appeared in the air. Solving the problem of the 7 bridges of the royal capital has been the Hogwarts family's claim to fame for generations, but today your proof basically shouted from the rooftops that the problem can't even be solved. And because of that, the Hogwarts family's rep as some math dynasty just got a huge crack in it. Now they're what everyone's whispering about. The vice president kept going, his voice getting even more serious. And that number you brought up, the numerology faction, the ones who think numbers are the key to the universe, are now totally stuck trying to find a number for the length of a super simple line. Like, does that number even exist? And if the answer's no, then everything the numerology nerds believe in, heck, the entire world of math is going to get shaken to its very core. At that, he just stared hard at Chen Luo. His gaze was sharp enough to cut his tone, digging for answers. So, Chen Luo. Vice President Cavan zeroed in on him, asking straight up, Who are you really? His face got all dark and his stare was ice cold as he said every word slowly. And why would a guy with your insane skills hide it until now? What are you planning? Faced with that intense question, Chen Luo's own expression went grim for a second, and he didn't answer. But then he switched gears and played dumb, chuckling like, President Cavan, what are you even talking about? I have no clue what you mean. Everyone saw what happened today, right? Senior Fish brought up the problem, and I just had a random idea that helped him out. He scratched his head, trying to look all innocent. And that weird number thing, I was just curious. Besides, Viscount Hogwarts himself already said he and his math club would totally figure it out. Cavan stroked his silver beard and nodded, thinking, That's a fair point. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions. Then he said all official-like, You can rest easy. The Math Association will always back up the truth. Seeing Chen Luo looking so relieved, Vice President Calvin paused, then added, But you know how sneaky the Viscount is. Hogwarts' face flashed in his mind. He followed up with a heavy warning, You better watch your back. The Hogwarts family is way more messed up than you can even imagine. In some dark room, Fish was curled up on the freezing stone floor, coughing his guts out, while Viscount Hogwarts just stood over him. The Viscount sat like a king in his chair, leaning on his cane. Meanwhile, Fish, his face all bruised and busted up, looked completely wiped out, letting out one last heavy breath before he just blacked out. Hogwarts' shadow danced in the dim light, his glasses giving off this cold, creepy glint, while one of his goons stood beside him. He reported all formal, My lord, our guys are ready. We can make a move whenever. The Viscount's face went hard with rage, and he gritted his teeth as he ordered. Wait for that punk to leave the manor. Then you make your move, and like always make it look like an accident. I don't want a single trace left behind. The goon immediately bowed his head. You got it. But out of nowhere, a cold voice echoed from the shadows. Father planning on taking someone out again. That voice was so chillingly familiar it left Viscount Hogwarts totally stunned for a second. From behind him, the shape of a young man stepped out of the dark. Viscount Hogwarts spun around, stammering, Ebo! Just then, Ebo's grim face came into view, and the Viscount cried out, his voice filled with horror and disbelief. How can it be you? Seeing Ebo, the goon's eyes went wide and his face turned ghost white. No way! But Ebo just gave his father an ice-cold look and said, Yeah, I get why you're surprised. Facing Viscount Hogwarts' twisted expression, Ebo calmly turned away and added, After all, you were the one who gave the order last time. Just like this time. His words totally set Hogwarts off, who shot to his feet and yelled at Ebo, Why aren't you dead? What are you doing showing your face here? That brat Chen Luo outside is your guy, isn't he? Ebo slowly helped the unconscious fish up, a sarcastic smirk playing on his lips. You're just as cold-hearted as ever, father, not even sparing your own son. In a flash, the old man pulled a pistol from his coat, aimed it right at Ebo and growled, Answer my question, Ebo. Just then, a groggy fish started to come to, looking weakly at the person holding him and managing to whisper, Big brother. Staring down the dark barrel of the gun and Hogwarts' intense glare, Ebo's voice was surprisingly chill. You always jump straight to the questions, father. It makes it hard to know where to even start. He slowly stood up straight, adding, So let me just break it down for you one by one. Even with the gun still pointed at him, Ebo calmly explained, That kid Chen Luo has absolutely nothing to do with me. But he accidentally gave me the perfect opening, which is why I came back right at this moment. His face was half hidden in shadow as he went on. As for why I'm back, I can only tell you this. Ebo's eyes suddenly got razor sharp, and his voice went hard as steel. I came back to rewrite the destiny of the entire Hogwarts family. Viscount Hogwarts tightened his grip on the gun, his suspicious eyes locked on Ebo. You want to change the family? The young man held out a hand, his voice firm as he shot back, Exactly, father. Then Ebo suddenly asked, Father, what do you think is really holding our family together right now? Viscount Hogwarts looked his son dead in the eye, replying with total pride, Our glory, of course. He spread his arms wide like it was obvious, asking, What else could it possibly be? For real, you've known for a long time, haven't you? That the Seven Bridges problem in the capital is unsolvable, and that number is just some fairy tale you can't prove. Thud. A bruised and battered fish struggled to sit up faintly, hearing their conversation, and forced his head to turn toward the two of them. Ebo's voice echoed coldly. And still just to hang on to the family's so-called glory to make the number faction seem legit. You chose to bury the truth. Facing Hogwarts' grim face, he pushed on. And that's not all. For the past few years, anyone who got close to the truth and planned to expose it was taken care of by you, using whatever it took. Ebo let out a cryptic smile as he dropped the bomb. And I, your own flesh and blood, was no exception. As if he couldn't take it anymore. Viscount Hogwarts roared, cutting him off. Silence. The gun stayed pointed right at Ebo, his voice dripping with poison. For the sake of the family, I won't hesitate to put you in the ground a second time. Seeing his dad losing it, Ebo's face got serious as he tried to reason with him. Father, you've gone way too far. Don't you remember what I told you once? You can't bury the truth forever. Sooner or later, someone will expose everything. And when that happens, this family built on a mountain of lies will burn to ashes. Ebo suddenly pictured Chen Luo at the banquet that morning, a faint smile touching his lips. And today that kid Chen Luo did exactly that. He stood in front of the entire math community of Pow City and popped the bubble of lies our family has been living in for so long. Ebo's face turned to ice as he continued. Now, even if you can deal with me or even him, how are you going to silence every single person who was there today? With that quick as a flash, he reached out and gently but firmly grabbed the barrel of Viscount Hogwarts' gun. The barrel was still aimed right at his heart, but his eyes were now laser-focused, totally lethal, as his grip tightened on the piece. His voice cut through the air, weirdly calm. If you can't shut every single one of them up, then by tomorrow the truth is going to be everywhere. Our family's reputation will be toast, and the number faction, our whole foundation, will be history. Everyone's trust in us will completely crumble. He leaned in closer. And when that goes down, do you really think you can hold this family, the House of Hogwarts, together? Those words hit him like a lightning strike, and the Viscount's finger on the trigger started shaking like crazy. That's when Eagle saw his chance, smoothly taking the gun from Viscount Hogwarts' hand. The Viscount's face was a mask of pure rage. He glared at Eagle, his teeth clenched, and growled, So what now? You tell me what I'm supposed to do. Eagle's fist tightened the gun now in his other hand. He stared his father straight in the eye and gave him a cold smile. I'm taking over. I'll be the head of this family, and I'm gonna fix it so the Hogwarts name actually survives. He put a hand on the Viscount's shoulder, leaning in to whisper. His eyes flashed red, and his voice was this creepy, mesmerizing threat. You need to get one thing straight, right now. I'm the only one who can pull this family back from the edge of total disaster. Hearing his own son say that, Viscount Hogwarts just froze. You could see the gears turning in his head. Then all of a sudden, Eagle leaned in and whispered something right into his ear, and the color just drained from his face. Pure terror was written all over him as cold sweat started pouring down. A few days later, over at Brittany's place in this super cozy room, a bunch of alarm clocks went off at once, totally shattering the quiet, and Bai jolted awake. He sat up slow, stretching out to welcome the new day. As he swung his feet onto the floor, Bai slapped the snooze on the blaring alarms, thinking how sleeping on a soft bed was like 10,000 times better. Plus, there was none of that nasty, musty smell he had to deal with in the warehouse. Thinking that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. He rubbed his eyes, mumbling a sleepy mornin'. Then Bai's eyes totally froze on something. On the desk there was this massive stack of papers as thick as old-school scrolls just sitting there. Staring at that stack of papers, Bai's face fell for a second as a worrying thought hit him. Looks like she pulled another all-nighter wrestling with those numbers. Ever since that big math conference ended, the proof that the 7 bridges of the royal capital problem was unsolvable had spread like wildfire, completely rocking the kingdom's entire math world. The Hogwarts family's reputation and honor were suddenly taking a major hit. In all the busy markets, vendors were hawking the latest papers and every family was scrambling to buy one, to get the latest dirt. But the thing that freaked out the academic world even more than the unsolvable 7 bridges problem was this new, totally unrepresentable number. Now the whole math community was calling it something spooky, the devil's number. It was this mysterious idea shown as a square with a giant question mark in it. Hearing this, B couldn't help but crack a smile, thinking to himself that the name was actually pretty sick. Meanwhile, scholars everywhere were freaking out like the entire academic world had jumped into this race to crack the code of the devil's number, especially the guys from the number faction. But no matter how hard they tried, they all hit a total dead end, completely stumped on how to even write it down. Bai's eyes scanned the pages of numbers and he thought, yeah, no surprise there. With the level of math in this world, there was just no way they could represent an irrational number. To them, this was a totally new idea, like forbidden territory no one had ever explored before. Still, B had a ton of respect for the scholars here, even though they were just fumbling around, in the dark with what little they knew. They never gave up thinking and searching. Watching a piece of paper float by the window, Bai knew for sure that one day they'd figured it out just like the trailblazers from his world did. Because no matter how messy the road to discovery gets, it always leads to the truth in the end. He just stood there by the window, a silhouette watching the paper fly off like he was sending all his hope with it. Soft morning sunlight started to stream through the glass. A little later, Bai was sitting at the desk, staring at that huge stack of papers. He propped his chin on his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. His eyes were totally glued to the documents, when something weird caught his eye. He squinted a little, focusing on a newspaper that had a picture of the new head of the Hogwarts family right on the front page. Curious, he picked up the paper, read the huge headline, and couldn't help but let out an impressed sigh. Ditching math was definitely the smartest play for the Hogwarts family right now. But to just do it like that, no hesitation, is seriously respectable. This new family head seems like they're the real deal. Bai found himself wondering what this person looked like. While he was lost in his thoughts, Brittany appeared, walking up quietly behind him. She rubbed her eyes, her cheeks a little pink, as she said softly, "Good morning." The second he saw her, the guy's face went bright red as he mumbled all dazed, "Mornin'." She was so drop-dead gorgeous he literally couldn't look at her. Trenlack hesitantly managed to say, "Miss Brittany." Instantly, Brittany's whole vibe darkened, and she gave him a look like, "Didn't I literally tell you last night to hit me up when you woke up?" Hearing her call him out, Trenlack quickly looked away, staring down at the table and muttering, I forgot." Seeing how adorable he was being, Brittany gently poked his cheek, her tone a mix of scolding and being super sweet. "You are such a little troublemaker." She playfully wagged her finger at him. "You always use the 'I forgot' excuse." Brittany narrowed her eyes at him, her voice getting all suggestive. "And I'm guessing it is the same deal with that other asterisk thing. You totally knew what was happening, right? And you were just keeping it from me. You better not make your teacher mad." But before she could even finish, it was like she realized something was seriously off. Brittany suddenly noticed how flustered he was. His face was beet red all the way to his ears, and her attitude did a complete 180. She flipped from cheerful to terrifyingly grim. Brittany let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the whole house. "You're such a perv!" A few minutes later in the kitchen, Tranlek was using his fire magic to cook. The bright red mark of 5 fingers was still super visible on his cheek from the massive slap he'd just gotten. Meanwhile, Brittany could only risk sneaking glances at him. She shyly fidgeted with her hands, her face screaming regret. "I am so sorry. Does it still hurt? I seriously don't even know what came over me." While he was expertly flipping the food in the pan, Tranlak glanced over at her and pointed out, "Miss Brittany, I'm just now realizing that the just woke up you and the normal you are like 2 totally different people." Hearing this, Brittany just awkwardly scratched her head, too embarrassed to say anything. She brought a hand to her face, looking away, not daring to meet his eyes. She nervously asked Tranlak, "When I first wake up, am I really that awful?" The guy just casually replied, "Not at all." Hearing how sure he sounded, Brittany's eyes went wide with surprise. As Tranlek seasoned the food, he said with total confidence, "Whether it's the normal you or the you from right after you wake up, I'm cool with either one, Miss Brittany." Her face was a picture of total disbelief. Brittany stammered, all flustered, "Oh, thank you." The dude was super pleased with his bold-faced lie, thinking to himself as he cracked an egg into the pan. "Yep, that's me all right. My BS game has hit a whole new level." Meanwhile, Brittany clasped her hands behind her back, leaned in a little, and curiously peeked into the pot to ask, "Oh, right, what you making? Why are you tossing those bright red, edible raw fruit things in there and mixing them with eggs?" Tranlek explained. "I'm making scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Brittany just looked totally clueless. Completely blank, just repeating, "Scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Soon enough, a seriously eye-catching plate of golden scrambled eggs and tomatoes smelling amazing was ready. As Tranlek finished plating it, he explained to Brittany, "Back home we call these red things tomatoes, and over there this scrambled eggs with tomatoes dish is something pretty much every family knows how to whip up." He couldn't help but flash back to the old days, when he'd eat with his nose buried in a book and thought, this was also pretty much the only thing I ever cooked for myself. After he finished up, Tranlek turned to head out, but when he got to the door, he glanced back and told her, "Okay, the food's ready, so I'm heading off to school. Go ahead and eat." Seeing that Tranlek was about to bounce, Brittany rushed to stop him. "Wait, hang on a second." Hearing her, he turned back around. Brittany was holding a clean white cloth, and she gently leaned in and carefully wiped a little spot off Tranlek's shirt. The move was so unexpected that the guy's face couldn't help but turn bright red, and his heart started pounding like crazy in his chest so loud he was sure she could hear it. With a few quick wipes from Brittany, the stain on his shirt vanished. When she was done, she smiled and waved at Tranlek. "All set. Be safe on your way." His cheeks still a little pink, he glanced back at Brittany and replied, "Okay, I'm out of here." After she saw Tranlek off, Brittany went back to the dining room. Her eyes were completely glued to the plate of food on the table. Her voice was full of doubt. "This looks so weird. Is it really okay to eat?" Right after Brittany took a spoonful to try it, and in that exact moment her eyes shot wide open in total amazement as she blew on the bite to cool it down, whispering in awe, "Whoa." The soft, rich, creamy flavor of the egg just melted in her mouth, leaving this amazing aftertaste that made Brittany's toes literally curl. She nodded, totally convinced, as the sweet and tangy taste spreading down her throat got her super excited and she couldn't stop gushing. "Delicious, this is so good, like unbelievably delicious." In stark contrast to Brittany's blissful face somewhere else, Tranlek was so hungry his stomach was growling like a wild animal. A whole gloomy vibe seemed to be hanging around the guy. Tranlek walked by himself, just kicking himself over and over for getting so wrapped up in cooking that he completely forgot about his own empty stomach. Meanwhile, in a corner of the classroom, 3 girls were all huddled together, dishing all the hot goss on the Hogwarts family and the girl with the ponytail. "Hey, OMG, did you see the school newsletter this morning? The Hogwarts fam has a new boss. I heard he totally blew up all the old cliques the second he got in charge." The girl across from her shot back, "Duh, of course I read it. And word on the street is the new head is some young hot dude. So mysterious, right?" The girl with the short blue hair nearby jumped in, totally hyped. "But if we're talking mysteries, we have to talk about that other person. You know, the one who cracked the 7 bridges of Königsberg problem, came up with the devil's number, and then just ghosted everyone." The brunette had to get in on it too. "Okay, so my uncle works at the math association, and he told me that person is literally our age. And they totally went off the grid on purpose." Hearing that, the girl with the ponytail's eyes bugged out. "Wait, how can someone shake up the entire math world with just one number? If that's true, there's no way they're our age. I'm not buying it," she kept going. "I bet it's some old-school genius living off the grid or something." Meanwhile, across the room, Isabella was standing there, hands on her hips, totally grilling Blair. She got louder. Hello, Blair? Are you even listening to me? I'm asking you. Do you seriously not know how to write out that number?" Blair threw his hands up, looking at Isabella and saying, "I already told you I'm not a walking encyclopedia." At that, Isabella slammed her hands on the table, totally pissed. "No way you're so lying to me." Then a super clear voice cut in from the doorway. "Isabella, are you bothering my little Blair again?" Alice said, waltzing into the classroom with this killer smile. "Morning, my favorite underclassmen," she cooed. Hearing her, both Blair and Isabella whipped their heads around. As Alice walked in, she blew a kiss at Blair and gave him a wink, which totally made him freak out and blush. Isabella saw the whole thing and looked super annoyed, her voice all sharp. "Alice, aren't you like a senior? What are you even doing down here? And since when is he your little Blair?" Blair, trying to be polite, just turned and said, "Hey, morning, Alice." A couple of guys in the corner of the room were totally watching the drama unfold. The 2 most popular girls in the whole school, seniors Isabella and Alice, showed up at the same time, and they were both after Blair. "Dude, that guy has all the luck for real," one of them said, propping his chin on his hand and just staring at the 2 of them like they were goddesses. You could practically see the jealousy. "Is Blair on some kind of crazy hot streak or what?" Right then, Jasmine walked by and saw the 3 of them with Blair just standing there looking totally clueless about the whole situation. Alice got a little closer and whispered, "So Blair, what was all that chatter about before? Was it about that mystery number?" Her breath on his ear made Blair jump, and he started blushing like crazy. All of a sudden, this weird noise just killed the vibe. It was Blair's stomach growling super loud. The poor guy grabbed his stomach and turned away totally embarrassed. Alice and Isabella were just frozen, completely confused. All Blair could do was scratch his head and mumble a sorry. Seeing him, Alice just gave this super warm smile, but Isabella totally started nagging him. Are you a pig or something? It's not even lunch yet." Hearing that Alice, who was standing behind them, just had to cover her mouth and giggle, Blair just gave this awkward laugh, trying to play it cool. Then out of nowhere, a hot steamed bun appeared right in front of his face, and the smell was making his mouth water. Turns out it was from Alice. She popped up and said all sweet like, "Funny thing, I accidentally brought an extra lunch today. I wonder if anyone wants to help me out with it?" Hearing that, Blair's eyes totally lit up. He gulped, staring at the steamy bun in Alice's hand, and nodded like a bobblehead. "I would be so happy to." In a flash, Blair snatched the bun and whispered, "Thanks, Alice. You're a literal angel." Then bam, a hand came out of nowhere and pinched his cheek hard. The pain made Blair yelp. "Don't you dare take that!" Isabella glared down and yelled right in his face. "Blair, how could you just take food from some random person?" Blair whined back. "I was gonna say no, but the bun looked so good." Isabella basically exploded and snapped. "If you were that hungry, why didn't you just tell me?" The poor dude's eyes started to water as he rubbed his cheek, which was now bright red. Blair looked away and mumbled, "I did, but you said I eat like a pig, remember?" Hearing his lame comeback, Isabella got even madder. "I don't care. You didn't sound like you meant it. Besides, I was here first." Seeing things were getting super tense, Alice decided to play peacemaker. For a total genius like Blair, it's only right that I'd want to help him out a little. Isabella was so mad she was grinding her teeth. Even though she was still lecturing Blair, she shoved a piece of bread into his hands. "Here, take it. I just so happen to have an extra one too. Now, I give her that bun back." Blair was totally stuck in the middle, his eyes darting between the bread and the bun as he stammered, Seeing her chance, Alice stepped in closer, her voice totally teasing Isabella. "What gives you the right to mess with Blair's choice? Last I checked, our boy Blair hasn't made anything official with you, has he?" Isabella's jaw was clenched so tight it looked like it would break, her whole vibe shifting as Alice's words totally struck a nerve. She snapped her head toward Bray, laying down the law. "Bray, you have to choose," Isabella said, hitting every word hard. "My bread or Alice's bun? You can only pick one." But Alice, not about to lose, jumped in with this super sweet syrupy voice. "It's okay, Bray. Just pick whichever one you want. I seriously don't mind." Her voice was all sugar. But they were totally shooting daggers at each other with their eyes. Stuck in the crossfire, Bray started sweating bullets, feeling like his life was literally on the line. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, while Alice and Isabella were locked in a major stare-down. Bray, trapped between them, just let out this super awkward laugh as Isabella kept pushing the bread at him. Finally, Bray caved and reached for it, saying, "All right, I'll take it." "Thanks, Isabella." Seeing him take it, she flashed this victorious smirk. "I knew it. My bread is obviously the best." Meanwhile, Alice just stood there watching with her arms crossed. But the death glare she was sending him sent a shiver right down his spine. Then, in a wild moment of genius, Bray shoved both the bread and the bun into his mouth at the same time, his cheeks puffing out. This crazy move immediately made him choke, and his face turned completely red. Bray was chewing for his life, trying to swallow the two warring pastries. You could literally see the lump of food moving down his throat. With tears in his eyes, Bray managed to choke out, "Your pastries, they were both amazing. Thank you both so much." Hearing that, both Isabella and Alice cracked these huge smiles. "Not bad." Isabella put her hands on her blushing cheeks, saying all smug, "Well, looks like my bread was just that good, huh? I mean, look at how you scarfed it down." Then Alice smoothly reached over to Bray's cheek and wiped off a little bit of cream. Then super casually, she brought her cream-covered finger to her lips and licked it clean, her eyes locked on Bray the whole time. "You got a little something on your face, you goof." The whole vibe was so intense it made Bray's face turn bright red. But Alice wasn't done yet. She playfully stuck out her tongue to get the last bit of cream. "Bray, you're always such a mess." Witnessing this totally infuriating display, Isabella totally lost it, screaming, "Alice, what the heck do you think you're doing?" In response to Isabella's freakout, Alice just casually hopped up to sit on the edge of a desk, her finger still near her lips, and said in this low voice, "What can I say, my bun was just really sweet." Just then, the school bell blared completely, killing the mood. Alice looked kinda disappointed. "I guess it's time for class." As she left, she turned back and gave Bray a little wave. "See you later, Bray. Don't forget to study hard." He just kinda happily waved back, "Okay, bye, Alice." Meanwhile, Isabella was grinding her teeth, pointing a finger right in Bray's face. "You!" She planted her hands on her hips, gave him a look that could kill, and then spun around in a huff, snapping, "I'm out of here, but you better be in this classroom after school. We're talking." After she said that, Bray just collapsed into his chair, breaking out in a cold sweat again. All he could do was sit there and listen to Isabella's angry footsteps fading down the hall before the door slammed shut. With the entire class staring at him like he'd grown a second head, Bray let out a quiet sigh of relief, so glad those two were finally gone. But then a hand suddenly pinched his cheek hard, making him yelp. Yo, Bray. It was his best bud Toby who leaned in and asked, "Dude, since when do you know Alice?" Bray quickly answered, I think it was one night a few days ago." When Toby heard that, he grabbed his own face and let out this dramatic groan. Bray could totally guess the crazy scenarios already playing out in his friend's head. "Dude, what are you even thinking?" "A few days ago, Miss Brittany took me to this academic thing for the math club, and I met Alice there." After Bray explained, Toby's eyes suddenly went wide like he remembered something. "Wait a sec. That math thing a few days ago? Wasn't that where they announced the devil's number?" Seeing Toby was about to shout it to the whole class, Bray frantically shushed him. "Shh, and Miss Brittany's here." Class started, and of course Miss Brittany called Bray up to the board to solve a problem. While he was up there working it out, she turned to the rest of us and said, "Everyone can try solving this in different ways. But the standard formula solution looks like this." Miss Brittany in her usual white lab coat stood at the front of the room and kept on with her lecture. "All right, go ahead and get into groups to discuss the problem on the board." Right as Bray finished, he heard the teacher call his name. Miss Brittany sneakily pulled a piece of bread from her pocket and pressed it into his hand. Bray was totally stunned. "Miss, what's this?" The teacher just turned away, covering her mouth a little with her hand and giving him a playful wink. "You skipped breakfast this morning, didn't you? This is for you. Go on, eat it." Bray took the bread and just stared at it, completely zoned out while screaming in his head, "Why is it always bread?" Bray slowly shuffled back to his seat next to Toby. The two girls in front of them turned around for the group discussion. Toby saw the dazed look on Bray's face, then noticed the bread in his hand and asked, "Hey man, how'd you score more bread?" And just like that, the pink-haired girl in front of them shot out of her seat. She slammed her hand down on the desk so hard that books and papers went flying. Jasmine, who was sitting right next to her, was so shocked her glasses literally flew off her face. Seeing all this chaos, Bray just gave a weak smile and tried to get things back on track. "It's a long story. Can we just talk about the math problem?" But that was the opposite of what happened. The pink-haired girl stood up straight, crossed her arms, and her eyes totally lit up with excitement. "A second ago I heard Toby mention—" "Okay, so you were at that math conference thing a few days ago. You totally had to have seen that mystery genius, right? The school blog said they cracked the whole 7 bridges of the royal capital problem. Like right there on the spot, and even dropped the devil's number." Blair and Toby shared a look, then quickly looked away. He kind of stumbled over his words. Well, how do I say this? I guess you could say I saw them, kinda." The pink-haired girl looked so confused. "What's that even mean, you kinda saw them?" Meanwhile, Jasmine was just silently staring him down, her expression unreadable. Blair had to scramble for an excuse. "Right when that person showed up, I had this super urgent thing come up, so I had to dip. By the time I got back, they'd already announced the devil's number. The whole place was going wild by then, so I totally lost track of them." The second he finished, Toby leaned in and whispered something to him. That just made the pink-haired girl even more nosy. "At a moment like that, what could have been so important you had to just bail?" Blair looked away again, coming up with the absolute lamest excuse ever. Because I ate too much, and had to make a run for it." Toby, looking completely over it, chimed in while digging for gold. "A bathroom break? Seriously, Blair, you were handed a golden ticket. And you totally fumbled it." Hearing that, the pink-haired girl jumped to Blair's defense. "Toby, what is your problem?" In any case, Blair was smart enough to even get invited to that exchange. All the major players from Aba City were there. Just meeting one or two of them is a huge deal. As she spoke, she put on this super cute face, her eyes all sparkly. She batted her eyelashes and asked Blair, "Oh, hey Blair, are you free anytime soon? Could you come over and help me with some crazy hard math problems? I'm so lost on a bunch of them, and my family's estate is, massive, so if you get too worn out from all the tutoring, you could totally just crash." "No problem," Toby shot back, then turned to mess with his pink-haired friend. "You want to learn? I'd be too embarrassed for you to even try." But she wasn't having it, pouting back at him. "So what if I actually want to learn?" Standing off to the side, Jasmine was watching the whole exchange, her expression suddenly turning dark and kinda scary, which was a total vibe killer against the sunny schoolyard. The weather was actually pretty perfect that day, not humid at all. Tucked away behind a wall, Chen Luo let out a huge sigh of relief, thinking, "Man, if I hadn't bailed, Isabella would have totally trapped me in the classroom by now." The guy stretched out, not forgetting to mutter, "And don't even get me started on Chris. He's such a pain too." Out of nowhere, a mysterious voice piped up. "Still trying to stay on magic's good side, huh? Since when did you get so dedicated to your magic training?" Meanwhile, Chen Luo was just walking along, still talking to himself. Whatever. I should still go practice. That's the main thing right now. He stopped dead in his tracks when he processed the weird voice. Right in front of him, a figure in all black with a hidden face just appeared. They moved like lightning fast, pressing something cold and sharp against Chen Luo's throat. He frowned a little, his voice low. "Who's there?" All he got back was a chilling silence. And then he knew. It was Jasmine. Her voice was ice cold and dripping with menace. "Don't even think about making a sudden move. This thing is crazy sharp. Chen Luo slowly put his hands up in surrender. Jasmine, what the? Before he could even finish, she cut him off, her voice laced with suspicion. Let me guess. Jasmine started grilling him. You're the one who cracked the royal capital's 7 bridges problem and dropped the devil's number at the conference the other day, wasn't it? I've been watching you for a while. Your skills in both math and magic have been leveling up way too fast to be normal. She stared him down, her voice almost a growl. You are not Blair. He could never be this gifted. So tell me, where's the real Blair? Who are you really? And why are you pretending to be him? Chen Luo looked seriously annoyed as he shot back. Whoa, that's a lot of questions at once. Where do you want me to even start? But first I can promise you I am Blair. 100%, he thought to himself. Asterisk. Probably not the best time to bring up the whole I've been reincarnated thing. Hearing his answer, Jasmine reached out and pinched his cheek like super hard while snapping at him. Still trying to lie your way out of this. You must be pretty proud of your flawless disguise magic, huh? But when she saw his face didn't even flicker, she was totally floored. But disguise magic, no matter how good it is, it's supposed to shatter the second you touch it. Jasmine was in complete shock, her eyebrows scrunching together. What in the... She started pulling even harder, yanking on Chen Luo's cheek until it was totally stretched out of shape. But still zilch. Seeing his chance while Jasmine was freaking out, he swept her leg. Losing her balance, Jasmine started to fall backward, squeezing her eyes shut tight, totally bracing for impact. And yet the hard, painful landing she was expecting never happened. She opened her eyes confused, only to realize Chen Luo had caught her. Jasmine's cheeks went bright red when she looked up and saw Chen Luo's serious eyes locked on hers. Totally embarrassed, Jasmine immediately started trying to get away. You, what do you think you're doing? Let go of me right now. Chen Luo just sighed. Fine, I'll let you go. He glanced down at the spoon in her hand. But can you please stop holding that thing to my throat? Chen Luo held up one finger like, and another thing, you literally just tested me yourself. So you believe I'm the real Blair now, right? Jasmine totally turned away, trying to hide her blushing face. You, just back off a little. As she talked, she scooted away from Chen Luo, muttering, Okay, fine, let's say you're not using some illusion spell. But how in the world did you suddenly get so crazy good at math and magic? Not to mention the way you talk now is a complete 180 from the old Blair. The guy raised a hand and scratched his head, looking totally stressed. How do I even explain this? It's kind of a long story. Chen Luo started his tale. How do I say this? I'm Blair, but I'm also not. The truth is I had this insanely long dream, and when I woke up, I was the person I am today. He kept trying to explain the weird dream. I come from a world with zero magic, a place where science and technology are like next level. He couldn't help but think about the sci-fi movies he used to be obsessed with. In that world, people had no clue how to use magic. To them, it was just stuff you'd find in fairy tales. But on the flip side, their science and tech were on a whole other plane with some stuff that could do way more than magic ever could. That tech was in every car, every phone people used every single day. Everyone got to enjoy all the cool gadgets. Thanks to all that science, humans could do a million things magic was useless for. People had explored almost every corner of the planet and could even travel through space to other worlds. Chen Luo kept remembering. And me in that world, I was just a totally normal math teacher. And because of that, I have math skills way beyond what anyone here can even imagine. In his memories, he saw a young student shooting her hand up in the air. Teacher. He smiled a little. Yeah, you have a question. The little girl who was sharp just like Jasmine asked him straight up, Teacher, can people for real travel through space past our sky? Are there really other planets out there? Chen Luo calmly pushed up his glasses and said, That's a really great question. Of course, we can go past the sky and into space. Besides our planet, the universe has like a bajillion other planets. The mischievous little student covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, I get it now. Thanks for explaining, teacher, but for real, why did you suddenly get like this? Chen Luo was snapped back to reality, clicking his tongue like he was out of options. The flashback was over, and they were back at the sun-soaked school. Chen Luo and Jasmine just stood there in silence, staring at each other for a super long time. He finally cleared his throat. Sorry, I got totally carried away and overshared. Basically, it was all just a dream, a super long one. When I woke up, I had these math and magic skills I have now. But unfortunately, at the same time, I also lost a chunk of my memory. Jasmine frowned, looking super skeptical with her hand on her chin like she was thinking hard. He secretly wiped away a bead of sweat. So that's what happened. Jasmine sighed. All right, I guess. Then she gave him a kind of forced smile. Seems like you're still the same you. Always telling these half-true, half-joking stories that are impossible to believe. Hearing that, Chen Luo couldn't help but wonder, wait, do I normally say stuff like this? Jasmine clasped her hands behind her back and shot back, pretty much. You were always way more into science than magic, she went on. You even said you wanted to live in a world with no magic at all. But maybe that was just because you didn't have any magical talent back then. Jasmine looked down, her voice getting a little sad. Back then, you must have been crying in your sleep because you lost your memories, right? Don't worry, I'll totally help you get them back. Hearing those words, a super touched Chen Luo grabbed her hand and said, So you've always cared about me this much. Thank you so much, Lily. Jasmine's face went bright red in a second and she stammered, You! She got mad because she was embarrassed and snapped, I just said I'd help you find your memories. Don't get the wrong idea. He sighed, all worn out. Huh, what wrong idea? The super emotional conversation was finally over and the noisy vibe of the hallway came rushing back. Only Chen Luo was left standing there, deep in thought, staring down at his hands without realizing it. Suddenly, an arm snaked around his neck out of nowhere, making him jump. It was Toby who had him in a headlock with one arm while his other was wrapped around Chen Luo's stomach. The guy could only yell out, totally stuck, "Dude, what are you doing? Let go of me!" But Toby clearly wasn't about to stop his little joke. When the tornado trashed the entire parking lot, where did you disappear to? You were almost blown away, you know that, he pushed. Were you sneaking off to do something sketchy behind my back, spill it? From a distance, Fitch was quietly watching the two of them. Chen Luo wasn't going to just take it, and he immediately jammed 2 fingers straight into Toby's nose. Just then, he noticed Fitch, the upperclassman, watching from far away. Toby saw him too. Instantly, he let go of and jumped in front of Chen Luo. What do you want? Then something totally unexpected happened. That guy Fitch suddenly bent over and bowed in front of them. He worked up all his nerve and said, Blair, I'm sorry. Turns out I was completely wrong about you. That dude, none other than Fitch Edward, was for real apologizing to him. Hearing Fitch say, please forgive me, made Blair so shocked his jaw dropped. Everyone watching started whispering like, OMG, what is even happening? He was totally dazed. Forgive asterisk, you asterisk! And then the crowd just went wild. This one underclassman covered her mouth and whispered, no way is Fitch actually saying sorry to someone. For real, what did this Blair guy even do? Another girl asked, looking just as confused. The Edward family has been a total mess lately. You almost never see Fitch around, so why would he randomly show up at the academy just to apologize? Just then, Fitch super formally handed over an invitation, making Blair wonder, what's this? The guy scrambled to explain. It's from my big brother, Apple Edward. He's the new head of the Edward family, and he wanted me to give this to you. Blair took the invite and started checking it out with Toby. While they were reading, Fitch's voice just kept going all serious. My brother wants to hold a press conference for basically the entire math community in the kingdom. All the questions about the Edward family will be cleared up there. He bowed his head, totally trying to swallow his pride as he said, I also hope that you, Lord Blair, can be the bigger person, forget about how I acted before, and do us the honor of showing up. Toby leaned in, whispering nervously, Blair, don't go. For a guy like Fitch to suddenly be this nice with an invitation, it's 100% a trap. Staring at the invitation, Blair tried to figure out what the catch was. Night started to creep over the Edward family's insane mansion. The place had this old-school vibe with a massive fountain out front that looked even more epic, all lit up. Peeking inside, you could see all the guests making small talk. Professor, it's been forever. My bad about all the drama at the last symposium. Oh, you made it too. Standing outside, Blair thought, well, my curiosity won. I have to see how this Apple dude plans to spin this whole situation. Suddenly, someone gave his ear a killer pinch, making him jump. But he recognized that feeling anywhere. Isabella was yanking on his ear, snapping, I knew you'd be here, Spill. Where did you run off to this afternoon? Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the classroom after school? He was in so much pain he could barely get any words out, just stammering, ow, that really hurts. Right then, Brittany showed up, calling out, Blair, you actually came. Brittany walked up, gave a little wave, and said, we were searching all over campus for you before we came. Blair turned to ask her, Miss Brittany, did you guys get invitations too? Brittany just crossed her arms coolly and replied softly, the news that the Edward family is throwing a press conference tonight has pretty much spread through the entire kingdom's math scene. She glanced inside and added, most of the big names in the field from Abba City are here, and a bunch from other places traveled a long way, but get this, not a single one of them got an invitation. Holding the card, Blair was totally lost, thinking, that is so weird. Am I really the only one who got a formal invite? Someone touched his ear again, and he flinched. Alice had just appeared beside him out of thin air, completely ignoring a pouting, salty-looking Isabella. Her face was all concern. Oh, little Blair, is your ear okay? It's all Isabella's fault for being so rough. Let me make it better. Blair stared at her, totally stunned. Huh. Alice, you came too. Isabella impatiently tapped his back, trying to defend herself. I barely touched him. Come on, Blair, you tell her. Did it really hurt? Alice still acted like she wasn't even there, her eyes glued on Blair. Blair, let me blow on it. It's so red. Of course it hurts. Blair could literally feel the drama radiating off the two girls next to him. He was screaming on the inside. This was happening all over again. Brittany quickly pointed ahead, breaking the awkward silence. We should get going. The press conference is about to start. Behind them, Blair was stuck in the middle of Isabella and Alice, who were still shooting daggers at each other. He could only plead silently in his head, asterisk. Somebody save me, asterisk. Suddenly, the whole group just froze. Blair looked up and noticed something was off. Staring at the wall that was now totally bare, he was shocked. The 7 iconic bridges of the royal capital had just vanished. Brittany had this knowing little smile on her face, thinking, I wonder how this Apple guy is going to handle this mess. Standing next to her, Blair gave her a curious look. Miss Brittany, do you know Apple? She replied quietly. You could say that. Then Brittany kind of drifted off into a memory. Apple and I were in the same class. He was planning on being a teacher at the academy. But then he just disappeared 3 years ago, no explanation. After a beat, she continued. Until a few days ago, when I heard he was the new head of the Edward family, I was completely floored. Hearing this, Blair was even more intrigued and asked, "So what's Apple like as a person?" Brittany blinked like she was carefully picking her words. How do I put this? She had this flashback of a quiet guy always clutching a ton of papers with this faint, barely there smile. She recalled almost wistfully. You could probably say he was the kind of guy who only had eyes for math. Meanwhile, in his private study, Apple was laser-focused on a document in his hand. Fitch rushed in and reported, "Sir, everyone's here. They're all out there waiting for you." Apple was quiet for like a full minute, then totally out of nowhere he asks, "You've never been on a date, have you, Fix?" Fix was just floored and couldn't believe what he was hearing, asking again, Sorry, what?" Apple just shrugged super casual. Showing up late is the best way to make someone antsy for you to get there. Dating 101. Straightening his tie, Apple switched gears completely. "Oh yeah, is the person I told you to find here yet?" Fix was straight up. "Dude, this place is packed. I can't even tell if a fly got in, but I swear I tried my best." Apple moved in, giving Fix a pat on the shoulder. "Chill out, Fix," he said, his voice soft. "I'm not Dad. You don't have to be so freaked out." And with that, Apple started heading out, calling over his shoulder to his little bro, "Let's roll, Fix." While he walked, Apple fixed his suit, his voice full of confidence. It's time for the Edward family to write a whole new chapter. Meanwhile, before the press conference actually kicked off, all the VIPs were already there, hanging out in little groups, and the chatter was buzzing. The vibe was totally electric, and everyone was on the edge of their seat waiting for the main event to show up. Then all of a sudden, someone glanced at the door and saw Apple. They shouted, he's here, Apple, and Fix strolled in, and just like that, every single eye in the room was on them, getting hit with a million curious, judgy stares. One woman couldn't help but whisper, "Wow, he's just a kid." When he got to the middle of the room, Apple threw his arms out wide to greet everyone. "Good evening, everyone," he said, his voice booming. "It's a huge honor to have you all in our home tonight for this." After he said his piece, he gave a little bow, putting a hand over his heart, all formal, and introducing himself. "I'm Apple Edward, and on behalf of the entire Edward family, I want to give you all a major thank you." Over in a corner, Brittany was just staring, totally zoned out. This was a completely different Apple from the guy she knew 3 years ago. His whole vibe, his clothes, even the way he talked, it was all different. He kept going with his speech, slowly sliding a book out of his jacket pocket and raising his voice. "I know you've all been waiting a while and are probably dying to get to the real reason we're all here today." He held the book up high as he said it. "But first, if you don't mind, I want to tell you a little story about my family." Instantly, everyone's eyes were glued to the book in his hand, totally intrigued. Even Tronlock was thinking, what the heck is that? But Apple didn't make them wait, quickly spilling the beans. "This is the journal of the very first head of the Edward family." Ol's voice came out strong and steady, telling the world-rocking secret the Edward family had kept locked away for ages. And just like that, the old story started to unfold, all about the first patriarch trying to crack the code of that crazy puzzle of the royal capital's 7 bridges, a puzzle he actually made up himself. And just like all the brainiacs back then, he walked across those 7 bridges a bajillion times. Ol recounted, the image of the patriarch on the bridge looking super deep in thought, how time just kept ticking by, and the answer was still a total mystery. But the OG patriarch, he never quit. Ol's voice got suddenly deeper, describing the heavy stuff weighing on his mind. He hadn't given up, and then one day, bam, it hit him. He'd found the one, the only route. The patriarch was literally shaking with excitement, totally freaking out with happiness, because the problem that had been bugging him for forever was finally solved. He was so hyped up, he immediately went public with his big discovery, promising that the very next morning he'd walk everyone through the miracle route himself. The patriarch called everybody together, but being so happy made him rush things. And so, in his massive celebration, he totally forgot to double-check it before telling the world. It wasn't until the middle of the night, when he'd calmed down and ran through the route again, that he realized, to his horror, he'd made a huge fatal mistake. Sweat was just pouring down his face. He grabbed his head, completely devastated, because the brutal truth was, he'd never actually solved it. One little slip-up, just one wrong step marked on the route, had created this fake-out of a perfect solution. The patriarch just fell apart, dropping to his knees on the bridge, totally crushed. He knew he'd messed up so bad there was no coming back. By morning, his entire life's work would be trashed. All he could picture was everyone laughing at him, dissing him. And finally, feeling tortured and full of regret, the patriarch made his last choice, deciding to end it all in the cold water to pay for his mistake. In the quiet, pitch-black night, his lonely shape slowly disappeared under the water, leaving behind just a notebook that told the whole heartbreaking truth. In it, he wrote down his last wish, telling his family to be the ones to announce the truth to everyone for him. All his final thoughts were right there on those pages. The notebook was just left there by the edge of the lake, but he never ever could have guessed that his own family wouldn't do what he asked. Instead of stepping up and facing the facts, they decided to hide the notebook and spin this whole other story that the patriarch had found the answer. But on that crazy night, right before he was going to announce it, he'd had a tragic accident, slipped and fallen into the lake. And the family members who found his notebook, yeah, they had their own reasons for doing what they did. All of it, every last lie, was just to protect some empty idea of family honor. In that journal, there's even still a drawing of the 7 bridges. Owl finished the tragic story quietly. When he was done, the whole room was dead silent. Like every VIP in that room was totally shook. Abel was just standing there, fists balled up, looking super determined like he'd made up his mind about something huge. Then he started talking real quiet. But you can't hide the truth forever. And now the Edward family has to own up to our past, to all of it. After he said that, he took this super deep, honest-to-God bow in front of everybody. Fitch saw him and ran over to help him up. Abel's eyes were squeezed shut, but his voice was still crazy strong. I'm here for the whole Edward family to talk about the truth we've buried for so long. For this lie, I am so sorry. The crowd was freaking out. People were literally covering their mouths. OMG, for real. No way something like that could happen. Seeing how the Edwards kept this secret locked down for ages, Blair had to admit Abel was being seriously bold. The young man cleared his throat, thinking, okay, ever since that whole 7 bridges problem was proven to be a dead end, the Edward family's big lie was basically outed anyway. And then it hit Blair. Whoa, Abel was dropping this bomb right now to basically pass the blame to the new generation and do some serious damage control for the original founder's rep and the family's whole vibe. Some girl in the crowd yelled out, so when you broke up the number faction a few days ago, was that to make up for this? Abel shot back right away. Breaking up the number faction was part of it, yeah. But that wasn't the main reason. He put his hand over his heart all serious and declared, the biggest deal is the devil's number. That same girl, still looking totally lost, piped up again. Wait, are you saying you guys still haven't found the devil's number? Abel ran a hand through his hair, looking deep in thought. You got it. We still haven't found it. But it's not because we can't, it's for a totally different reason. Hearing this, Blair was floored. Because the devil's number was never even a real thing. Some middle-aged dude immediately called him out. What do you mean it doesn't exist? Abel jumped in to explain. Well, to be exact, that number doesn't exist in the kind of math we understand right now. And that's the real reason I had to shut down the number faction. As of today, we just aren't ready to say that math and numbers can explain everything in the universe. Someone else pushed. So you're saying the devil's number is unsolvable? Abel's answer was firm. Nope. Then Abel looked out at the whole crowd, laying out his big idea. Ladies and gentlemen, the devil's number isn't impossible to solve, and it's definitely not some nightmare for the math world. Just the opposite. It's a door to a whole new world we've never even seen before. Abel's voice got super intense. And the one person who can lead all of us to conquer it. That person is here. Abel suddenly pointed right into the audience and yelled, the guy who came up with the devil's number, Mr. Blair from Street Donutus Academy. The whole place just exploded with whispers. Who's Blair? Oh wait, I remember. Isn't he that kid who gave that presentation a while back? No way, it's him. I was there too. Yeah, it was totally Mr. Blair. Abel scanned the room and explained, I get that a lot of you probably have no idea who that is. That's because Mr. Blair is super low-key. So at the math conference the other day after he dropped the whole devil's number thing, he asked everyone to please not tell anyone who he was. Abel's eyes got all sharp, and his voice got way more intense. But right now, for the math world to get past this massive hurdle to level up, we need Mr. Blair to step up and show us the way. While Abel was totally working the crowd, Brittany turned to Blair all worried and whispered, Blair, what are we gonna do? But then she realized Blair was gone and was like, where'd he go? At the same time, Fitch leaned in and whispered to Abel, Sir, looks like Blair isn't here. Abel sighed a little bummed. Figured he'd be too curious to stay away and would show up, but whatever. Abel fixed his tie and said, totally sure of himself, he'll come find me eventually. Fitch just gave Abel this hesitant look, like he wanted to say something but held back. The next day at school, a bunch of girls were huddled up, totally gossiping. OMG, did you guys hear? One of them turned to the desk behind her and whispered, there's this crazy rumor going around. The whole school is talking about how that mystery person who came up with the devil's number is actually our Blair. Another girl jumped in. I heard that too, and get this. Now everyone's saying Blair needs to step up and fix the problem he started. Blair was basically screaming on the inside at his desk. He was thinking it was all that freaking Abel's fault for turning everyone's attention on him. Now nobody even cared about the Edward family's drama anymore. It was all whispers and gossip about him. Is it for real? Is that Blair kid really all that? Hey, you guys remember that magic assessment test? Just then, someone nudged his arm a couple of times. It was Toby calling his name quietly. Blair! Blair shot his friend a totally helpless look. Dude, didn't I just spill everything I saw? It was about to get crazy, so I bounced early. I have literally no clue what went down after that, so don't even ask. Toby looked super nervous, stuttering and pointing behind Blair. Well? A million question marks basically popped up over Blair's head. So he turned to see what Toby was pointing at, and then he totally froze when he saw his history professor, Mr. Han, standing right there looking like a linebacker. He kind of squeaked out, Mr. Han? The professor looked seriously ticked off, saying with major sarcasm, Student Blair, I know you're some kind of math whiz now and have become a total celebrity, but does that mean you've got a problem with me? On my history tests, you haven't even cracked the average score, not once. All Blair could do was force a lame smile and quickly try to cook up an excuse. And Mr. Han, for real, let me explain. The truth is, I'm just really bad at remembering history stuff. But before he could even finish his sentence, Mr. Han slammed his hand on the desk and totally roared, "Blair, you listen to me." He gave Blair a major death glare. "I don't care how famous you get, you're still a student and your studies always come first. You are absolutely not allowed to get all arrogant and full of yourself." Seeing how bad it was, Toby jumped in to help his buddy Mr. Han. "Someone's here looking for Blair." Hearing that, Mr. Han just spun around and started going off on Toby too. "Looking for him? Can't you see I'm in the middle of teaching him a lesson here?" Toby, looking totally bummed, mumbled, "But it's Mr. Calvin." He glared at Toby, his voice dripping with authority. "Let me say it again. I am disciplining this student. I don't care who comes looking for him, not even Vice Principal Calvin. You get it." The second he finished saying that, Vice Principal Calvin calmly put a hand on Mr. Han's shoulder and said, "Mr. Han, I'm here to see Blair." That little comment made Mr. Han practically jump out of his skin. He yanked out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat popping up on his forehead. His whole vibe flipped and he forced a smile. "Oh, hey, it's the Vice Principal. Blair, get a move on." "Don't keep the Vice Principal waiting." Blair followed the VP straight down the hall until he stopped in front of a room. Mr. Calvin looked at him with a kind smile. "Hey, we meet again, Blair." Staring at the hand held out to him, Blair replied, sounding kinda over it, "Vice Principal Calvin, this is about that whole devil's number thing, isn't it?" Mr. Calvin didn't beat around the bush and just got straight to it. "Basically, everyone out there is calling for you to step up and crack this devil's number puzzle, and the ABA City Mathematics Association is too. It's putting a ton of pressure on us, so we were really hoping you could help out." Blair looked super stressed about it. Seeing his face, Mr. Calvin added gently, "We really need your help with this. Besides, it's not gonna hurt you at all. If anything, it'll be good for you." But totally out of nowhere, Blair just laughed and shut him down flat. "Yeah, I'm not really interested in helping." At that exact same time in another classroom, Toby burst through the door in a total panic. Miss Brittany, who was in the middle of a lesson, looked at him all confused and asked nicely, "Toby, what's wrong?" Toby was bent over, hands on his knees, completely out of breath. He was panting like crazy as he blurted out, "It's bad, Miss Brittany." "You gotta come see about Blair. He got taken away." Toby's shout left Miss Brittany totally floored. At that same moment, Blair was facing the entire Mathematics Association in some secret meeting room. Standing silently by the door, the vibe in there was so tense you could barely breathe, and Blair was the center of everyone's attention. The 4 directors and vice directors were watching his every single move. And to his right were the 3 other vice directors of the Math Association, who looked just as serious. While Chen Luo was just kinda muttering to himself, 10 deacons were already waiting outside the door. He glanced at them, then slowly pointed right at Director Calvin. "Are you guys trying to strong-arm me into this?" Vice Director Calvin immediately shot back. "Sir Blair, you're the one who brought up the devil's number. Are you seriously just gonna ghost the entire math world now that it's stuck?" Chen Luo smirked, totally trolling Director Calvin. "Has your little math world just gotten used to treating the truth like it's the bad guy, huh?" That comment instantly made 2 of the directors and vice directors see red. "Does this punk even know who we are?" Director Calvin quickly put up a hand to stop his colleagues. Then he kept digging. "So this devil's number, for real, it can't be written as a fraction," Chen Luo answered super casually. "It's not just that one." Then he leaned back in his chair all chill and started listing off other numbers. The square root of 2, the square root of 3, the square root of 5. "None of them can be written out with whole numbers," Chen Luo explained more. "There are like a bajillion other numbers like these, and you can prove it all with math step by step. For now, that's all the tea I'm spilling," Director Calvin asked, sounding hesitant. "So what you're saying is—" He looked completely mind-blown. "Could we have been wrong for the past few hundred years?" He calmly reassured them, "It's totally normal because math is literally a science of constantly finding where you messed up and fixing it. Am I right?" Chen Luo continued. "If you can just figure out how to prove and redefine this new kind of number, it'll literally change the whole game for math." It was like a light bulb went off for Vice Director Calvin, and he totally jumped in. "Sir Blair, you've got to know how to prove and define them," he begged like super seriously. "Please, you have to help all of us in the math world." But he got shot down instantly. "I'm really sorry, Director Calvin, but I seriously can't help with this." It was like Chen Luo could totally read their minds. "I get what you're scared of. You're probably freaked that everything you've believed for centuries might get turned upside down. The fear that you've been going down the wrong road this whole time," he pointed out. "And hey, it's okay to be scared." The whole thing suddenly made Chen Luo think of his home. "Back where I'm from, people for generations have been willing to go to war with actual gods and demons just to find the truth. The thing that's really scary," he offered, "is being afraid of what you don't know. But that's also the thing that pushes us to face it, to figure it out and find the truth. The people who came before us were crazy brave. They tried a million things just to get over that fear. So if I just gave you the answers right now, it would completely wreck the entire world of math." Chen Luo stated, dead serious. "I totally believe that as long as the math world dares to face its fears with a little courage, everyone can 100% beat this." Then he dropped the mic with this major line. "After all, the Song of Humanity is a song of courage." You could hear a pin drop in the room after he said that. Vice Director Calvin looked totally mind-blown, like he couldn't even process what he'd just heard. He could only keep replaying that one line in his head. The song of humanity is a song for the brave. The elders looked like they'd just had some huge epiphany. They all bowed super low to Chen Luo, which totally freaked him out and made him jump back a step. Vice Director Calvin's voice was super sincere. Sir Blair, you're totally right. We were just way too caught up in chasing cloud a minute ago. He looked so grateful. Thank you for teaching us. From now on, the world of math will never forget this priceless. A flustered Chen Luo shot back. Whoa, no, you're giving me way too much credit, Vice Director. But he barely got the words out before their whole conversation was cut off by this insane crash as the poor door flew inward, dragging some attendant with it and sending him flying. The door slammed against the wall with a crazy loud bang, which just shocked everyone into silence. The poor attendant was just lying there on the floor like his soul had left his body while everyone, including Blair, stared at the busted doorway where Miss Brittany was storming in looking like she could kill someone. She just flicked her hand, sending 2 huge gusts of wind blasting out, then growled through her teeth. What in the world have you done to my Blair? In the middle of all the chaos, Blair just calmly raised a hand and called out, "Ma'am." He stood completely steady in the whirlwind. I'm right here. He had this look on his face like, oh boy, but he still gave his teacher a thumbs up to show her he was okay. Miss Brittany, I'm totally fine. Everyone just wanted to chat with me about some stuff. Just like that, Brittany's rage popped like a bubble, and she looked totally mortified. She kind of ducked her head and mumbled an apology. Oh, I am so sorry. My bad, headmaster. I guess I got it wrong. I thought Vice Headmaster Calvin was giving him trouble again. The headmaster, even with his hair sticking straight up, just kept this gentle smile on his face, like he was giving Miss Brittany an easy way out of it. I get it. Blair's a one-of-a-kind genius after all, and he's your star student, so yeah, we were kind of sudden about calling him over without giving you a heads up. Brittany just kind of scratched her cheek and mumbled, yeah, about that. And just like that, the whole crazy misunderstanding was over. The tension in the air totally fizzled out, and things went back to normal. Out in the hall, Brittany was walking with Blair, still looking a little embarrassed as she started to explain. I just jumped the gun. The second I heard from Toby that they'd dragged you off, I freaked out and thought they were trying to mess with you. He just smiled back at her. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to push around. Besides, we're at the academy in the middle of the day. It's not like they could actually do anything. Brittany gave a little nod. You're right, Blair. Actually, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Blair looked curious. What's up? Brittany stopped walking and her whole tone shifted. She looked right at him like she was trying to see into his soul. Why did you bring up the devil's number on purpose and cause all that drama? Blair answered calmly. Miss Brittany, you were right there, weren't you? I was just playing by the math world's rules. You know, answering a question with a question. He shrugged. I honestly didn't think the question would be so intense that it would lead straight to the devil's number. Brittany's face suddenly got super sharp, and for a second a weird red light flashed in her eyes as she shot back, liar. Then this knowing smirk spread across her face. Her tone suddenly switched to teasing as she asked, Hey, you have a crush on Isabella, don't you? The question hit Blair like a bucket of ice water. The guy just froze for a solid few seconds. His jaw just dropped like he couldn't even get a word out. The whole thing flashed back in his mind. Fish grabbing Isabella's arm and him just watching from a distance, totally helpless. Then, like a split second later, the part where he grabbed Fish by the collar, completely losing it, and the image of Isabella behind him, covering her blushing face with her hands. A light tap on the shoulder from Miss Brittany totally snapped Blair back to reality. She was like, the saints of the holy nation really have some moves, huh? Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Blair's face instantly went beet red. He started sweating bullets from her teasing. Then she added, Besides, I'd totally ship you guys. Freaking out, he threw his hands up to stop her. It's not like that, Miss Brittany, let me explain. But before he could even finish, Miss Brittany had already cheerfully spun around and skipped off humming some happy tune. She just yelled back, Make sure you head home after class, I've got to go teach, so I'm out. Blair was just frozen to the spot trying to call after her, but it was useless. He pretty much turned to stone right there in the hallway, so shook he didn't even know what to do. The sky started getting dark, and as the last bits of sunlight faded, the first stars began to pop out. Over in the kitchen, Blair was zoned in on making dinner. Stirring the pan, he mumbled to himself, I can't believe Miss Brittany's imagination is that crazy. I've got to find a way to set the record straight. Just then, Isabella popped up out of nowhere, peeking in to ask, What you cooking? It smells amazing! Blair nearly jumped out of his skin, and before he could even ask what she was doing there, Brittany showed up and explained everything. I'm the one who invited Isabella over. We were going to study the demonic number tonight, and it just so happens we're both starving. So I figured she could try some of your awesome cooking. All Blair could do was sigh. So that's what was up. As he was thinking, Brittany swiped a hot piece of meat from the pan with her chopsticks. Then something clicked for Blair, and he turned and asked, Oh, right. Brittany, your whole thing is wind magic, right? Before Brittany could even answer, Isabella jumped in all proud. You know it. Brittany is a high-level wind mage. Hearing that, Blair muttered to himself while peeling potatoes. Just what I thought. When I was out getting groceries today, I had this idea to build a refrigerator, but it looks like I'll need a top-tier wind mage to make it happen. But Brittany totally misheard him and asked with a blank look, "A cold shrimp, what's that?" Blair just handed her a piece of paper and said, "Not a cold shrimp, a refrigerator. It'll help us keep food fresh for way longer." As Brittany stared at the drawing, super focused, Isabella got curious and leaned in for a closer look. The paper had a sketch of a small fridge, but the two girls' reactions were polar opposites. While Brittany was like, "Whoa, this is..." Isabella just covered her mouth and started giggling, totally ignoring the annoyed look on Blair's face. She was laughing so hard she was practically rolling on the floor. "OMG, your drawing is so... creative." But she wasn't done. Isabella stood up and just kept cracking up. "This blueprint looks like chicken scratch." Totally annoyed, Blair snatched the paper back and snapped, "Whatever, it's none of your business. It's called a technical drawing." Just then, Brittany called his name Blair. A soft blue light started glowing around her, and her hair began to float. A second later, a stream of crystal-clear water just appeared in midair. The water twisted and swirled, slowly taking the exact shape from Blair's drawing. She paused for a sec and asked, "The refrigerator you want? Does it look like this?" Brittany's eyes turned this awesome mystical purple as she concentrated. Blair was stunned, reaching out to touch it completely in awe. "That's it. That's exactly it, Brittany. How are you even doing this?" As she talked, Brittany swirled 2 mini whirlpools of water in her hands and explained, "Well, as you can see, I'm pretty good with water magic too, so making this is no big deal." Isabella was so shocked she yelled, "No way, Brittany! A dual-element mage is like insanely rare. You can literally count them on one hand." Blair added, "Your magic is on a whole other level. So why did you decide to stay here at St. Donna's Academy?" The vibe in the room got super heavy like instantly. Brittany went quiet, this sad look on her face as she turned away. The sizzling of the food on the stove cut through the awkward silence, giving her the perfect escape. She took her chance and pointed at the stove. "Looks like your food's about done." That snapped Blair back, and he rushed to turn off the heat. The flustered guy cried out, "Shoot, I almost forgot to turn off the stove." A few moments later, an amazing feast with all kinds of fish, shrimp, meat, and veggies was laid out on the table. He proudly announced, "It's ready." The three of them sat down ready to chow down. Isabella looked over all the food and was like, "It smells incredible, but it looks so weird. I've literally never seen any of these dishes before." As she was saying this, Brittany scooped some rice into Blair's bowl and told Isabella gently, "I thought Blair's cooking was super strange at first too, but trust me, it's seriously good. You'll get it once you take a bite." Brian held up his rice bowl and explained to his senior, "These are all like specialty dishes from my hometown, so it makes sense you've never had them before. Besides, I didn't invite you to eat anyway." That comment totally set Isabella off. She crossed her arms, whipped her head away, and shot back, "Like a creep like you could ever cook anything good. I, Isabella, wouldn't touch a single bite of this sketchy-looking food today, even if I was starving to death." And yet a moment later, only 3 empty, sparkling clean plates were left on the table. The 3 of them had totally inhaled every last bite. Isabella gently licked her lips, her eyes half closed in a total daze, just soaking in the amazing aftertaste. Her cheeks were all flushed. It was like a sparkly aura was radiating off her, and her eyes were all shimmery and misty. Isabella rested her chin on her hand and sighed with total admiration. That was seriously heavenly. Seeing his senior totally lost in a food coma with imaginary flowers blooming all around her, Brian just stood there completely speechless. His expression soured as he cleared away the 8 pairs of chopsticks. He called her out, asking, "Didn't you just say you'd rather starve to death than eat anything I cooked?" His words definitely struck a nerve, and Isabella immediately went after her troublemaking junior. She grabbed Brian's arm and gave it a super painful pinch. Blushing and mad, Isabella snapped, "It's not my fault, it's your fault for making it taste too good." Totally ambushed by the attack, Brian could only throw his hands up in surrender, yelping, "Ow, that hurts, seriously, that really hurts." Watching her 2 students' usual bickering, Miss Brittany couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing their teacher's knowing chuckle, the fighting pair stopped and asked at the same time, "Is something wrong, Miss Brittany?" The teacher crossed her arms, resting her chin on her hand like she was thinking before smiling and saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I just think you two make a really cute couple." That comment hit them like a ton of bricks. Both Brian and Isabella's faces instantly turned beet red. They both froze solid, their jaws on the floor after hearing Miss Brittany's verdict. Isabella quickly crossed her arms, trying to look annoyed, but her bright red cheeks gave her away completely. "Who would ever want to be a match for this weirdo?" Following the exact same script, Brian also whipped his head away, muttering, "Who could possibly be a match for this bossy jerk?" But even so, his face was still as red as a tomato. To cut the awkward tension, the teacher quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, Isabella, you're about to become a junior mage. Have you decided which element you're going to specialize in?" Isabella totally lit up, confidently throwing her hand up to the sky. "I want to go with the wind element just like you, Miss Brittany. Now you have to know that even though wind magic gets crazy powerful later on, its fighting power is pretty weak until you reach the higher ranks," Miss Brittany explained. "Plus, for a girl, being able to protect yourself is the most important thing. You might want to think about the earth element because its defense is the strongest out of all 4 elemental systems." Listening with her chin in her hand, Isabella pouted, I'm not into the earth element." It just seems so lame. It was a reason for saying no that nobody saw coming. Brian just broke out in a cold sweat. Seriously, that was exactly the kind of logic he expected from his senior. As if reading her junior's mind, Isabella spun around and pinched Brian's ear, a move she'd pulled a million times before. The poor guy could only scream, "Ah, that freaking hurts." His face twisted up in anger as he spun around and yelled, "Are you trying to start something again? I didn't even say anything." Isabella, never one to back down, shot back. "You were totally making fun of me in your head. You creep, I can tell exactly what you're thinking in that little brain of yours with just one look." Totally used to this routine, the teacher didn't even try to stop them, and just turned to ask Brian, "What about you, Brian? What element are you planning to specialize in?" Hearing his teacher's question, Brian put his war with Isabella on pause for a second and got really thoughtful. A brilliant idea suddenly sparked. After a moment, he pointed to his own head and declared, "Only kids have to choose. A grown-up like me takes them all." Isabella immediately rolled her eyes and scoffed. "Take them all? Are you for real? Only a natural-born genius like Miss Brittany can pull that off. Do you seriously think you can learn more than one element, let alone all four of them?" Brian's answer even left Miss Brittany stunned. Her eyes went wide. She probably never imagined her student had such a huge goal. Resting her chin on her hand, the teacher thought to herself, "If it's Brian, he might actually be able to do it." Totally shook by the teacher's take, Isabella stared in disbelief. "Miss Brittany, are you for real? That guy is such a show-off. How can you even fall for that?" In the teacher's eyes, the magical elements swirling around Brian looked unbelievably strange. It was like a chaotic storm that was hiding a perfectly strict pattern inside. The flow of magic coming from Brian's chest was insanely powerful, glowing with a million different colors. She continued, "Maybe this boy really can handle the magical elements of all four systems at the same time." As she said that, she stood up and put her hands on the table. "Anyway, let's just forget about choosing an element for now. When the time is right, you guys are gonna have to decide that for yourselves." Both Blair and Isabella were totally locked on their teachers, soaking up every single word. "Even though you first hit me up just for math, you gotta remember that math and magic aren't totally separate things. Besides math, I can totally coach you in magic later on." The two of them balled their fists, their eyes totally lit with determination, and they both answered, "Yes, ma'am." The teacher nodded, then got real serious. "But listen up, to become a top-tier mage, you can't just depend on your magic for everything." As she finished talking, little whirlpools of water popped up around Miss Brittany, gently lifting 8 plates into the air. The teacher explained, "So the gods gave us magic, which is awesome, but they also stuck us with chants and complicated hand signs, which means a lot of the time mages can't cast their spells fast enough," Miss Brittany said, doing a few hand signs to show what she meant. To get past that major flaw, an amazing mage also has to train in hand-to-hand combat, a skill you use when someone gets all up in your face and you don't have time to chant. Seeing the teacher use magic to clear the dishes like a boss, Blair couldn't help thinking, whoa, having this would make doing dishes so much easier. Magic is seriously the best. After everything was cleaned up, the teacher wrapped it up. In a lot of situations, close combat skills are even more clutch than magic. I hope both of you figure that out soon. So before I officially start teaching you magic, I'm gonna teach you close combat first. Blair was like blown away again by how talented his teacher was, and he found himself wondering, wait, Miss Brittany knows how to fight too. But while Blair was still shook, Isabella was already getting into a warm-up stance, cracking her knuckles. And she jumped right in, "Miss Brittany, I've already learned close combat at home. How about I spar with Blair first so he can, get a real feel for it?" The teacher was cool with her student's idea, but she made sure to remind her, "All right, but Isabella, you have to be super careful not to hurt Blair." While stretching out, Isabella shot back with total confidence, "Don't worry, ma'am. I'll totally take it easy on him." But in her head, she was thinking something way different. "Okay, fine. You might be a step ahead in math and magic, but when it comes to a real fight, there's no way I'm losing." Blair felt this crazy intense vibe coming off her, and started sweating, feeling super nervous as they walked into the training room. The three of them got changed into workout clothes. Isabella was already in a fighting stance, while Blair just stood there watching his friend give him some friendly advice that was totally a challenge. "Hey Blair, try not to cry when I'm done with you, okay?" The vibe between them got super intense, like instantly. Isabella made the first move, lunging right at Blair, who was just standing there completely still. He was just calmly watching every single move she made, breaking it all down to find an opening. Isabella closed the gap between them like crazy fast, yelling, "Take this!" Every move was super sharp and strong. Her speed was insane, but Blair still dodged it like it was nothing. Up above the night sky was this insane magical velvet blanket, dotted with a ton of twinkling stars like diamonds scattered everywhere behind the house. Blair and Isabella clashed their movements as fast as lightning. Every move they made left these awesome streaks of blue and red light. You could hear their fists cutting through the air and the thud of them connecting. Then all of a sudden, Blair grabbed Isabella's wrist hard. For a second, everything just stopped. Isabella's wrist was trapped, and she couldn't move it at all. Her eyes went wide with total shock. Isabella was completely floored by the sudden move, not even having time to think about what to do next. Out of nowhere, Chen Luo used his strength to twist her arm behind her back. The force was so intense it made Isabella bend over. The shocked look was still plastered on her pretty face. She totally didn't expect Chen Luo to be this strong. With just one hand, he had her completely pinned, so overpowered that she was forced down to her knees. She had to plant her other hand on the ground just to stay upright. Super mad and embarrassed, Isabella yelled, "You creep, let me go! Get your hands off your senior right now." Chen Luo, with one hand on his hip, just casually replied, "I mean, I can let go." But even so, Isabella was still giving him a death glare like she wanted to totally destroy him. Chen Luo's face suddenly changed and he stammered, "But senior, wait, don't!" Before he could even finish, a foot came flying straight at his face. The kick was insanely fast, just whistling through the air. Turns out Isabella used the split second Chen Luo was distracted by her. She pulled a seriously nasty move, going for a surprise attack. That spinning kick was wicked sharp, but Chen Luo managed to dodge it just in time, throwing up his own leg to block, ready to strike back. He lunged forward like a flash of lightning, getting behind Isabella, and that's when she knew she was in deep trouble. Because of that kick, her other foot slipped when she landed, making her wobble and totally lose her balance. This whole thing freaked Isabella out even more than when she was pinned. Her arms were just flailing everywhere as she started to fall backward. Her jaw totally dropped. Her face went ghost white with fear. Her eyes squeezed shut and she let out a scream she didn't even know was coming. Her brain just shut down with only one thought: she was about to totally eat it, bracing for some serious pain. But weirdly, the crash she was expecting never came. Isabella, not quite believing it, cracked open one eye to see what was up. The scene in front of her was a total 180. It was like straight out of a romance movie. Chen Luo had one arm around her waist and was holding her hand tight with the other, whispering, "Isabella." In that 1 second, Isabella's face went beet red and felt like it was on fire. Her eyes got all glassy and her lips were kind of trembling when she heard Chen Luo whisper, "My bad, didn't mean to be so forward." The teacher nearby covered her mouth, looking completely amazed, then suddenly cut through the super awkward silence. "Bray, wow, have you taken martial arts or something?" Chen Luo looked up at the teacher and was like, "Nah, no formal classes. I'm just really into fighting, so I taught myself some sanda for a while back home." The teacher asked, confused, "Sanda?" She went from having her arms crossed to putting a hand on her chin, looking like she was deep in thought, picturing Chen Luo powering up with a blue fire halo over his head. Then she exclaimed, "Another totally out there name, Bray. Your hometown sounds like some kind of fantasy land." That comment made the guy cringe a little, and he looked seriously mortified. The bridge of his nose got all red, and he started sweating. Just then, Isabella's hand shot up, ready to give Chen Luo's ear a good pinch. Turns out Chen Luo still had his hands on Isabella this whole time, and even though her face was still on fire, she didn't forget to yell, "You creep, are you gonna hold me all day? Let go of me already." While she was talking, Isabella gave Chen Luo's cheek a hard pinch that made him wince, and he quickly begged, "I forgot, I totally spaced." Isabella puffed out her cheeks all mad, stuck a hand on her hip and declared, "Humph, if I hadn't slipped you, so would not have won." She left Chen Luo standing there completely speechless. In a complete 180 from Isabella's attitude, the teacher was super hyped. Her eyes were literally sparkling and she said all excitedly, "Bray, that Santa thing you just did is so cool. Try to attack me." Ignoring Isabella, who was still pouting, Chen Luo turned to the teacher. "I don't think that's a good idea. It's kind of hard to hold back with Sanda. I almost hurt Isabella just now." But even though he was worried, the teacher insisted, "Don't sweat it. Just come at me with everything you've got." Since he didn't really have a choice, Chen Luo got into a fighting stance, getting ready to pull a Sanda move. Bray clenched his fists and was like, "All right," but he had to add, "Okay, Miss Brittany, please go easy on me." Then boom, he shot forward like a rocket, no hesitation. The raw power coming off him felt like it could knock anything over, making the air literally whistle. But Miss Brittany was totally chill, just waiting, and then she saw her opening to strike back. Her feet like barely touched the floor before she launched herself up with insane power, her face getting this super intense, determined look. Bray just froze, completely blown away by his teacher's lightning-fast counter as Brittany's knee came flying right at his face. In that crazy split second, he had a total flashback. He could hear his old Sanda coach's voice talking about some Miss Brittany with a stone-cold face and a sly smirk who totally rocked a student with a kick right to the chin. Bray took the full force of the kick, but his brain was still spinning with the thought that when you're up against a real pro, you don't even see it coming. But oh, she wasn't done yet. Brittany spun and followed up with a left-handed chop right to the back of Bray's neck. Yeah, the fight was pretty much over. Bray's mind was still drifting. I didn't believe it back then. But this feels way too familiar, just like how I took down Isabella. After landing her combo, Miss Brittany zipped behind Bray to catch his head, saving her dear student from face-planting on the cold floor. Bray's face went slack, a sign that he had been totally and completely owned. The teacher gently held up Bray's limp body, and right before everything went black, his last thought was, "Okay, now I believe it." Bray's eyes rolled back in his head as he passed out cold. The teacher gently held his head while from across the room, a worried Isabella called out to Miss Brittany, "How's Bray? Is he okay, miss?" Meanwhile, Bray was just sprawled out on his teacher's lap, his face pale and a little bit of drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, as she answered super calmly, "You seem pretty worried about him, huh, Chill? He's just knocked out for a minute. He'll wake up in a bit." Isabella got closer, asking all confused, "Huh, what then?" Like she suddenly snapped out of it, she freaked and tried to take it back. her face turning red as she clenched her fists and stammered. She quickly tried to cover, I was just hoping that creep would stay asleep forever. She had no idea the teacher had popped up right behind her, a huge smile on her face as she said in this totally teasing voice, "Actually, you've got a crush on Braid, don't you?" Isabella's shocked face was a total giveaway that the teacher had nailed it. The teacher just had to laugh, covering her mouth as Isabella shrieked, "What?" Her face was a mix of being totally embarrassed and super mad. Plus, her balled-up fists was actually kinda cute. Isabella started waving her hands like a maniac, using her whole body to deny it before dropping to her knees and begging, "No way, that's not it at all. How could I ever fall for that creep? I really don't, Miss Brittany. Please don't just make stuff up." Slipping back into her sweet teacher mode, Miss Brittany gave Isabella this warm look and said, "You don't have to deny it. I'm a pretty good judge of character, you know." The teacher's arms were still wrapped around Brian. A soft smile played on her lips as she looked back at Isabella, her voice still super warm. "Because I also..." But before she could finish, Brian suddenly shot awake and just instinctively hugged her tight, mumbling weakly, "Miss Brittany." The sudden move even caught the teacher off guard. But the most shook person was definitely Isabella, who slapped both hands over her mouth. Total panic mode, her eyes were huge. As for Brian, even though he was awake, he was still totally out of it. With this dazed look on his face, all he could manage was a soft, His brain was just one big question mark, like, where am I? Then the scene flips to a classroom where Brian's sitting. His face is all bandaged up from yesterday's brawl. Brian reached up to poke at it and groaned, "Ow, that stings." Toby, his chunky best friend next to him, was giving him a serious side-eye. He propped his chin on his hand and asked, squinting, "Dude, what happened to you? You spend one night at Miss Brittany's and you come back looking like this. Last night must have been wild, huh?" Hearing that, Brian totally freaked and was like, Whoa, I just slipped and fell. That's it." Thinking back to last night, the guy's face twisted up, his eyes practically rolling into his skull. He was denying it hard, but on the inside he was screaming. Wasn't it all because of that psycho girl? Why did she have to see what Chen Luo was doing with the teacher without even saying anything? Isabella just tackled him right there. She sat on Chen Luo, cranked his arm behind his back and snarled, "You creep! How dare you pull a move on Miss Brittany right in front of me?" All Chen Luo could do was grunt. He literally just woke up to a world of pain. Now the dude was just face down on the floor. Chen Luo wailed in agony, "It hurts, it hurts! It hurts so bad. My arm's gonna snap." Seeing things were getting nuts, the teacher jumped in, all worried, trying to talk her down. "Isabella, please let him go. I'm sure it was an accident." Back to the present, Chen Luo was sitting in class, his arm wrapped in white bandages, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. "Her fighting style is whatever, but how is she so ridiculously strong? She legit almost broke my arm." His mind flashed back to sparring with the teacher yesterday. Chen Luo couldn't help but be impressed, but I gotta admit, yesterday was a total shock. I never saw that coming. She must have had some serious high-level combat training, and she's clearly been at it for a long time. As he was thinking, an image of Chen Luo in a black belt uniform popped into his head, his fists clenched, looking determined. In this world, how could a normal family afford to put their kid in combat training so young, let alone pay for math and magic lessons too? His face got super serious. Chen Luo mindlessly lifted his injured arm. "Just who is Miss Brittany anyway?" A voice suddenly snapped him out of his thoughts. "Hey, man." It was his chunky deskmate, of course, with his nose in the air and a smug grin just radiating pure confidence. He shot him a thumbs up and kept going, all proud. "That move you taught me, the one for summoning 2 fireballs at the same time. Yeah, I totally mastered it." Chen Luo was so stunned his jaw hit the floor. His eyes went wide as he asked his buddy again. Like he couldn't believe it, seriously that fast. Behind him, a sign with superpower in huge letters just appeared. The chubby kid puffed out his chest like a king and crossed his arms ready to go, and announced, "You know it! Let me give you a little demonstration." He confidently shut his eyes, focusing his whole mind on activating the spell, and mumbled, "Oh!" Fire elements spread across the world. He could feel the fire energy start to surround him. He brought his hands together, and this powerful glow started gathering between his palms. He kept chanting, "Please answer my call and come to me." Seeing his friend channel energy so well, Chen Luo was actually surprised, and a proud smile spread across his face. A little spark had already flickered to life, then a blinding flash of light burst from the middle. Putting every ounce of effort into it, the chubby kid squatted down, channeling all his power. With his eyes and mouth wide open, he yelled, "Activate spell fireball summoning technique." Chen Luo's face instantly froze, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His mouth was hanging open. His whole body went stiff, like he was holding his breath, just waiting to see what would happen. But you know, life isn't always what you hope for. The vibe in the classroom suddenly went back to normal, like nothing ever happened. The magic aura totally disappeared. Chen Luo asked, kinda hesitant, I don't see anything." They looked at each other, and then this tiny little spark just flickered. You literally had to squint to see it. His friend quickly said, "Look closer." And sure enough, there were 2 tiny little flames looking super pathetic and weak. Chen Luo had to get right up in his friend's face just to see the flames. Seriously, a tiny puff of air would have snuffed them out. He gave his buddy's hand a comforting pat. "Look, Toby, Dude, your magic skills are already way better than mine were back in the day, I'm serious. He got this thoughtful look, glancing up, trying super hard to pump up his friend. Meanwhile, Brian was internally roasting himself. A fireball spell. Yeah, right, this was a fire kitten spell at best. While he was totally zoning out, Brian jumped when something popped up right in front of his face. It was an adorable pink cake with a huge cherry right on top. A delicate hand was holding it out, and of course the owner was the exact girl whose name he had just mentioned. Alice, one of the seniors, was in this super weird pose with one knee on the floor and her other foot propped on a chair. She said in a super sweet voice, "Bray, I heard you got hurt, so I brought you a little something to feel better." The gorgeous Alice even shot Brian a playful wink. She was rocking 3 stylish bows and was pretty much radiating a sparkly goddess-like aura. Alice continued, "You totally forgot your lunch today, didn't you?" She popped her hands on her hips, a charming smile on her face, but her eyes were telling a completely different story. I mean, the proof was that just a moment ago. A seriously scary dark vibe was pouring off of her as she turned to whisper something to Toby. The poor guy went completely pale and started sweating buckets, stammering, I've eaten. Oh shoot, just remembered I have like an urgent thing. Gotta bounce." The second Toby vanished, the air around Brian was suddenly filled with pink heart bubbles again. Brian held onto the cake, his stomach growling like crazy, but he still tried to be polite. "I really can't take this. It's too much for you to bring me cake every day." Hearing that, Alice immediately dropped back into her weird pose on the chair. Her eyes were sparkling, her cheeks flushed pink, and she clasped her hands together with a sweet smile. She asked hopefully, "So, is it good?" Brian took one bite, and it was so unbelievably good he just blurted out that her cake was the best, period. As he kept eating, he asked, "By the way, did you eat lunch?" "Why are you just gonna stand there and watch me eat?" Alice propped her chin in her hands. "Bill, what's the deal with you and Isabel?" The question totally blindsided Brian, making him do a full-on spit take with his cake as he almost tipped over. After hacking for a solid minute, he finally managed to ask her, why are you asking about this too? Alice just held up a hand, smiling like she knew everything. "Oh, so I guess someone already beat me to it." Her grin got even wider, and her eyes were all warm but totally sparkling with mischief as she pushed for more. "So what did you tell them?" Brian frantically wiped his mouth with a napkin, squeezed his eyes shut with sweat beading on his forehead, and finally let out, "Right now I'm just trying to focus on my magic studies." Hearing that textbook answer, Alice stood up stretched like she was totally satisfied and said, "Ouch, so cold. But hey, that's fine." Her super weird words and actions left Brian completely clueless. Brian mumbled, totally dazed, "What was that about?" But before he could even process it, Alice zipped in and planted a quick light kiss on his cheek. With a little smack, Brian was totally frozen. A perfect bright red lipstick print was now on his cheek, courtesy of his upperclassman. Brian's face was a giant question mark as he yelled after her, "Hey, what was that for?" The girl just waved over her shoulder as she walked off. Alice's happy voice called back, "Get used to seeing me around more, Brian." Brian just sat there completely shook. As everyone around him started whispering, first it was Isabel and now Alice, that Brian guy is a total magnet for the older girls. All the gossip sent Brian's mind into overdrive. What the heck did Alice even mean by that? The more he thought, the more twisted up he got, and he rested his chin in his hand without even thinking. He tapped a pen to his lips, then decided to just drop it. "Whatever, I'm overthinking this. Besides, I've pretty much blown through all the magic books on this floor anyway." With that, Brian stretched and looked up to the next level. It was time to level up to the second floor, which was supposedly packed with way more advanced magic books. Up on the second floor, the librarian Bella was completely lost in some romance novel, non-stop cracking melon seeds and spitting the shells all over her desk. Brian went up to Bella's desk, politely showed her his ID, and said, "Excuse me, I have a quick question." Chen Luo politely asked how to get to the association's second-floor library, holding out his certificate, but all he got back was a quick glance and a super blunt response from the staffer. "Oh, an apprentice." After saying that, Bella just tossed the certificate back at him, her voice dripping with shade. "The second-floor library isn't a place you can just waltz into. You have to be at least—" Chen Luo's face totally fell as he pleaded, "My spiritual power isn't high enough yet, so I couldn't pass the junior mage exam. Is there like any other way?" he asked, but Bella was totally indifferent, not even bothering to look up from her cheesy novel, as she muttered curtly, "Nope." Then she added a snarky comment. "With your sad little magic level, could you even read a single word in there?" Chen Luo could only frown, completely speechless at Bella's condescending vibe. Just as things were getting super tense, a clear voice called out from behind him, "It's been a minute, Mr. Chen Luo." The new arrival was none other than the one and only Jasmine. Jasmine came over with a friendly smile, gave him a wave, and asked with real concern, "Is there anything I can help with?" Seeing Jasmine, Bella looked like she'd been thrown a lifeline and immediately passed the buck. "Oh, you know him, Lily. This apprentice dude here doesn't even have the skills for his junior mage certificate, but he's demanding to get into the second-floor library. You should try to talk some sense into him. I'm gonna go get some air." And with that, she bounced, leaving Chen Luo to just shake his head totally over it. His eyes swept over the messy desk, covered in all the melon seed shells Bella had left behind. Just then, Jasmine gently explained, Mr. Chen Luo, the rule about the second floor library is legit. You really do have to be a junior mage. She hesitated for a second before adding her voice a little unsure. Unless you can pass a special test with a brand new magic spell. Jasmine looked clearly worried and quickly tried to talk him out of it. But the chances of that working are basically zero. I think you should just focus on leveling up your spiritual power to become an official mage. The second he heard new magic spell, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he decided right then and there, let's do it. It just so happens I have an idea for leveling up a water spell. Jasmine quickly warned him about the downside. If your new spell demonstration fails, the association will say you are trying to trick them and will immediately put you on the blacklist. That means you won't get any more resources from the association like ever. Mr. Chen Luo, have you really thought this through? Seeing the serious worry in Jasmine's eyes, Chen Luo gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Lily, just trust me. His words made her go quiet, lost in thought. Finally convinced by his determined look, Jasmine nodded in agreement. All right, Mr. Chen Luo, if you'll just follow me. He gave a little nod back. Jasmine led Chen Luo to a room where two master mages Bradley and Andre were just talking. She walked up and showed her respect. After getting the rundown, Master Bradley was like, "What, are you serious? Some apprentice wants to show off an improved water sphere spell." Meanwhile, Master Andre just scoffed totally, judging the kid's nerve. He took a lazy sip of wine and sneered. It's probably just some brat trying to scam the association with the fake spell improvement story. A basic spell like water sphere has been perfected for ages. So what's there left to even improve? Especially by some nobody apprentice. How lame. He finished, his voice dripping with scorn. Master Bradley turned to Jasmine, his voice dead serious. You better be completely sure about this. If he can't back up his claims, he's not just getting blacklisted. The crime of wasting the association's time and resources comes with its own special kind of punishment. But even with the warning, Jasmine's belief in Chen Luo was solid. She replied firmly, "Yes, I get it, Master, but I have faith in him. Please just give him a chance." Seeing how determined Jasmine was, Master Bradley gave in with a wave of his hand. Fine, whatever. Let him in. We'll do it right here. Now that he had permission, Chen Luo walked into the room like he owned the place. The two master mages just kept sipping their drinks, chatting like he wasn't there. Chen Luo went up and gave a polite bow. Greetings, masters. I'm Chen Luo, a magic apprentice. The second he heard the name Chen Luo, Master Andre's smug look totally froze on his face. He looked completely stunned. Chen Luo didn't seem to notice and just kept going. I'm here to demonstrate. After my upgrades, the water sphere spell is on a whole other level of power. Master Andre's eyes were just locked on Chen Luo. All that shade he was throwing before was replaced by pure panic. Andre yelled out, Why is it you? Then he whipped around to Brady looking totally freaked out. My friend, I'm being serious, listen to me. We need to get to the lab. This kid, he's the one from last time. Hearing this, Brady snapped at Andre. What the heck is wrong with you? Have you gotten even more cowardly since that incident? He's just a measly magic apprentice. What is there to be scared of? With that, he arrogantly pointed at Chen Luo and barked, Hey kid, hit me with that improved water ball of yours. Now. In response, Chen Luo just dipped his head slightly. Okay then, you asked for it. With that, he started to pull in his power, getting ready to cast the spell. He spread his arms wide, and the mana in the air started to swirl around him. Chen Luo shut his eyes tight, focusing all his energy, and then, when he opened his eyes, they were two totally different colors. One was a piercing blue, the other a blazing red, repping the two elements of water and fire. At the same time, two wild streams of energy just exploded from his palms. Seeing this, Brady went completely pale. He spun around to Andre, his voice full of disbelief. This kid, how can he possibly be pulling magical elements from two different systems at once? Meanwhile, Andre was already moving, starting to cast a fire spell. He was pulling the fire element from the air, trying to use his own power to stop Chen Luo's magic. But Chen Luo's spell just erupted with insane power, and in a split second, Andre's flames were totally overpowered and blasted right back at him. His own fire was rushing toward him, making Andre scream in terror, Impossible, it's happening again! In the end, a massive explosion went off, and a blinding flash of fire engulfed the whole room. Smoke and dust were everywhere, but in the center of it all, Chen Luo stood there totally untouched. The sight left Brady speechless. He roared at Chen Luo, his face a mix of pure shock and anger. You, how in the world did you do that? In response to the question, Chen Luo started to break down the science behind his new magic, this souped-up version of the water ball spell. First I summon a water ball, then I summon a fireball, Chen Luo explained, using his hands to show them. He continued, his eyes shining with total confidence, and finally I fused them together. He pointed to his palm to make a point. When two opposite elements are forced together, they create a super powerful vaporization reaction, unleashing a wave of energy that's way beyond a basic spell. After hearing the explanation, beads of sweat started popping up on Brady's forehead. He still couldn't believe what he'd just seen, thinking to himself, how is this possible? An apprentice who can cast dual element magic at the same time. If the fireball spell last time was just a fluke, then this time... After a second of deep thought, his whole attitude did a complete 180. Brady spoke, his tone way more respectful. Sir Chen Luo, would you mind waiting here for a moment? Lily, please take good care of our distinguished guest. Hearing the order, the girl replied politely, Yes, sir. Lily quickly brought over a cup of hot tea. Sir Chen Luo, please have some tea. Thanks, Lily. Chen Luo took the tea, but when he saw her just standing there, he said, Miss Lily, you can sit down too. You standing there is making me feel a little awkward. Hearing him, Lily was like, yeah, Chen Luo. Totally flustered, she kind of just slid into the chair across from him. Then he broke the ice asking, So Lily, you're a mage too? Lily was straight up, Yeah, I am. But honestly, I'm not that great at it. You're the one who's seriously talented, Chen Luo. That fireball you summoned last time was crazy powerful. And this time you pulled off dual element magic. Hearing her hype him up like that, Chen Luo totally blushed and got a little awkward. Still, he tried to play it cool and explain. Honestly, my magic skills aren't even that high. I'm not even at a junior mage level yet. The only reason it's so powerful is because the way I cast spells is a little unconventional. It's just not how everyone else does it, you know, he went on. And that whole dual element thing, that's got nothing to do with magic talent either, for real. Lily was shocked, like, wait, it has nothing to do with magic talent. Taking a sip of his tea, he just casually explained it was all about being able to multitask. He said if you can use both your hands to do two different things at once, then casting two different kinds of magic at the same time is totally doable. And with that, Chen Luo grabbed a pen and paper to show her what he meant. Here, check this out. His hands started drawing two different things at the same time, and yeah, the drawings were a little basic, but you could totally tell they were two separate things. Chen Luo held up the drawing, looking pretty proud of himself. Jasmine was super into it, and gushed that the little dog and kitten he drew were so cute. He immediately jumped in like, that's a wolf and a tiger. Jasmine took the drawing, totally lighting up, and shyly admitted that if they were talking about doing two things at once, then that's kind of my thing too. Meanwhile, over in the academy office, Brady and Andre went to tell Vice President Elton all about the insane thing Chen Luo just did, and just like the other instructors, he was totally skeptical. He was like, a magic apprentice who can cast two spells at once. Brady, are you messing with me right now? But both of them swore it was true. It's for real. I saw it with my own two eyes. Andre immediately backed him up. Vice President Elton, what Brady's saying is 100% the truth. And that crazy powerful fireball from before, that was this same kid too. Hearing them both swear by it, Elton's whole vibe finally got serious. What this kid showed off isn't just some simple trick to power up magic or mix two spells. This could literally kick off a whole new era for how magic develops. He steepled his fingers, resting his chin on them and thinking hard. But, he said, the real question is how many people can actually pull this off. I mean, a new kind of magic is basically useless if not everyone can learn it. Finally, Vice President Elton made the call. Get all the magic deacons and everyone else involved now. I want them to run a massive test in the Great Hall. The crowd that just got pulled from their duties started whispering to each other like, Yo, what's going on? Why? Totally whining like, seriously, they dragged me over here before I could even finish my mani. And BTW, where did that old hag Lily even go? I left my sunflower seed shells on the floor. And she didn't even bother to clean them up. So useless. Then out of nowhere, a voice cut through the chatter, making everyone go quiet. It was Instructor Brady rolling in with Vice President Elton and Andre, and he stepped up to make this big announcement. A little while back, a magician pitched an idea for our association to certify a brand new way to level up magic. But the way you cast this spell is like super unique. It makes the user cast a fireball and a water ball spell at the exact same time, he went on. The reason we hauled you all here today is to run a huge test to see if this magic can actually go mainstream. So like, bring your A game. Hearing that, the crowd started buzzing again. Casting a fireball and a water ball at the same time? That's like completely impossible. Hiding in a corner, Bella's mind suddenly jumped to Chen Luo. Leveled up magic, could it be that guy from before? No way, it can't be him. He's just some low-level apprentice at best. Right after that, the magicians started stepping up one by one to try out this new spell. One dude tried to cast the fireball with one hand, while his other hand was trying to focus on pulling together water elements. Yo, fire elements all over the world, hear my call and come down water. But the other hand totally flopped and couldn't summon the water ball at all. The whole casting at the same time thing was a massive fail. The magician had to just give up, saying splitting your brain power for both is just impossible. This method still couldn't pull off summoning a fireball and a water ball together because the whole concept of linking two different magic elements is fundamentally messed up. How could a mage even summon one element while trying to cast a spell from a totally different one? The other mages there were just as clueless, and they all pretty much agreed with him. Casting. Using two elements at once. That's like totally impossible, no matter how hard you focus. Seriously, it just can't be done. Master Brady then looked over at Master Elton and was like, Mr. Vice President, literally no one in our whole association can pull this off. Hearing that, he was like, figured as much. Take me to this Chen Luo guy. And just like that, the three mages went to find Chen Luo. On the way, Master Brady kind of nervously asked Vice President Elton, so this whole verification thing, is it gonna... And Elton, totally getting what he was hinting at, was like, yep, you got it. Looks like this combo magic is just something special Chen Luo can do. I'm guessing literally no one else can copy it. So yeah, the mages had already decided this whole test was gonna be a total bust. But plot twist. Over on the other side, Lily was grinning like crazy. She had two magic orbs in her hands, one water and one fire. She'd just pulled off the dual-element magic like it was nothing. The three mages were totally frozen, their jaws on the floor just staring at her completely shook. They were absolutely speechless. As for Lily, when she saw the three mages, she totally jumped and stammered, Mr. Vice President Elton. Chen Luo saw the vice president too, so he got up and gave a polite, hey there. Vice President Elton. Lily here is seriously smart. She already nailed my upgraded water ball spell. So, how's that whole magic verification thing going? Hearing that, Mr. Elton thought for a sec, gave a couple little coughs, and then said, well, here's the deal, Chen Luo. According to the rules of our Magic Association, for any upgraded spell to be official, it has to be pulled off by at least 3 members of the Magic Association. Vice President Elton went on. But I called in every member. Who's here at the association right now? And out of all of them, not a single person can cast a fireball and a water ball at the same time. Except for this girl right here. Lily looked super worried and asked him, so, does that mean the verification failed? He jumped in to explain, no, not at all. On behalf of the Magic Association, I've decided I'm gonna make an exception for Mr. Chen Luo just this one time, because your whole combo magic idea could be a total game changer, opening up a brand new lane for the way magic develops from now on. Then Mr. Elton got all serious, looked right at Chen Luo, and added, and with that, I want to officially invite you, Chen Luo, to become a member. An honorary member of the Aba City Magic Association. We'd be really honored if you'd accept. Hearing the invite, Chen Luo was like, wow, that's a huge honor, but I do have one small condition. The vice president didn't even hesitate. He was like, name it. Chen Luo then pointed over to Lily and said, I want you to let Miss Lily here get promoted to assistant deacon of the association. Hearing that, Lily's eyes went wide. She pointed at herself and was like, hummy. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Bella literally screamed, what? She slammed her fist on the table and yelled, Lily gets to be assistant deacon just for helping some random apprentice prove his magic. 3 staff members nearby totally jumped when she blew up. Bella was chewing on her nails, fuming to herself. Ugh, that stupid Lily. That was supposed to be my spot and that little witch just snatched it. Then she suddenly grabbed the collar of the person sitting in the middle and totally roared, tell me where that Lily girl and the apprentice are right now. The other girl was shaking and stammered, I seriously don't know. Since she didn't get the answer, she wanted Bella shoved the girl, snarling, useless. The girl went flying and hit the ground, crying out. Then Bella suddenly remembered what Chen Luo had said. That's it. The library on the 2nd floor. Lily, you are so going to get it. Back in the office, Vice President Elton was talking with Chen Luo, who was carefully writing out every line of the new spell. And when he was done, the VP picked it up, read it over, and smiled, totally satisfied. Awesome, Chen Luo. The copyright for this upgraded water ball spell is officially all yours. Of course, the Aba City Magic Association will still handle the general management stuff. Chen Luo was a little thrown off. Copyright, he thought to himself. I can't believe a world like this even has a concept like that. The vice president then explained that with the copyright, the association would get the spell out there for him. Anyone who wants to learn your magic has to pay a fee, and half of that money goes straight to you, the copyright owner. He even used a coin to show him. 1/2 for him, and the other half for the association's running costs. Vice President Elton made it super clear, and if anyone learns or shares your magic without paying, and we find out, the lightest punishment is getting blacklisted by the association. And the worst case, they could even end up in jail. Chen Luo thought that was pretty wild. He never would have guessed a place with such basic tech would have a copyright system way more intense than his own world. He carefully put the magic scroll into a tube and asked Chen Luo, oh yeah, about the price for the upgraded water ball spell. How does 100 gold coins sound? Mr. Chen Luo. He was totally floored when he heard the price. What? Chen Luo had to ask again. 100 gold coins! He was freaking out inside about how huge that number was, but his reaction made the guy totally misunderstand. So Mr. Chen Luo, you think that price is kinda lowballing it? This spell's got like a super high skill ceiling, and I'm just worried that if we price it too high, people who can't even use it are gonna come back and cause a scene for both you and the association. Chen Luo shot back, nah, let's just roll with what Vice President Elton said. 100 gold coins works. And about people freaking out, I've got a fix for that. The VP's ears perked up. Oh, really now? Chen Luo was internally fist-pumping. 100 gold coins is basically pocket change to these guys. No wonder mages are totally loaded. This was a jackpot he couldn't just walk away from. So he laid out his plan. My idea? We slap a disclaimer at the end of the spell's description. When he heard that, the vice president literally jumped out of his chair. What? Chen Luo just coolly started writing, saying, this upgraded spell needs a special kind of talent. Think hard before you buy, cause all sales are final. The VP shoved his glasses up his nose, squinting at the line Chen Luo just scribbled down. This new and improved magic requires a specific aptitude. Buyers, you've been warned, so think before you click. No refunds, no exchanges. The final say on what this all means belongs to the Magic Association and Chen Luo. The VP read that last part, then looked up totally confused. Mr. Chen Luo, what's this final say thing all about? He just smirked and said, it means if anything goes wrong, it's not our problem. After he said that, the guy's face went grim for a sec, then he just exploded with laughter. Dude, that's genius, Mr. Chen Luo. You've thought of everything. He just shrugged back. Hey, great minds think alike. Jasmine took Chen Luo upstairs and did the whole formal intro thing. Mr. Chen Luo, welcome to the association's second-floor library. He looked around and was like, whoa, this place is way bigger than the first floor, but it's a total ghost town, she explained. That's because this is the VIP section for high-level mages, so yeah, nobody's ever really up here. Jasmine added, we don't just have high-level magic books, but tons of brand-new copyrighted spells. Feel free to check out whatever you want, Mr. Chen Luo. He turned and stared at her for a second, then gave a nod. When Jasmine noticed Chen Luo was just staring at her, she had to ask, is everything okay, Mr. Chen Luo? Chen Luo just smiled and said it was nothing. Then he dropped a super sweet compliment saying that her deacon's assistant uniform actually looked really good on her. Hearing that out of nowhere, Jasmine automatically looked down at her new fit, and her cheeks totally went red as she mumbled something about it being all thanks to him. Shaking off the awkward vibe, Chen Luo got right back on mission finding some books. He cut straight to it. Oh yeah, any idea where I can find books on boosting spiritual power? Jasmine paused for a sec, then answered, books like that are pretty hard to come by. But I think I remember seeing a few. As she said it, she pointed to a massive bookshelf you'd need a ladder for. After climbing up and looking around for a bit, Jasmine's hand finally hit a book. She lit up. Got it. This is the one on how to train and amp up your spiritual power. Down below, Chen Luo was practically beaming, telling her she was a lifesaver. Seriously, Jasmine, thank you. But right then, disaster struck. Her foot totally slipped off the ladder rung, making Jasmine let out a terrified scream. She completely lost her footing, and in a total panic, all she could do was hug the book tight as she fell. Jasmine slammed her eyes shut, getting ready to hit the floor hard. But the crash she was expecting never happened. Instead, it felt like she was just floating. Slowly, Jasmine opened her eyes, and there was Chen Luo, who'd swooped in just in time to catch her. To her, in that moment, it was like he was literally glowing. Then Chen Luo's deep, smooth voice cut through the silence. You okay, Jasmine? Safe in his arms. Jasmine's face got brighter and brighter red. A weird but super familiar feeling washed over her. Why does this feel like I've been here before? Watching this whole rom-com moment go down from behind a bookshelf, Bella's face soured, her eyes practically shooting daggers of jealousy. Meanwhile, Jasmine was still a blushing mess in Chen Luo's arms, stuttering, Mr. Chen Luo, you should probably read the book. I gotta get back to my duties. Just yell if you need me. Chen Luo just played it cool. All right. But him being so chill just threw gasoline on the fire of Bella's rage. I knew it. Bella's whole vibe got dark and she thought her mind dripping with poison. Just as I thought, that little witch is trying to make a move on him. Instantly, Bella flipped a switch, calling out, Mr. Chen Luo, in this gross, super sweet, flirty voice. Hearing that tone, Chen Luo figured she was back on her BS and asked, what are you doing here? She shot him a flirty look as she glided over to Chen Luo, starting to lay on the sweet talk. Mr. Chen Luo, congrats on totally acing the magic demo. I just like asterisk new asterisk you could do it. After she said that, Bella totally pushed her chest out to show off her figure, casually stroking her hair while whispering all invitingly. Oh right, is there anything asterisk this asterisk Bella can do for you? I'm willing to do like anything. Chen Luo just gave her a look of pure disgust, thinking to himself, why is she wiggling around like a worm so gross? He totally dropped the nice guy act and hit her with one word scram. Bella was like shook. No guy had ever dissed her that hard before. When he yelled, she was so stunned all the color just drained from her face. Her mouth was hanging open and she couldn't even get a word out. Chen Luo just casually turned his back, his voice dripping with major sarcasm. My bad. I guess I wasn't clear about how I really feel. Let me try again, miss. Could you please bounce? I need to focus on some books that someone at your level couldn't possibly get. Her ego was totally bruised, so she rushed forward to try and fix things. Mr. Chen Luo, I'm so sorry. I know I was kind of rude at first, but it was all just a huge misunderstanding. Please just let me explain. Don't believe whatever lies that little snake Jasmine told you. Hearing that, it looked like Chen Luo was finally getting the picture, and he quietly sat down in a chair nearby. He casually flipped through the spellbook, then looked up at Bella's desperate face and was like, I've literally never heard Jasmine say a single thing about you. But now that you're spilling your own tea without me even asking, it sounds like you're a real piece of work. You've probably pulled a lot of shady stuff, huh? And with that, Chen Luo told her to get lost again. I'm asking you to leave on your own. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to get Elton Hall involved. The second he mentioned Elton Hall, Bella's face went ghost white with fear and she started waving her hands to stop him. Don't, please don't. I'm going right now, I'm leaving. Finally, with the drama queen gone, Chen Luo had some quiet space to actually focus on his reading. After he finished the book, he closed it and just sat there deep in thought. The method he read about was definitely worth a shot. The book's whole point was that up until now, the entire world of mages just assumed that how fast your spiritual power and magic grew was 100% based on your natural-born talent. Brian was really mulling it over. Your progress was all about talent. The gifted kids got strong fast, while the not-so-gifted ones were stuck in the slow lane. When it came to boosting your mental power, mages basically had two main ways of doing it. The first was meditation, and the second was just casting spells over and over. But he remembered that the author of this book had found a total game changer. It was that when a mage learns a new spell, their mental power gets zapped at like a crazy fast rate. But after just a little rest, not only did the power come back, but the max limit got a major boost too. From this, Brian came up with a seriously bold conclusion. As long as he kept learning new spells, pushing himself to the point of being completely drained, and then rested to recover, he could totally shatter the limits of talent and become more powerful than ever. At that thought, a fire just lit up inside him. I have to learn a new spell tonight. The path to becoming an archmage is finally wide open. A second later, Brian landed softly on the other side of the high wall, a move he already had on lock. As he walked inside, he mumbled while reaching for the door. Wait a sec. Why do I have this feeling I forgot something super important today? As the door creaked open, Brian saw Brittany and Isabella looking like they were about to faint from hunger. Brittany looked up hopefully. Brian, you're finally home. Meanwhile, Isabella looked like she was about to go feral. I'm so hungry I could eat someone. It was right then that Brian remembered what he forgot. He was so dead. That was it. He had completely spaced on making dinner for Brittany. Seeing the two of them sitting at the table with plates and bowls all set but with absolutely no food, his heart just sank. Brian was totally speechless. In front of him, Brittany was making a sad little bunny face, whispering weakly, Brian, hungry food. In total contrast, Isabella slammed her knife and fork on the table, shot out of her chair, and pointed right in Brian's face, yelling, Brian, where have you been? You're just rolling in now. Brittany and I have been starving all day. Are you trying to starve us to death or something? Brian could only rush to put on an apron and quickly throw dinner together for these two, trying to explain himself. I had to go to the Magic Association for something. I honestly thought Brittany would have handled dinner. And hey, why are you still here anyway? It's crazy late. Isabella got this mischievous smirk on her face. Hasn't Brittany told you yet? While Brian was rolling up his sleeves to cook, Isabella crossed her arms and playfully announced, starting today, I'm moving in here, too. Brian, who was in the middle of cooking, almost yeeted the pan when he heard that, his face a picture of pure horror. Seeing his look of absolute dread, she got even more annoyed. Hey, what's with the attitude? Are you telling me you're not stoked to live with a cute upperclassman like me? Brian was internally screaming. Oh my god, what are you even talking about? How could you say something so cursed? I must have heard you wrong, right? A million questions were flying through his brain. Seeing the situation was getting tense, Brittany quickly jumped. Intermediate. Brian, I didn't get a chance to tell you today. Isabella is going to be moving in. It'll be way more convenient for me to teach you both math and magic. Hearing this, Brian felt completely hopeless. He could only turn back to the stove to keep cooking, letting out a long, secret sigh. Man, taking care of one airhead is exhausting enough. Now it's Sundar is moving in. But Isabella totally caught his attitude. She stomped over and grabbed him by the collar like a warning. What was that? You got a problem with it? Backed into a corner. Brian could only lie through his teeth. I wouldn't dare have a problem, senior. For real, I'm so stoked you're moving in. Welcome, seriously. But she totally saw through his fake act and got right in his face. Then do me a favor. Next time you say that, try to drop the phony attitude. Chen Luo's face went pale as he bottled up his anger, telling himself that testing his magic tonight was the #1 priority, so he'd just start after dinner. The experiment was all that mattered. Finally, dinner was over with the two girls at the table, just raving about the food nonstop. Brittany was scarfing it down like she'd finally gotten a real meal, and Isabella couldn't stop gushing about it either. So freaking delicious. After a tiny, satisfied burp, Isabella sat there holding her full stomach, sighing in total bliss. I'm so stuffed, like crazy stuffed. The whole scene was getting on Chen Luo's nerves, so he snapped, Hey, if you're done eating, go do the dishes. A second later, the bathroom door flew open, and Chen Luo screamed from inside. How many times have I told you to clean up your hair after you shower? The drain's about to be completely clogged because of you. He stormed out, totally pissed, but right after he finished changing, all that angry energy just vanished. That's because Chen Luo had just caught a glimpse of both Isabella and Brittany, not exactly fully dressed. He was completely frozen, before he could even get a word out. Suddenly, a pink slipper came flying straight at Chen Luo's face. Night fell, and the clock hit 11 o'clock. Chen Luo was slumped over his desk, groaning, for real, waiting on these two is completely draining me. All of a sudden, he shot up and slammed his hand on the table. I can't do this. He made a promise to himself. Tonight, even if I have to pull an all-nighter, I'm learning a new spell. With that, he cracked open his magic book and started to pick one. I'll learn this one, the Firebird spell. Just then, a noise from outside totally shattered his focus, and he yelled out, annoyed, What now? Isabella walked in and asked, Blind, can I talk to you for a sec? Chen Luo reacted in a flash. He hid the magic book in the blink of an eye. He turned around and was like, Oh, hey, Isabella, come on in. Isabella walked in and kind of started, looking super embarrassed, her face getting all red as she sat on the bed across from Chen Luo and awkwardly tried to explain what happened. I totally shouldn't have thrown my slipper at you. Is your face okay? Chen Luo closed his book, looking at her like he was trying to figure her out. It's pretty late, Isabella. You didn't really come all this way just to ask about my face, did you? Still blushing, she mumbled, I just couldn't fall asleep, so I wanted to talk for a bit. Oh, by the way, Blind, do you have any, plans for your future? Chen Luo was totally caught off guard by that. He was stunned for a second before asking plans. Isabella still seemed kind of nervous. Yeah, think about it. I've got 1 year left, and you've got 2 before we graduate. You don't have any plans for what you're gonna do after you get out of here? Seeing Isabella's super serious face, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh a little. He put a hand on his chin, pretending to think real hard. Honestly, I haven't really thought about it. Maybe I'll just stick around Street Donuts. And be a TA or something. Out of nowhere, Isabella grabbed his hand, her voice buzzing with excitement. Don't you want to go to the royal capital once I graduate? I'm gonna enroll in the Magic Academy there. For real. If you came to the academy in the capital with me with your talent, your future would be absolutely insane. Chen Luo was completely shocked by the sudden move. Isabella kept trying to convince him, don't even worry, my dad can totally pull some strings. Then we could go to the same school again. In her head, she was already daydreaming about the perfect setup, looking so excited she was practically drooling. That way I could eat food made by Blind every day. Besides, even though he's way better at math and magic than I am, he's so easy to boss around, so hanging out with him is super chill. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, whose hand was still captured, turned bright red and said awkwardly, I get what you're saying, but studying in the capital would take a ton of time. For now, I just want to stay in Street Donuts and really focus on my magic research. Hearing that, Isabella's whole mood just crashed. How are you supposed to do any serious magic research stuck in Street Donuts? He just smiled back at her. We still have Brittany, don't we? With her talent and how powerful she is, she's totally qualified to teach me. The second he said Brittany's name, the vibe in the room got super heavy. Isabella just looked bummed out and distant. But her hands were balled into fists, like she was about to punch him, which made him go pale. Isabella growled at him. What magic research? I bet you're just making up an excuse to stay here with Brittany and you don't want to go with me at all, right? Getting angrier, Isabella started shaking him hard, just grilling him with questions. You think I'm annoying? Don't you just spit it out? Do you like Brittany more than me now? Shaken so hard he was getting dizzy, Chen Luo desperately pleaded, Whoa, please give me a break. Yo, stop shaking me. The noise totally woke Brittany up. She rubbed her eyes and sleepily asked Isabella, Bella, why are you guys still up? Then her eyes locked onto the scene in front of her. Isabella was practically all over Chen Luo, a sight that made Brittany's eyes fly open, who then stammered, Whoa, what in the world are you two doing? But the next morning at breakfast, Isabella was back to being her usual food-obsessed self, totally zoned in on her meal. Everyone else was just quietly eating. Chen Luo, on the other hand, was just poking at his food, completely lost in thought. Asterisk. Last night, I tried that new magic training method. I only completely drained my spiritual energy one time. And when I woke up this morning, asterisk, I could already tell my max level had seriously increased. Looks like this method is legit. Just then, Brittany spoke up hesitantly. I think I might have gotten the wrong idea about you two last night. I mean, I get how young people are, but you're both still super young, and it's a little too soon to be getting into all that. Hearing this, Chen Luo instantly figured it out, and quickly waved his hands like, no way, last night Isabella just wanted to talk about plans for after graduation with me. That's it. There's zero chance of that asterisk happening between us. Hearing this, Brittany totally believed him, letting out a quiet sigh of relief and saying, Oh, really, I knew it. It had to be a misunderstanding. Don't even sweat it, you two. But at that exact moment, Isabella slammed her glass of milk down on the table with a loud thud, making it crystal clear she was annoyed. The vibe, which had just chilled out, was suddenly super tense and silent again. Isabella smiled, but it was totally fake. Brittany, I have an early class today, so I'm gonna head out first. Brittany quickly replied, Oh yeah, of course. Without even hesitating, Isabella shot up from the table. Bye, Brittany. See you later. On her way out, she made sure to give Chen Luo a loving punch to the back, making him yelp in pain. A clueless Brittany asked, Are you two fighting again today? Chen Luo answered while rubbing his back and wincing, Not at all. The pain hadn't even faded when a huge stack of papers was dropped right in front of him. Brittany spoke up with a favor to ask. Oh, right, Lou. You're free this morning, aren't you? Could you do me a solid and take this thesis on the devil's number over to the Mathematics Association? Holding the heavy stack of documents, Chen Luo thought to himself, Dang, Brittany's math skills are on a whole other level. I only gave her a few key ideas, and she managed to finish the entire proof and definition of irrational numbers on her own. Looks like the devil's number problem is totally solved. But then he found himself standing in front of a super sketchy rundown building with a crooked sign hanging off it. Is this seriously the Mathematics Association? This place looks like it's gonna collapse. Don't tell me I came to the wrong address. Still, he decided to head inside. He looked around as he walked, then went up to the only desk in the middle of the room. A guy was totally absorbed in writing and asked without looking up, You here to submit a paper or collect a prize? If it's a paper, just leave it on the desk. But if you're collecting a prize, go upstairs, take a left, and find the deacon in the second room to get it stamped. Chen Luo replied calmly. I'm here to submit a paper. As soon as he said that, the guy at the counter looked like something clicked and shot his head up to get a better look. He was instantly freaked out, pointing a trembling finger at Chen Luo. You're the one. And then he just geeked out, his voice full of hype like a superfan meeting their idol, It's Master Luo, leaving Chen Luo completely stunned. Chen Luo asked, a little skeptical, You know me? In response, the receptionist grabbed his hand and shook it like crazy, saying excitedly, Of course I know you. I saw your skills at the academic exchange when you solved the Seven Bridges problem and announced the devil's number that blew everyone's minds. The commotion immediately got everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to Chen Luo, full of admiration. A gasp went through the room. It's Bray! It's Sir Bray! One person rushed forward. Sir Bray in the flesh, could you give me your autograph? Another asked. Sir Bray, do you have another massive discovery for us this time? Please just give us a little hint. Faced with this crazy fan reaction, Chen Luo was a bit overwhelmed, slickly sliding out of the crowd as he replied, My bad, everyone. I'm just here to drop off a paper for my teacher, and I have something urgent I gotta take care of right now. As soon as he finished talking, he turned to leave, leaving behind a hyped-up crowd that had pulled cheering banners out of thin air just like a real fan club. If you have urgent business, Sir Bray, go right ahead. As for the prize money, you can always come back and get it when you have time. Those 2 words, prize money, were like a bolt of lightning, making him stop dead in his tracks. He spun around, pushing up a pair of invisible glasses out of habit, a sharp glint in his eyes as he asked, What prize money? The scene cuts to a pretty old-fashioned room in the Mathematics Association, where scholars were hustling back and forth. A few people were standing and staring thoughtfully at walls plastered with complex math formulas. Vice President Andre shuffled over, scratching his head and looking totally embarrassed. Oh, my bad, I messed up. I seriously thought you were here for the prize money. So you're dropping off a manuscript. Okay, never mind then. Just chill, Sir Bray. But Chen Luo just stood there whistling like he didn't have a care in the world before leaning in and asking in a low voice, You know what, that other thing can wait. So, what's this I hear about prize money? The vice president looked totally shocked for a sec. Then his face totally lit up like a light bulb went off. Wait, don't tell me Sir Bray doesn't know about our association's bounty system? Before Chen Luo could even process it, Vice President Andre jumped right in and started explaining everything. Okay, so here's the deal. The Math Association puts up bounties for super tough unsolved problems. Any brainiac who cracks one gets a cash prize. And how much you get totally depends on how hard the problem is. The easiest ones start at 10 gold coins, but for the hardest ones, sky's the limit. When he heard that, it was like a switch flipped in Chen Luo's brain, like a whole new world just opened up and his eyes got this super intense look. No way. It's all about the money. I get it now, he mumbled, then declared. And Mr. Vice President, show me these bounty problems. Andre was totally hyped and immediately waved him over. Absolutely right this way. With a fire in his eyes, Chen Luo followed him, dead serious. They stopped in front of this massive wall plastered with bounty posters for everything from basic arithmetic to geometry and even insane solid geometry. Vice President Andre gestured grandly. Sir Bray, check it out. These are all the problems with active bounties at the Aba City Math Association. As soon as he said that, he couldn't stop himself from sighing. Looking all bummed out, he went on. A lot of these have been up here forever, like even before I started working here. And to this day, nobody's been able to solve them. I just hope I live long enough to see even one of them get cracked. That's all I want. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was just standing there totally zoned out and stroking his chin. Then with this super serious face, he said, Can you give me some space? I need to focus on these problems. The vice president just nodded and backed out of the room. For sure, no problem. If you figure anything out, just give me a shout right away. Once he was alone, Chen Luo gently touched the wall like he was connecting with the numbers or something, then just stood there totally still. His eyes were half closed like he was completely lost in his own little world. Seeing this, some other scholar nervously came up and whispered, Mr. Vice President Andre, are you sure we shouldn't check on Sir Bray? The vice president turned around and put a finger to his lips, shushing him, and said slowly, Yeah, this is exactly when we have to leave him alone. Vice President Andre spoke again. His voice was soft, but his words were heavy. For a math genius like Sir Bray, inspiration can hit like lightning. If we interrupt him and accidentally snuff out that precious moment of genius, we'd basically be villains forever. And while the vice president was daydreaming about Chen Luo revolutionizing the future of math, his assistant was trying to get a word in, but finally just pointed at the wall, which was now completely bare. Sir, I think... It hit him like a ton of bricks, leaving him totally speechless and in shock. Meanwhile, tucked away in a corner, Chen Luo was fist-pumping, jumping up and down and yelling, 535 gold coins. The grand total for all the bounty problems was exactly 535 gold coins. And the crazy part was these so-called hard problems were so easy a grade schooler from his old world could have solved them. Chen Luo glanced back at the beat-up old Math Association building, with a huge grin on his face, totally scheming to himself. And here I was worried about being broke. Turns out this place is secretly loaded. I swear I didn't want to get involved, but man, being broke is just the worst. His eyes got even more focused. They've just got way too much cash. Picturing himself with all that prize money, Chen Luo started skipping down the street, humming a little tune. I should probably just quietly grab this jackpot for myself. Tonight I'm gonna go home, make a solid plan, and then cash in tomorrow morning. Everyone on the street was giving him the weirdest looks. A little girl tugged on her mom's shirt and whispered, Mommy, that guy is so weird. Her mom quickly covered her eyes. Honey, don't stare. Before you knew it, time had flown by and a brand new day started with sunlight streaming into every corner of the Math Association's office. The vice president was already hard at work. A janitor who was cleaning nearby suddenly stopped aside and decided to start a random chat. Vice President Andre. Sir, for real, is Sir Blake as legendary as everyone says? Because he just peeped the bounty wall yesterday and then just bounced. Vice President Andre, without even looking up from his paperwork, just calmly goes, and even the most genius scholars got totally owned by those problems, which is why they're still up. A brainiac like Sir Blake can't just solve them overnight. Then out of nowhere, a huge thud rips through the room, making Vice President Andre jump. Piled right in front of him was this massive stack of paper, literally taller than a person that someone had just slammed down on his desk. What the heck is this? The guy who showed up just said, I'm here to cash in. I'm busy, so have someone check these ASAP. Then just slide me the prize money. Vice President Andre couldn't believe what he was seeing. How are there so many? He snatched up a few pages to look. Wait, aren't these the bounty problems? Chen Luo, who was rocking a mask over half his face, answered all cold-like. Hearing that, both Vice President Andre and the janitor were just staring with their jaws on the floor. The VP slammed his fist on the desk. What? Chen Luo stood there all confident and was like, every single one of the bounty problems, all 23 of them, the solutions are all in here. Time dragged on, and by sunset, the VP was dripping with nervous sweat. Andre had one hand on his forehead, the other in a death grip on a solution sheet. His face all tense while he and the others in the room were grinding hard. A scholar with a shaky voice reported back to the vice president. We've double-checked everything. Andre's head shot up totally in shock. All around the room, people were still hunched over papers, some comparing answers. Others? Vice President Andre wiped the sweat from his forehead with one hand, while the other held the paper, shaking his voice cracking with pure excitement. He got all the answers. I literally can't believe I'm alive to witness this kind of miracle. For real, if you live long enough, you'll see some wild stuff. What kind of absolute master pulled this off? Everyone was buzzing with excitement, and they all crowded around the spot where the young dude was just passed out. A voice yelled in awe. This is a feat that all the scholars in the Nolan Empire know. All the scholars on the entire Divine Grace continent were totally stumped by. They started cheering and hyping him up. A person this next level could only have one title, the God of Math. Vice President Andre was so emotional he was actually crying, and with a trembling hand, he gently poked Chen Luo's shoulder. Sir, the light touch jolted him awake. You guys done already? Chen Luo let out a massive yawn, rubbing the sleep from his eye. Oh sweet, so you finished checking everything. Everyone in the room, including Vice President Andre, bowed their heads at the same time out of major respect. He was the first to speak up. Your contribution to the world of math is just mind-blowing. Can I be so bold as to ask your name? The young guy looked startled, quickly sat up straight on the book pile and said, I'm Chen Luo. Seeing the dude's confused vibe, he kept going. So if you're done checking and it's all good, let's settle up. The total reward is 535 gold coins. Chen Luo then gave Vice President Andre a playful wink. Since it's our first time doing business, I'll knock off the change. Just give me an even 530 gold coins. After hearing that, the vice president was just silent, totally at a loss for words with this kid. In the middle of this super swanky room, a surprised voice stumbled out, Mr. Chen Luo. Jasmine couldn't hide how shook she was. Her eyes were glued to the shiny bag of gold on the table as she asked Chen Luo with a shaky voice, this money is... The young man puffed his chest out proudly, pointing at the bag of gold coins, and declaring with total confidence, It's money to buy new magic, duh! Elsewhere, a huge warhorse was galloping hard, splashing through puddles, shooting like an arrow through the insane downpour. On its back was a soldier, racing toward the Abba City Lord's mansion. As soon as he got to the city gate, the soldier was immediately cut off by two guards. Whoa there, that's the City Lord's mansion. You can't just charge in on a horse. Getting stopped, the messenger snarled, Move! This is an urgent order from the royal capital. Go tell the City Lord now! A little while later, the secret letter was handed right to the City Lord. He was stunned by what it said. He could only stammer out a few broken words. City Lord Autumn Gravis's eyes went wide. His eyebrows scrunched together and his voice trembled. Is this for real? The messenger knelt down and replied clearly, My lord, the capital investigated and confirmed that Leon has in fact infiltrated Abba City. But his exact location and what he's planning are still a total mystery. The lady standing beside the City Lord couldn't hide her confusion either. She clutched her handkerchief and cut in, Wait, are we talking about Leon, the high-level mage who betrayed the Empire? He's been MIA for 3 years. Why on earth would he show up in Abba City now? City Lord Autumn Gravis just snapped, I don't know. You could totally see the fear in his eyes as he sized up the situation. But with Leon's kind of power if he really wanted to, and right then, like he jinxed it, these insane bolts of deadly purple lightning started crashing down from the sky. City Lord Autumn Gravis's words were basically a prophecy coming true. I'm afraid taking out this entire city would be easy for him. Meanwhile, back at school, Chen Luo's pen fell under his seat. Bending down to get it, he grumbled under his breath. Okay, so learning new magic is leveling up my spiritual power super fast, which is awesome. But it completely drains me, and the worst part, it costs a fortune. I already burned through all the magic I just bought. Chen Luo just flopped onto his desk, totally exhausted, and groaned. 500 gold coins is literally nothing. Guess I gotta figure out another way to make some cash. His buddy Toby, sitting right next to him, saw how wrecked he was and gave him this curious look. A sly grin spread across his face like he was cooking up some trouble. Yo, Brian? How come you've been looking so worn out ever since you started hanging with Brittany? Brian shot back, totally annoyed. You trying to get decked? At the same time, a bunch of girls up front were buzzing about something. Turns out this one girl was showing off some pics of Lucien she'd worked super hard to get. OMG, you guys look. It's a picture of Lucien. It took me forever to track this down. All her friends totally started fangirling. Oh my gosh, Lucien is so hot. No way, how'd you get this? Let me see, he looks so young. The girl holding the Lucien pic was totally beaming while her friends gushed over it. Toby, watching the whole thing from his seat, just rolled his eyes. Geez, what a bunch of fangirls. Seeing this, Blair, who was next to him, turned and was like, "Who's Lucien?" Toby immediately went into explanation mode. Dude, you don't know? This mysterious masked guy who calls himself Tranlak showed up recently and single-handedly solved all 23 of the AMA's impossible math problems. We're talking problems that were unsolved for almost 100 years. The whole thing totally rocked the entire math world in the Kingdom of Nolan. Now everyone is scrambling to figure out who he is, Toby said, really leaning into it. Because this guy's math skills are so insane, so next level. Everyone started calling him Luo Shen, like the god of math. Hearing that, Blair started sweating bullets. Asterisk. What the heck is happening? How did I become a god, asterisk? Toby, on the other hand, was just pouting with jealousy. If you ask me, a brain like that has to belong to some bald old dude. There's no way he's young. Right, Blair? Blair felt like his head was about to explode, so he just nodded like a bobblehead. Yeah, totally. You're 100% right. Suddenly, Toby threw an arm around his shoulder. Oh, hey, speaking of the extracurricular magic practices this afternoon after school, right? So, have you figured out who you're partnering with yet? Blair didn't answer and just shot back. Aren't you gonna be on my team? Toby just sighed, all frustrated. Nah, I'm probably gonna skip the magic practice. My skills are trash, seriously. I'd just be useless. I already got my dad to call me in sick. Then he dropped something that totally caught Blair off guard. I heard some second-year and third-year students are joining this time. That afternoon, out on the back mountain of Street Donis Academy, the teacher got all the students together and announced, "All right, everyone, today's magic practice is all about building up your real-world combat skills." All the students were lined up listening, hanging on the teacher's every word as he laid out the rules. You're going to take this amazing opportunity to put all that magic theory you've been learning into actual practice. But, and I need you to listen very carefully while getting stronger, is the goal your personal safety is priority number one. The supervising teacher kept repeating it, making sure the students understood that safety was everything. We've already cleared out most of the dangers on the back mountain, but you still need to be super careful and under no circumstances are you to leave the designated mountain area and go off on your own. The teacher went on, okay, you can now get into groups of 3 to 4, and then you'll head into the back mountain to stay the night. Everyone needs to be back at this spot by noon tomorrow. Got it. The second he finished, all the students yelled back in unison, yes, sir. Then all of a sudden, a familiar voice piped up right beside Blair. So what about you, Blair? Did you get all that? The question made him gulp. Yeah, I did. Isabella came over nodding towards Alice and just put it out there. Good, so pick one, me or her. Who's it gonna be for your team? Totally cornered Blair just awkwardly scratched his head. Well, can't we all be in the same group? When Alice heard that, she couldn't help but cover her mouth to hide a laugh. Then she just let it out. Wow, I didn't know you were so ambitious, Junior Blair. You want both of us on your team? You know what, I don't think that's a bad idea at all. I'm an Isabella. Isabella looked so mad her fists were clenched, but she reluctantly gave in. Fine. Fine. I guess I have no choice. A team up is a team up. It's not like I'm scared or anything. Seeing that things had finally calmed down, Bray let out a huge sigh of relief, thinking, awesome. At least she's not taking it out on me for once. But the second they got to the edge of the forest, Isabella gave Bray a super hard pinch, making him totally yelp. Ow, Isabella, what was that for? She just snapped back, because I felt like it. Meanwhile, on top of some super high mountain, someone was watching the whole thing play out and he was like, Sir Leon, the sun is totally gone. Leon stepped out all slow-like, holding this scepter thing, looking all epic in front of his crew. Leon's voice boomed. All right, everyone, we finally made it to this point. All his followers were dead silent, hanging on his every word. This city, Leon totally roared, is never gonna see the light of day again. Back on the mountain behind St. Donis Academy, deep in the super dark forest, a bunny was just minding its own business, nibbling on some grass, when it suddenly got spooked, its ears shooting straight up. It jumped like it sensed some major danger was coming. Then out of nowhere, its teeth started to glow, shooting out these weird beams of light. A second later, the rabbit legit shot out a massive fireball, setting the whole patch of grass and trees around it on fire. Luckily, Isabella jumped in just in time to put out the flames. The whole thing scared the poor little rabbit half to death. With these incredibly cool and smooth magic moves, Isabella gently put out the fire, which even made Alice, who was standing right behind her, secretly super impressed. As soon as she was done, Isabella whipped around to show off to her teammates, her voice dripping with pride. Total success. I had its fireball under my complete control. While Isabella was busy bragging to everyone, Bray was completely zoned in on the rabbit. He was checking it out up close, muttering to himself, totally ignoring Isabella's victory party behind him. It's exactly like Mr. Anthony said. As soon as you take away its control of the fireball, the rabbit just freezes up, completely paralyzed. Suddenly a hand came out of nowhere and yanked his ear super hard as Isabella yelled at him. Bray, how could you be so mean and grab this adorable little bunny by its ears? His ear throbbing, Bray stammered, Ow, 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 let go of my ear. Isabella totally used that moment to scoop up the rabbit and cuddle it. There, little guy. Don't you worry. I made the big meanie go away. All Bray could do was hold his sore ear, looking totally bummed out and thinking his life was officially worse than a rabbit's. Seeing Bray's ear was all red from where Isabella pinched him, Alice went over and gently touched his earlobe. She rubbed it softly while asking in a caring voice, whispering right next to him, Is your ear okay? Aren't you supposed to catch the rabbit? You kinda have to for this magic practice to count as a win. Being so close to her made Bray's face turn bright red, and he got all flustered. I'm fine. We're just getting started anyway. We've still got tons of time to catch one. After he said that, he coughed a couple of times to cover up how embarrassed he was, and quickly changed the subject. Oh, hey, Alice. So besides rabbits, can other animals use magic too? Alice explained while petting the rabbit in her arms. Oh yeah, for sure. That's like basic knowledge. All across the Divine Grace continent, magic isn't just a human thing. Most animals can connect with magical elements too, but they're usually stuck with just one type. Plus, they can't really pull off any super complicated spells. Alice then gave him an example. Like this type of rabbit can only use fire magic, and the best it can do is a super basic fireball spell. She kept going. As for that other question you had, honestly, I don't think anyone on the entire continent could answer it, probably not even Mr. Anthony. Hearing Alice say that, Bray could only scratch his head and let out an awkward laugh. Yeah, I was just kind of wondering out loud. At that exact moment somewhere else, Mr. Anthony was standing by himself, completely lost in thought. All of a sudden, a voice from behind him called out, Mr. Anthony! Vice Principal Calvin walked up to him and asked, Why aren't you on patrol in the mountains? Mr. Anthony replied with a serious voice. Vice Principal Calvin, that question my student Bray asked me earlier, I just can't get it out of my head. It was so weird that even the vice principal was surprised to see a teacher like Anthony so spaced out. That Bray kid again? He asked, curious. What did he ask you this time? So Mr. Anthony started telling him the whole story. That kid, after he found out rabbits could shoot fireballs, asked me why humans need all these complicated chants and hand signs to control magic when rabbits don't need any of that stuff. Hearing that, even Vice Principal Calvin was totally stumped, having no idea how to explain such a tricky question. So the two of them just stood there like statues, both thinking about what the student had asked. Suddenly, the vice principal tapped Mr. Anthony on the shoulder, breaking the silence. Oh, right. Mr. Anthony, it's time for you to get back to patrolling the mountain and making sure the students are safe. But Mr. Anthony was still trying to get an answer, holding him back. But wait, you still haven't answered my question. Vice Principal Calvin just brushed him off, his voice firm as he pushed him to go. What answer? What's more important right now, your question or the students' safety? Now get going. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Bray, Alice, and Isabella were having a really interesting chat. Isabella and Alice too. The guy hesitated, and a blushing Isabella totally cut Blair off. You already did your own little inspection a second ago, didn't you? So what's the verdict? Is mine better? Isabella asked, kinda side-eyeing Alice, then added, Or is Alice's the one to beat? Standing there, Blair just held his chin, his face bright red, and mumbled, I've definitely checked out both, but it's seriously hard to pick a winner. The second he said that, Alice grabbed his hand and her voice made him jump. Well then, Junior Blair, just give it one more check and then you'll know for sure. Isabella's face totally fell and she snapped back annoyed. It's so obvious my rabbit is bigger than yours. Why won't you just admit it, fine? Let's just have Blair be the judge. Isabella spun around and yelled, Blair, spill it right now. Whose rabbit is bigger, mine or Alice's? The poor dude could only manage a nervous laugh, stammering, Oh, well. All of a sudden, the rabbit in Isabella's arms started freaking out, leaping from her grip and making her scream in surprise, Ah, my rabbit! The little guy bolted like a flash towards a tree way over there and squeezed into a gap under a wooden board, looking like it was running from a ghost or something. Isabella scrambled after it, calling out, Where did you go? Just then, Alice called out to her, Isabella. Hearing her name, Isabella was still bent over some weird pipe trying to find it. Why is there a pipe here? You think the rabbit crawled inside? Alice yelled again. I told you not to run off like that. At that exact moment, the ground under them started to shake like crazy, leaving all three of them completely stunned. A massive crack ripped open in the ground, getting wider and wider, and in like a split second, both Alice and Isabella were swallowed up by the giant hole. Isabella's face went completely white as she could only let out a terrified scream. Alice was panicking just as much, but on instinct she clutched her rabbit super tight. Dust and smoke exploded everywhere. Rocks and dirt were flying all over the place, making it a scene of total terrifying chaos. In the middle of the wreckage, a shaky hand clawed through the dirt and rocks trying to get out. With a face twisted in pain, Isabella finally pushed her head up, using every ounce of strength to pull the top half of her body out of the rubble. Right after she grabbed a limp arm, its skin all covered in scrapes. With whatever energy she had left, Isabella tried to drag Alice out of the danger zone. Looking like they'd used up all their strength, they both just collapsed onto the ground, totally gasping for air. Isabella's eyes were wide with panic and fear. Where on earth are we? Meanwhile, Alice was fading fast from exhaustion, her lips unconsciously mumbling a single name, Blair. Hearing that, Isabella started to freak out even more desperately, shaking her friend, Alice, wake up. But all she got back was a terrifying silence. Without even thinking, she put a finger under Alice's nose to check if she was breathing. Isabella's face immediately went grim as the absolute worst thought ever shot through her head. Oh no, this is... Suddenly, she gently lifted Alice's chin, looking like she'd made a decision. Without wasting a single second, Isabella firmly pressed her lips against her friend's. She started giving her mouth to mouth. After a few tries, her plan actually worked, and Alice started to show signs of waking up. Looking completely wiped, Alice's heavy eyelids slowly fluttered open. She shot up with a gasp. Her eyes were filled with total confusion. Isabella quickly put a hand on her shoulder, trying to gently calm her down. Alice suddenly started choking, coughing like crazy as her pale face turned bright red. Seeing her friend was awake, Isabella was so relieved she almost started crying. She stared right at Alice, her voice full of worry. You're okay. Alice was a little more with it now, and even though the coughing fits were awful, she managed to say, yeah, I'm okay. Her eyes darted around the weird new place, her voice shaking with fear. Where are we? Isabella could only shake her head. I have no idea. When I got out of the rubble, this is where I was. It looks like some kind of cave. Hearing that, Alice struggled to her feet and cautiously looked around. That's so weird. I've never heard anything about a cave under the Academy's back mountain. Then it was like Isabella remembered something. Oh hey, there's a door over there. Maybe that's the way out. Alice turned to her, hesitating for a sec before saying, oh hey, about before. Thanks, Isabella. Hearing that, Isabella just froze for a couple of seconds, then gave her a look of total disbelief. Are you feeling okay? She asked again, her voice getting way more sarcastic and annoyed. Seriously, are you okay? Did you hit your head or something? Alice just frowned, completely confused. What are you talking about? Isabella sighed like she was so over it, not even bothering to explain. It's nothing. I just literally never thought I'd hear you say thank you. Those words left Alice totally stunned and at a loss for words. Meanwhile, back outside, even though it was super late, everyone was still hanging around under the bright moonlight. That was so freaky. What was up with that earthquake just now? Beats me. Does this mean our whole exam was for nothing? All my rabbits got away. Another student ran up to Vice Principal Canvin in a panic. Vice Principal, does this mean our scores are just like gone? Mr. Canvin answered calmly, trying to chill everyone out. It's okay, everyone. Don't worry, this whole thing will be considered a freak accident. You don't need to worry about it. The second he finished speaking, Mr. Anthony leaned over to the Vice Principal, whispering like he had a secret. Anthony, Vice Principal Canvin said, his face going grim. Are all the kids off the mountain? Are they safe? I think so. Mr. Anthony was totally flustered, stammering as he tried to explain. The thing is, the quake hit us out of nowhere. The other teachers and I, we seriously did everything we could. There's probably no one still trapped up there. Miss Cook's doing a head count right now. We'll know for sure any second. But just then, the sound of thundering hooves came from off in the distance as a huge group of city guards galloped their way. Their faces were super tense as they yelled, "Make way, clear the path!" Their sudden arrival immediately made all the students stare, totally curious and surprised. In no time, the cavalry was on them, their horses kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Mr. Anthony couldn't shake this uneasy feeling, like a seriously bad premonition was creeping up on him. Why would the city guard be here now? After a beat, Vice Principal Canvin finally spoke, his voice low and his eyes full of suspicion. It seems this earthquake was way more than just an earthquake. At that exact moment, back in the cave, the mysterious door was slowly creaking open, letting a thin sliver of light slice through. Isabella carefully peeked out and just gasped. Whoa, this place is insane! Right in front of her, and Alice was this gigantic pillar that towered way up into the air. You could literally feel the currents of pure magic swirling around them. Alice totally freaked. What in the world is this? Isabella, though, was just overcome with curiosity. She slowly reached out like she had to feel the mystery for herself. Her totally mesmerized gaze traveled from the bottom of the pillar all the way to the top. These patterns are so intricate. The second the words were out of her mouth, Isabella put her hand right on the pillar without a second thought, and instantly this piercing zap echoed out. A massive surge of mana threw Isabella backward right in front of Alice's terrified eyes. She landed in a heap on the cold ground with zero time to react. Alice rushed to her side, screaming her name, Isabella. Alice cried, her voice trembling as she helped her friend up. Are you okay? Isabella tried to act cool, saying, I'm fine. Looks like this pillar is protected by some kind of defensive spell. A really high-level one. At her words, a weird glint appeared in Alice's eyes. She turned to stare hard at the pillar and muttered to herself, "This pillar? This is jogging my memory about something I read in an ancient spellbook once." Her eyes followed the flows of magic as Alice went on explaining that legend says, the ancient people put up tons of bronze pillars carved with ancient magic runes. They were all linked by bronze wires that stretched over a huge area, creating a magic grid with earth-shattering power. Hearing this, Isabella couldn't hide how curious she was. A magic grid? What was it for? Alice just gave a little shake of her head. I'm not sure either. Maybe for some kind of massive-scale healing or to make things grow. Suddenly, countless arrows made of glowing energy rained down from the sky, hurtling straight for the two of them. The situation just got real. From the giant pillar, long wires shot out in all directions, buzzing with violent streams of electricity. Sharp blocks of ice suddenly slammed into the ground, sending dirt and rock flying as they watched in total shock. From a distance, some stranger smirked like he knew exactly what was up. He'd been secretly watching the whole thing from the very beginning. A glowing blue magic circle appeared surrounding a figure high above, who was struggling to keep the magic circle under control. He spoke in a mocking voice. Well, well, you two ladies have some skills, don't you? The vibe between them got as tight as a guitar string. Alice was so mad at his arrogance she couldn't even speak. Under the mystery guy's intense stare, Alice finally got it together and asked, "Who are you?" His expression suddenly turned totally sinister. "And that's a question I should be asking you, but it doesn't matter since you're both about to be history anyway." Alice and Isabella shared a look that said it all. What do we do? Do we make the first move? Without wasting a single second, they both started chanting at the same time. "O element of fire that burns across the world, hear my call, descend upon this place." The mysterious guy just watched them chant, looking totally bored, then smirked like he'd already won. And right after that, a giant fireball roared into existence as the two girls yelled together, "Fireball spell!" A massive wall of ice appeared in a flash, blocking the blazing fire, and its insane heat didn't affect him at all. Not only was the fire blocked, but it was completely swallowed up by the ice wall. Both of them were just stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. How was that even possible? All of a sudden, the mysterious guy leapt into the air, moving as fast as lightning, and charged straight at the two girls with a blade at the ready. The impact was so powerful it sent both of them flying backward, giving them no time to even process what happened. Alice was slammed hard against a cliff wall, the pain leaving her totally frozen. The mysterious guy gave her zero time to recover, charging at her like a maniac. Alice managed to dodge just in the nick of time, scrambling backward and to find a way out, but then a sharp blast of energy whizzed right past her cheek. The relief lasted for about a second before he had her cornered at a complete disadvantage. Her face went ghost white, as if all the blood had drained from it, pure terror showing in her eyes. The man didn't hesitate for a second, reaching out and wrapping his hand tightly around her throat. His grip was like iron, totally crushing her. Alice couldn't even fight back. The guy had this twisted grin, loving that she was blacking out. But he wasn't done. With just one hand, he hoisted her into the air, stealing the last bit of breath from her lungs. He stared right into her eyes, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Such a shame." Alice clawed at his hand, a totally useless struggle, and he was totally eating it up. "But my orders gotta send you both packing." Then, just in time, a blur shot past like lightning. Chen Luo threw himself in front of her, taking the hit meant for Alice. A total nightmare moment. The attacker roared, furious that some random dude just stole his target. Alice went white as a sheet, but the scariest thing for her right now was seeing Chen Luo bleeding, and it was all her fault. But Chen Luo's eyes were locked on not a flicker of fear. Far off, Isabella was stumbling to her feet, trying to run to them while screaming his name. Chen Luo was all she could choke out before the creepy guy just froze, like he'd seen a ghost. "You..." Then these bright red sparks just zipped right past his face, totally stunning the hitman for a second, giving him zero time to do anything. The three of them scrambled together, and bam, a glowing magic circle appeared out of nowhere surrounding them. The dude stared them down, pure hate in his eyes. But he was way too late to see the circle was about to unleash a crazy amount of power. Like enough energy to literally burn everything to the ground. The mystery guy was bug-eyed. "No way! How that kid didn't even say a word!" In a puff of black smoke, everything outside the circle just turned to dust. Right in the middle of it all, the three of them braced for a fight. They scanned the area, super cautious, looking for any sign of the guy. Isabella rushed over, totally freaking out, to check on Chen Luo. "What are you even doing here? Your arm. We need to fix that, like, right now." Chen Luo kinda looked away and just said, "I followed your tracks. From the cave you guys fell into. The arm's fine for now." Chen Luo said, his voice tight, trying to hide how much it hurt as he grabbed his arm. Just then the smoke started to clear, and they could see the enemy's outline. He was on one knee, looking totally wrecked, but his eyes were just burning with hate. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, thinking, I didn't even see him cast that, not a single move. "Is he actually faster than me, could it be? Lord Leon?" Shaking his head, the guy gripped his weapon tighter, a nasty glint in his eye. "Whatever. They saw too much. Now they all have to go." As he said it, his blade started glowing with this frosty vibe, turning into a crazy sharp ice sword that felt freezing even from a distance. The mystery attacker locked onto Chen Luo and then just charged, moving scarily fast. "Chen Luo, watch out!" Isabella and Alice both screamed at the same time, totally panicking. But the attacker only got a few steps before he skidded to a stop. He looked at Chen Luo completely confused, like, why is this kid just standing there? He's not even trying to fight. Then he spotted it, a ball of energy slowly growing bigger and getting closer every second. A million questions flashed through the guy's head. A water sphere spell, another spell with no gestures. The water sphere suddenly split open, and these rings of fire just shot out, blasting him with insane heat. Hold up, this is no ordinary water sphere. And then the weird orb just swallowed him whole. The fire rings wrapped around him, burning him everywhere, leaving him zero chance to even blink. A second later, the orb just blew up. Blood started oozing from the burns on his face, and the pain made him cough up a ton of blood. He was completely wiped out, and he just collapsed. His face was a total mess of pain and pure raw hate. His burnt hand was too weak to even hold the ice blade, and it slipped and clattered on the ground. His body was all charred, but he somehow staggered up, mumbling like he couldn't believe it. This is... But he face-planted before he could finish the thought. A puddle of blood started spreading out around his burnt body. What kind of crazy power is that? Meanwhile, the sun was setting over the old fort. Leon was sitting on a rocky ledge, almost invisible against the howling wind, but you could see a flicker of worry in his eyes, like he felt something was off. One of his guys ran up, sounding panicked. "Sir Leon, what's up? Is everything okay?" He jumped to his feet, his eyes darting everywhere. "We've got some rats in the house." Right then, the sound of horses thundering down the trail totally broke the night's silence. The city guard commander threw up a hand, yelling for his soldiers to pull up. He gave them the rundown in a serious voice. "All right, the secret entrance is right up there. Everyone off your horses. Get ready to move in." The commander made sure to add one super important detail. The guy leading this whole rebellion, Leon, used to be the Empire's top gun. He's crazy dangerous, so stay sharp, everybody. All of a sudden, one of the soldiers, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pointed with a shaky hand. "Captain, sir, look." Standing there like he owned the place was Leon. He'd shown up out of nowhere like some kind of grim reaper, looking totally calm but giving off a majorly deadly vibe. "My old friends. Sorry, but this is where we part ways." It was Leighton. Instantly, the whole city guard snapped into a defensive line, staring down the rebel leader. They crept forward, super cautious, trying to circle him. Seeing Ethan shaking his uncle shot him a look and whispered, "Ethan, when this goes down, you stay glued to me. Don't even think about wandering off." "Got it." Ethan was too scared to argue, just nodding fast. "Yeah, uncle." The squad pumped themselves up. "He's just one guy, get him, surround him." "Yes, sir." Just moments later, a cold, dead hand rested on the green grass. Ethan's face was a mess of pure agony, tears of blood streaking down his face. Everywhere he looked, bodies of soldiers and their horses were scattered in a total nightmare of a scene. Ethan fought to get up, his head exploding with pain. He just stared, completely unable to process what he was seeing. "Am I alive?" A faint, familiar voice whispered from nearby, "Ethan." He scrambled up, stumbling over to his uncle. His blood ran cold when he saw him gasping for air in a pool of his own blood. Uncle Ethan grabbed his hand, totally frantic. Tears blurred his vision as he choked out the words, "Uncle, you." He just fell apart, sobbing in the freezing rain. How could this be happening? What am I supposed to do now? His uncle looked at him, his eyes full of pain, and slowly pulled something from his coat, straining to hand it to him. "Ethan, forget about me. You take this. Finish the mission." The boy gripped the object, his loud cries turning into silent, shaking sobs. "Uncle, I can't. You saw it. That guy Leon, he took out all of us by himself." He screamed, totally frustrated and helpless. "He wiped out the captain with just a wave of his hand. With my power, he could literally end me with a snap of his fingers." His uncle gave him one last long look. Then his eyes fluttered shut as he took his last breath. In a total panic, Ethan threw his uncle over his shoulder, desperately trying to convince himself. "Uncle, hey, don't close your eyes. I'm getting you down this mountain. You're gonna make it, you have to." But his uncle could only force out his last words. "Finish the mission," before his head fell onto Ethan's shoulder, lifeless, in the dark pouring rain. His last wish echoed in the silence. Ethan's expression went dark. He stood frozen, letting his uncle's final words burn into his mind forever. His uncle's dead hand slipped from Ethan's shoulder with a heavy thud. He just stood there crying like a lost kid, refusing to believe this brutal reality, as he let out a gut-wrenching scream that tore through the stormy night. Meanwhile, a set of double doors groaned open, showing a pitch-black room where Chen Luo was biting back pain as his wounds were being bandaged. He yelped, "Ow, Isabella, seriously, could you be a little more gentle?" Her eyes were locked on him, totally curious. "Oh, speaking of which, Chen Luo, how did you pull off that magic before without any chants or hand signs? Like, how is that even possible?" Seeing her intense stare, he quickly tried to dodge the question. "Oh, well, it's probably 'cause my chanting and signs were just so fast you couldn't even see them." Knowing he was totally lying, she smirked and pressed down hard on his wound on purpose, sending a shot of insane pain through him that made Chen Luo's eyes water as he screamed. Isabella just ignored him, writhing on the floor, and strolled over to Alice like nothing happened. Seeing that Alice gently tried to reason with her, "Isabella, maybe go a little easier on Chen Luo." But she just stubbornly blew it off. "Well, maybe he shouldn't be so secretive then. It's his own fault. He totally had it coming." Isabella noticed Alice staring hard at the stone pillar and walked over. Hey Alice, any luck figuring out what this pillar is for? Alice just shook her head, her face looking kinda grim. Not yet, but I'm sure of one thing. It's from this old book I read. It's a pillar for making a magic circle. Her voice got super serious. I still don't know exactly what this magic circle does, but I'm pretty sure it's what caused that earthquake that dragged us in here. Her eyes darted over to the man, passed out on the floor. She went on, and when you add in the fact that dude just randomly attacked us, I'm positive this magic circle is bad news. Hearing that, Chen Luo got up from behind them, cracking his knuckles. Exactly. We gotta find a way out of here like now, and then tell the Academy everything so they can deal with it. His eyes were shining with a new kind of determination. But Isabella and Alice weren't even looking at him. They were staring past him, their faces frozen in horror like they'd just seen a ghost. And right then, Ethan was just there. The cold edge of his blade was pressed against Chen Luo's throat. He glared at them all and growled, I'm only gonna ask once. Who are you people and what are you doing here? The second Ethan's guard dropped Chen Luo's hand, shot toward the blade. In less than a second, he was free. The other guy just stared at Chen Luo, completely stunned, not able to process what just happened. Before Ethan could even blink, Chen Luo was up, locking his leg and twisting Ethan's arms behind his back in one smooth move. Just like that, the tables were turned. Ethan was totally powerless. Chen Luo grabbed his head with one hand and slammed it toward the ground. He stared down at him, disgusted. So you weren't working alone. Meanwhile, Isabella was eyeing the strange guy, looking like she'd just figured something out. Ethan was fighting to get free from Chen Luo, shouting, Get off me if you don't! The whole city of Aba is gonna be toast. Hearing that, Chen Luo totally froze for a second, super confused. The whole crew instantly swarmed Ethan, all shouting at once in disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? At the same time, the pillar in the middle started pulsing with these insane streams of magic. It finally clicked for everyone. Oh, so that's what's going on. After Ethan gave them the full story, Isabella looked at him, totally getting it. So you guys came here to stop Leon from firing up this magic circle, but you got ambushed by Leon, right? Your whole squad got taken out and now it's just you. Hearing that, Ethan slowly started to tell his side of it. Actually, a few days ago, the royal capital got intel that Leon had snuck into Aba City, but we couldn't pinpoint where he was. We also had no clue what he was up to. Things only started making sense when the earthquake hit along with this crazy, powerful magic surge. Thinking back on it, Ethan's face just twisted in pain and his voice got all heavy. It's just that we totally underestimated Leon's power. Even all of us together didn't stand a chance against him. In the middle of all the tension, Chen Luo blankly raised his hand. Can I ask something? Who's Leon? At his question, the whole group went dead silent, and nobody bothered to explain. It was Isabella who finally broke the awkward quiet. Chen Luo, seriously, is there any limit to how clueless you can be? Totally opposite of Isabella's salty vibe, Alice started to gently explain it to him. Leon, that name alone is enough to freak people out. He's known as the most notorious and dangerous criminal in the entire Nolan Kingdom. His rep is so bad that even little kids know the stories. Just seeing someone who kinda looks like Leon is enough to make people's blood run cold. Alice summed it all up. Leon used to be the top general for the Nolan Kingdom's border defense. A general who wasn't just a beast in a fight, but was also a high-level mage with some seriously scary magical power. He fought in a ton of battles on the kingdom's frontiers, scoring huge wins for Nolan, and was basically treated like a national war hero by everyone. Alice's voice got heavy, really stressing the point. But then something nobody ever saw coming happened during a super important battle. Leon suddenly led his troops and betrayed the Empire. That one move is the exact reason the Nolan Kingdom got completely crushed in that war. She continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. What happened next was pretty predictable. From that day on, Leon just vanished. And even though the kingdom put a massive bounty on the traitor's head to this day, nobody has been able to catch him. There's a rumor he's hiding out right in the royal capital, just waiting for a chance to totally wreck the kingdom's government. Hearing all this, it seemed to click for Isabella. So Leon came to Aba City for this asterisk magic circle. What in the world does it even do? Ethan's face got super grim. This magic circle has enough juice to completely wipe Aba City off the map. That answer left the three of them totally stunned, and they all gasped at the same time, Wipe out Aba City! As soon as he'd said it, he shot to his feet, his eyes glued to the magic pillar, which was just gushing with insane amounts of energy. The entire magic circle has a total of 118 magic pillars scattered all over these mountains. Who made it and why is still a total mystery. All we know is that it's been here for thousands of years, hidden deep inside this mountain range. Ethan thought back. Actually, about 15 years ago, the City Lord's office found this thing buried deep in the mountain. They even got the Magic Association to help check it out, and the report basically said this magic circle is way beyond what modern magic can even comprehend. How it works and what triggers it is still a complete puzzle. The group was hanging on his every word as Ethan went on. The only thing we can be 100% sure of is that once this circle is activated, it'll unleash a terrifying amount of magical energy enough to level all of Aba City. Finally, Ethan wrapped it up. And because there was no safe way to shut it down, they kept its existence a secret until that recent earthquake. We're not sure how Leon did it, but it's obvious the magic circle is already on. That's why we were sent here. Our mission is to stop it and save Abba City. Chen Luo looked thoughtful. But if you guys don't even really get this thing, how are you supposed to stop it? In response, Ethan pulled something out his face full of determination. That's why we have to use this. The crew all leaned in curious looking at the super detailed carved block of stone, and couldn't help but be amazed. Whoa, this is... Ethan was totally open about it. Even though this magic circle is made of a ton of pillars, it's got a core piece which is the biggest main pillar. When we found the magic circle, we figured out that this is the key to activating the whole system. Placing the token next to the main stone pillar, Ethan held it like it was a priceless treasure and calmly explained the Magic Association already tested this thing. According to what they found, the closer this token gets to the main stone pillar, the weaker the magic circle gets. And the second it hits that pillar, the whole thing just shuts down like totally frozen. So yeah, this token is basically the kill switch the creator left behind. And just in case anything went sideways, they kept it locked up tight in the City Lord's mansion. When Chen Luo heard that, he was totally floored. So, all we gotta do is get this token to the stone pillar. To shut this whole thing down, Ethan said, his eyes getting all serious, confirming that was the mission. But Leon's way stronger than any of us ever thought. Chen Luo looked worried and was like, dude, if your whole squad got taken out, that means Leon was totally ready for you. You should have bailed and gotten more backup instead. How are you supposed to pull this off by yourself? Ethan got what he was saying, but just said back all calm, it's too late for that. See that light on the pillar? I'm betting in like 1 more hour, this whole magic circle is gonna be fully juiced. After that, it won't matter how many people show up. Without even skipping a beat, he told us, the only shot we have at saving Abba City is for me to get this token to that main pillar. You guys are just regular people students even. You all need to get out of here like right now. Go back the way you came and just run. Then Chen Luo covered his face, looking super awkward, and mumbled, not to kill the vibe or anything. But like, you've got a situation down there. Hearing that, Ethan's face totally fell. He glanced down at his pants and let out this mortified shriek which made things super weird for everyone. Ethan slapped a hand over his, you know what, trying to play it cool. He stammered, It's just rain. My pants got soaked from the rain outside, that's all. All of a sudden, Isabella jumped up, looking totally fierce, and said with this super determined voice, the Gravis family has defended Abba City for generations, as Isabella Gravis. It's my job to protect this place too, so I'm going with you to stop this thing. Hearing that, Chen Luo, who was right next to her, just kinda smirked, but she kept going totally fearless, and declared, I don't care if we're up against some psycho with a $100 million bounty. I am not backing down. Ethan's eyes went wide like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was like, wait, you're the City Lord's daughter. Isabella put a hand on his shoulder trying to chill him out. Chen Luo just grinned, and basically said the same thing as Isabella, that as a good citizen of Abba City he had to help protect it. Alice, who'd been quiet this whole time, piped up all cheerfully, well duh, I'm coming too. Hearing them say all that totally hit Ethan right in the feels. Tears started rolling down his face and he choked out, you guys. But of course Chen Luo had to ruin the moment. He turned to Ethan and was like, yo, real quick though, you need to like dry your pants first. Ethan just shot back all grumpy, just drop it, okay? Meanwhile, the other mages were pouring everything they had into breaking the barrier, and this insane energy was swirling all around them. Oh, fire of the heavens, hear my call and come down to this place. Instantly, these massive explosions just ripped through the sky, slamming into the magic circle. Huge clouds of black smoke billowed up, and the heat was so intense it felt like it could melt anything. When the smoke finally started to clear, the barrier was still standing there without a single scratch. Vice President Elton's face fell, and he looked over at Andre all stressed out. It's no use. Our magic isn't doing anything to that thing. Andre said back, his voice low and his eyes all serious. All we can do is wait for the guildmaster to get back and hope he knows what to do. Seeing how weirdly calm Andre was, the other mage totally lost it and yelled, the guildmaster's still coming from the royal capital. The earliest he'll be here is tomorrow at dawn by then. Abba City will be a freaking crater! Suddenly they heard a voice they knew call out from far away. Everybody whipped around. Vice Guildmaster Elton! Someone yelled, super relieved. But City Lord Autogravis cut him right off, sounding urgent. You still can't get through the barrier? His eyes were full of worry. We've thrown everything we have at it. Hearing the answer he was expecting, the City Lord didn't even look surprised and just got them up to speed. The first team is trying to get the token inside before that barrier seals up for good. Right now, the city walls are totally covered in spider webs. Autogravis paused for a sec, then said, sounding pretty hopeless, we just have to trust them. Back in the dark tunnel, Ethan suddenly mumbled, this is bad. Like really, really bad. Out of nowhere, Chen Luo walked up and whacked Ethan on the back of the head, making him yelp and curse under his breath. Dude, Chen Luo! But Chen Luo just gave him this blank stare. What was that for? It's nothing but spiderwebs up there. Don't tell me you're scared of spiders. A spider started lowering itself right onto Ethan's shirt, just dangling from a single web. He felt something on his back and reached around looking totally confused and freaked out. Then he slowly opened his hand in front of his face. The second he saw the giant spider just sitting there, He let out a scream that could wake the dead. Isabella and Chen Luo just watched so over it as Ethan totally lost it and scrambled away. Totally baffled. Are all the city guards this nuts? He's gotta be a special case. Ethan was so busy running for his life he wasn't paying any attention to where his feet were landing. Ethan stopped dead when he stepped on something weird. Luckily, Chen Luo's reflexes were insane. He yanked him back in a flash. If he'd been a split second slower, Ethan would have been a goner in the trap below. His face went completely white. Ethan looked like he just stared death in the face and let out a huge sigh of relief. Dude, thank you. That trap was hidden way too well. Chen Luo didn't answer, just quietly scanned their surroundings, sizing things up. This tunnel is loaded with traps. Everybody watch your step. As they walked, Ethan wondered, hey, am I crazy or are we getting more and more lost? This place looks like it's been deserted for like 100 years. Are you sure this is the right way to the main pillar? Ethan asked, not sounding convinced as he wiped sweat from his face. Chill, it's the right way. I've got this route burned into my brain. The path we're about to take is a secret passage nobody knows about. His words made the other two just stare at him. A secret passage. Seeing their clueless faces, Ethan started to explain. So where the main pillar is, there are actually tons of tunnels that lead outside. The catch is all of them force you to go through the chamber's main gate, and that place is going to be swarming with Leon's guys. With our current power level, going head-to-head with them would be a suicide mission, Ethan added, making sure they got it. Finally, he finished with a rare burst of confidence. That's why this route I'm taking you on is a secret passage. It lets us get inside without ever going near the main gate. It seemed like this was all part of his master plan. We'll slip in quietly, wait for the perfect moment when Leon's vulnerable, and then toss this token at the pillar. Mission accomplished. After hearing the whole plan, Isabella couldn't help but be impressed. Her voice rang out. Okay, so that's the play. Unlike her, Chen Luo had been looking thoughtful the whole time, and he finally spoke up. I have a question. How do you even know about this secret passage? Faced with Chen Luo's question, Ethan just shot him a smug smile. He bragged a little about his skills. I'm a history major dude, so cracking ancient texts like this is totally my jam. Ever since I joined the city guard, I've been nerding out over all the old documents in the city lord's mansion, and this map of the magic circle was one of them. So, like, this mission is packed with all the top dogs, and I'm basically just the glorified GPS. Hearing that, Chen Luo was totally thrown and was like, wait, a history major? Then what are you doing in the city guard? Totally called out. Ethan looked kinda embarrassed and explained. Well, you can't exactly get a job with a history degree, you know. But luckily my uncle's a big shot in the guard, so he hooked me up. And full disclosure, this is my first ever mission outside the city walls. The guy just dropped his head and mumbled to himself, the job hunt struggle is real. Guess it's the same in every universe. Then suddenly Ethan slapped his hand on a random spot on the wall, his voice totally buzzing. Bingo, this is it! And just like that, a sick-looking secret room started opening up right in front of them. The whole crew was just glued to the door as it opened. This is it. We actually found it. Ethan's eyes were practically glowing. From here, we can get a straight shot to the main control room and keep tabs on all the energy coming off that massive magic pillar. Just then, some guy ran up all out of breath. Sir Leon! The outer defenses are holding up. No signs of anyone getting through yet. Leon just listened, super chill, staring off into space. Man, the defense system on this magic circle is seriously next level. No clue how the ancient dudes even built this thing. Anyway, has Stockholm checked back in yet? The guy answered respectfully. Not yet, sir. He's on patrol over in the western sector. And he's gone completely radio silent. Hearing that, Leon got this look on his face and whispered, the western sector. Huh? His voice was super shady. Looks like a few party crashers got through. Meanwhile, Chen Luo and his crew were trying to be all stealthy, sneaking through the secret passage. Chen Luo's eagle eyes peeked through a crack to scope out the scene. Then, in a split second, he made his move, pushing a brick up with this crazy gentle touch. A hole opened up and someone called from down below. Coast is clear, looks like Leon's totally focused on the front door. He got the brick all the way out and the whole team finally scrambled up. Some of them were totally winded, while others were just staring, completely blown away by the massive space in front of them. Whoa, this place is massive! We're finally out of that tunnel! Right in front of them was this giant ball of pure energy, and Isabella was obviously dying to know what it was. This room is huge, but where's the pillar? Why is it just this giant lightning ball? Ethan, being the expert, calmly explained. There was a pillar, but my guess is after the magic circle fired up and juiced up, it got sucked back down for a bit. All of a sudden, he felt something weird under his feet and bent down to check it out. A line of ancient writing lit up and Ethan's mind was blown. I knew it. It's the spell to bring back the pillar. Right here where it belongs. The other three were totally glued to him as he started chanting the spell he just found, and the whole ground started shaking like crazy. In like a second, this massive pillar started rising up from the floor, sending out this insane wave of power that filled the whole room. Ethan just plopped down on the ground to wait it out. This is gonna take a few more minutes probably. All we can do is wait. Alice couldn't hold it in. OMG, this is going way smoother than I thought. We're so lucky Ethan was here to show us the secret way. She got closer and was like, hey, Ethan, you kinda seem like a scaredy cat, so why are you so dead set on finishing this mission instead of just bailing on your own? His whole face lit up like he was suddenly super confident, and he shot back. Who are you calling a scaredy cat? I'm Ethan, a member of the Abba City Guard, and I've always put the safety of everyone in the city first. So yeah, obviously he was gonna protect it no matter what. Seeing Ethan totally dodging the question instead of just spitting it out, Chen Luo got so annoyed he smacked him on the head, snapping, "Dude, use your words." Ethan rubbed his head, looking totally bummed out as he started to explain, "Okay, fine. It's actually 'cause of my uncle." With the sound of the orb crackling with electricity all over the room, he kept going in a low voice. "Ever since I was a little kid, my parents were gone, and it was my uncle who raised me and paid for me to go to school. To me, he was basically my dad. Back outside, Leon took out my uncle and the rest of the advance team. Right before he died, my uncle gave me this command token. I promised him I'd finish this mission." Ethan's voice got all choked up, and he just stared off into space. "Plus, his only daughter still lives in Abba City. Now that he's gone, I have to protect her no matter what. So even if my uncle hadn't told me to, there's no way I could just stand here and let this magic circle get fully powered up." Chen Luo slid up next to him and teased, "Yo, I was just thinking, is the real deal that you're crushing on your uncle's daughter?" The second he said that, Ethan's whole face turned beet red like he'd chugged a bottle of something strong. "No way. That's not it. I'm not good enough for her." But then some long fingers reached out and grabbed Chen Luo's ear and gave it a nasty twist while his hurt arm got squeezed so tight his muscles knotted up. Isabella screamed right in Chen Luo's ear, "You're usually so clueless and out of it, so how are you suddenly so on point?" Alice jumped in to stir the pot. "Chen Luo, don't tell me you've been faking being a doofus this whole time." Stuck between the two of them, the poor guy could only yelp, "Ow, that hurts, it hurts so bad, I wasn't faking it." Just then Ethan held out a picture of a gorgeous girl. Chen Luo was shocked. "Who's this?" He snatched the photo and stared hard at the person in it. Ethan shyly confirmed, "That's my uncle's daughter. Her name's Lena. After this mission's over, I'm gonna..." Standing next to them, Isabella couldn't help but gush, "She's so pretty, did you draw this?" All of a sudden, Chen Luo yanked Ethan's arm, leaving the guy totally confused. His face got super serious as he yelled right in Ethan's face, "Stop right there. Don't say another word. You're basically asking for it. Don't you know that?" Ethan looked startled and asked back, "Huh, it's a saying from my hometown. Long story short, you need to remember this until everything's sorted out. You can never say stuff like, 'After this is over, I'm gonna go back home and get married,' or 'Once this job is done, I'll go back and tell her how I feel.' And you definitely shouldn't show anyone pictures or anything. Got it?" After hearing all that, Ethan was just speechless. "Go home and get married! Pictures! Oh, I think I'm starting to get it." Alice leaned in and whispered to Isabella, super curious, "Why have I never heard of that before?" Hearing this, Isabella just told her friend, "Just ignore him. That guy's always like this. He says the weirdest stuff sometimes." Just then, a light from the magic pillar hit the group, making them all whip around. Ethan yelled out, totally happy, "Yes, it's finally done." He immediately grabbed the command token, making sure to tell Chen Luo's group, "I'm about to break the seal. Everyone get ready." Chen Luo looked confused and asked, "A seal?" As he said it, he focused on turning the command token, and beams of light started flashing from it. So Li Zun wouldn't spot us before we got to the main pillar, and inside this mountain, this command token was sealed with a simple magic spell. It only takes a little bit of spiritual power to break it. Once the seal is broken, the magic circle will react instantly. We were scared Leon would find the command token any second, so we had to move fast. From the middle of the token, a mysterious energy started to glow, then floated straight up into the air. Like it could feel it. The electric orb immediately shot out these crazy arcs of electricity. Yishin didn't hesitate and pressed the command token against the pillar and turned to rush his friends. "It's almost done, everyone get ready to fall back now." But then something terrifying made Chen Luo's eyes go wide as deep red flames exploded out of nowhere, swirling into creepy circles around the command token, and then right in front of everyone, the flames totally swallowed Yishin whole. The crazy flames vanished just as fast as they showed up, and the group scrambled over to where Yishin was lying totally still on the ground. The command token was still stuck to him, not budging an inch, while little embers still danced on his fingertips. Just then, Leon popped up out of nowhere, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, the little rats finally decided to come out and play." The whole crew was totally frozen in shock. Yen, covered in cuts, stumbled to his feet, shooting a death glare straight at Leon. Meanwhile, Isabella and Alice looked like they already had something cooked up. They gave each other a quick knowing look. Then at the same time, both girls hid the fire glowing in their hands behind their backs and started chanting together, "Oh, element of fire that fills the world, answer my call and come to this place." And just like that, massive fireballs shot right at Leon. It was the fireball spell. But before they even got close, this beam of dark purple light just appeared and stopped them cold, then poofed into Leon's hand. His face was pure murder. The sight made Alice totally gasp in fear. His mind game is on a whole other level. If our magic gets anywhere near him, he'll just snatch it. Just then, Isabella was gone in a flash, and you could see Leon get seriously ticked off. But he didn't lose his cool for a second. Moving crazy fast, he blocked another huge fireball that was flying right at him. Chen Luo, the one who'd just thrown it, was completely floored. He blocked it. "That Leon guy's reflexes are unreal." One of his guys spoke up all worried. "Lord Leon, He just shot back, "I'm fine," and then put a hand to his chin, totally lost in thought. I didn't see a chant or any hand signs, so where'd that magic come from? Plus his mental power is super weird. It doesn't feel crazy strong. But I can't seem to get a grip on it. Seeing his chance, Chen Luo yelled at the girls, "Isabella, Alice, you two grab the command token and get out of here. I'll stay here and keep Leon busy." Without even hesitating, he started blasting non-stop streams of fire right at Leon to cover them. Leon's head was just spinning with questions. Just as I thought, no chanting, no hand signs. This is insane. Could this kid actually be? A second later, another giant fireball formed. Chen Luo threw up a familiar defensive spell, the fire shield. Seeing his power, Leon was actually kind of impressed. As he fought to block the attacks, he kept thinking, casting high-level magic with no chance or signs. Meanwhile, Leon's goons had already grabbed Isabella and Alice. Alice instantly started playing the victim like, "Hey, be a little gentle, okay?" While Isabella was desperately reaching for the command token, gritting her teeth. Ugh, so close. Across from them, Chen Luo had gotten into a fighting stance, pulling both fire and water elements into his hands. Chen Luo growled, "Looks like I've got to take you down first." Leon watched him closely, then it hit him. Is that the fireball spell? No, wait! Why is there water energy in there too? The two clashing elements, fire and water, slammed together, creating this insane destructive power nobody had ever seen before. A split second later, a massive explosion ripped through the air. The blast was so gnarly anyone standing too close would have been totally vaporized. Even Leon's own crew looked completely terrified. That power is insane. But Leon wasn't even fazed by the fireball. Chen Luo's eyes went wide like he couldn't even process what he was seeing. Just when he thought he'd won the force from a single punch, suddenly blew the fireball apart and came flying right at his face. Leon totally decked him, his voice dripping with scorn. "You really shouldn't get ahead of yourself." Chen Luo coughed up blood as he went flying. Leon's words just echoed in his head. "Yeah, you cast your spells fast, but the gaps between your attacks are huge. You've got no follow-through to keep the pressure on and find an opening." He wasn't about to let him off, closing the gap in an instant and slamming a vicious elbow into his face. "Not only that, your stance is a mess and your footwork is sloppy. You're a total sitting duck if someone gets in your face." Chen Luo hit the ground completely out of strength to even move. Leon stood over him, still trash-talking. A kid with a ton of talent but zero fighting instincts. If this was a real battlefield, you would have been toast a long, long time ago. Suddenly, Ethan spoke up, shaking as he stumbled toward Leon. "You're the one who doesn't get it." Leon glanced over, looking completely bored. Ethan shot Leon a look, his eyes burning with rage. Panting like he was about to risk it all, he gripped the token tight in his hand, his body a mess of wounds. Ethan gathered up whatever strength he had left, gritting his teeth against the insane pain, and raised the token high. Fresh blood covered his whole hand, the sharp edges of the token digging right into his skin. He took a deep breath and chucked the token with everything he had toward the magic pillar. Leon sensed the danger and immediately whipped around to order Oslo. The goon didn't hesitate for a second, and hurled his spear at Ethan with all his strength. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, lying on the ground in agony, saw his friend in danger and screamed, "Ethan, move!" But Ethan's face went all determined, braver than he'd ever been without making a sound. Chen Luo screamed in total despair, "Ethan!" In that split second, a flood of childhood memories came rushing back. It was literally the worst day of his life, the frantic screams of "Ethan, Ethan" still echoing in his head. Back then, a little innocent Ethan had looked up at his uncle and asked, "Uncle." Everyone called his Uncle Jason a hero because he was supposedly super strong. His uncle leaned in and whispered, "Nah, he wasn't strong at all. Your Uncle Jason's power level was a total joke and his captain was always chewing him out for it. On top of that, he was a massive coward. All we had to do was spook him a little and he'd practically wet his pants." But little Ethan was sharp and shot back. "Then why does everyone call him a hero?" With wide-focused eyes, the little guy hung on his uncle's every word. And what was happening now proved that Ethan was a true hero too. Chen Luo's crew couldn't stop the tears, all of them completely wrecked over their friend making the ultimate sacrifice. Only Leighton stayed ice-cold and totally blank from start to finish. The spear had gone right through Ethan, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the agony of not being able to keep his promise. "Uncle, Even so, a wave of pride swelled deep inside him. It just goes to show even a regular person can pull off something epic. The token was now sitting on the magic pillar, and Ethan's voice was full of relief. "I did it." Fresh blood spread on the ground, mixing with the sweat from his struggle. A legit hero. The token and the magic pillar merged and exploded in a blindingly brilliant light. Everyone below just froze, not daring to miss a single second of the show. The giant ball of lightning suddenly started to shrink, and the wild electrical energy around it began to die down. A look of pure terror washed over Leighton's goon's face. The magical glow just winked out. Isabella totally lost it, screaming his name, "Ethan Oslo." Across from them, a pair of cold eyes flashed with disgust. The little brat was stupid enough to not even dodge my spear. A rough, calloused hand moved toward Ethan's nose, checking for a final breath. The man's vibe was off. He just knelt, watched Ethan for a beat, and then delivered the ice-cold verdict. "He's not breathing." Chen Luo couldn't process what he was seeing. He thrashed wildly, screaming in pure agony. Leon Oslo immediately slammed him to the ground, roaring, "No! Don't move!" A subordinate ran up, his voice shaking with anxiety. "Sir Leighton, the magic circle. It seems to be dead. What do we do now?" His trembling hand clutched a photo, gripping the picture of Lena, smiling, her face just glowing with happiness. Leon went silent for a long moment, before saying in a dead flat voice, "We've lost." The stunned subordinate stammered, Sir Leon!" He looked up at what was left of the magic circle, his mind probably racing with calculations. For a split second, a flicker of something like sadness crossed Leighton's eyes. This young city guard knew damn well that not dodging the spear was a death sentence, yet he still chose to trade his life to destroy the magic circle from the inside. "We seriously underestimated their will." His voice was laced with bitter acceptance. "This time we actually lost." Oslo glared at him, pushing, "Sir Leon, don't we still have one last card to play?" Leon answered hesitantly, "I know what you're talking about, but like I've said, we barely know anything about that forbidden art. We could easily end up paying with our lives for absolutely nothing." The second he finished speaking, all of his followers dropped to their knees at once. The air got incredibly thick as they all pleaded, "Sir Leon, if we weren't ready for anything, we wouldn't have followed you this far. Even if there's only the tiniest sliver of hope, we're willing to take that chance." You could see the conflict all over Leon's face. "You all—" But his determined crew cut him off. "The vengeance we've been carrying can finally be settled. No matter how slim the odds, we still want to take that shot." Meanwhile, Chen Luo's group had been completely overpowered, tied up tight with thick ropes. A soldier roughly shoved Chen Luo down, sending him crashing into Alice's legs. Both Isabella and Alice looked at him with pained eyes. "Chen Luo, are you okay?" Not wanting to make them worry, Chen Luo lifted his bruised face to look at them and tried to sound convincing. "Fine." Just then, Oslo bowed and reported, "Sir Leon, we're all set. Just give the word." Leon looked at his loyal followers, his eyes not even trying to hide how moved he was by their insane loyalty. Even at the end of the line, he made his choice in a heartbeat, his voice like iron. "Help me this one last time. I'm counting on all of you." Everyone shouted back as one, their spirits soaring, "Yes, sir." One by one, they walked toward the magic pillar where powerful bolts of electricity were crackling. All of them clasped their hands like they were praying, their faces full of awe. Suddenly, weird streams of light started to pour from their bodies like some kind of life force, and it was immediately sucked into the electric orb at the center. Chen Luo held his breath, watching every single move. What in the world are they doing? Alice, who's basically a walking encyclopedia, realized in a flash that it looked like some kind of ancient sacrificial magic. Following some old-school ritual, they were offering up their own spiritual energy to power up the magic circle, which in turn was reigniting the Citadel's pillar, making it blaze with pure energy all over again. Alice then dropped the awful truth bomb that this whole sacrificial magic thing was a one-way trip, meaning they were all about to turn to dust. And for real, just as she called it only a few seconds later, the array lit up again, unleashing a totally insane stream of energy. Outside, Andre was completely freaking out. He just stared at the pillar of light like his brain couldn't even compute how it was back. At the exact same time, Vice Guildmaster Elton was frantically trying to get a hold of City Lord Autogravis about everything going down. A sly little smirk playing on her lips. "Because I've got a question for you." Brian shot back all cheerfully. "Ask away. I'm an open book." Not even hesitating, Alice cut right to the chase. "So